the Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
Ojude Oba is the annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age grade system called Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful's Salah message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude Oba festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude Oba festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024 through to June 28 to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and the environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regberegbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes.
Welcome back from the break. It's still business. SOUQ business landscape, I beg your pardon. Hashtag SBL. Remember that as you engage and interact with us on social media, on the headlines that strike you, that speaks to you as we move on to the next publication. Business Standard, Bangladesh. Tata Motors profits zooms 74% on material cost reduction. So TAMO, as is popularly called, they consolidated their net profit increase 74%, a humongous leap. And this just ended this June 2024 quarter that just passed, aided by robust performance by its flagship brand, Jaguar Land Rover. A lot of people don't know that Tata Motors owned Jaguar Land Rover. This is what they get from, they have gotten the 74% leap from that international, or should I say, flagship brand, as well as domestic businesses that they're into. Next headline, Ola raises 2,763 Creole from anchor investors. So Ola Electric is, we talked about it on the show a couple of editions ago. They switched from making electric vehicles to making electric scooters, which is the most popular means of transportation in India. So Ola is the largest electric two-wheeler maker. Yesterday, they allotted 364 million shares to their anchor investors in order to mop up these 2,763 query that we just talked about. The allotment was made based on 76 lakhs a piece. This is their top-end price brand. We're talking about the scooters now. Great incentive for Tata Motors. Next headline, government capex rural demand to push sales, says their CEO, their M&M CEO and MD. So when asked about the government's nudge for private companies to invest in new capacities, the MD, Anish Shah, said the group has already raised its automobile division capacity by 3 times in the last 4 years. So it's not something he is considering anytime soon. On to Qatar, Gulf Times, Qatar Central Bank, QCB's sustainability strategy to develop ESG sukuk and bonds, says Fitch. Fitch is the head of that branch, the group. Next headline, QNB holds workshop with Snapchat to enhance digital engagement strategies. Snapchat being one of the foremost social media uh, networks that most of the people, especially the millennials, that constitutes the largest population, are on that, and they're talking with them to see how they can raise their incomes. Next headline: Saudi Arabia nears end of economic slump lasting 4 quarters. Saudi Arabia nears end of economic slump lasting 4 quarters. It's strange to see Saudi Arabia talking about a slump, especially in the economy, because in the GCC, amongst the GCC countries, they're known to be one of the high flyers, closely followed by um, Qatar and other countries like Oman and Co. On to London. Financial Times: BOE in first rate cuts for 4 years as confidence on inflation mounts. So careful notch is down by 5%. Knife edge vote seals decision and boosts to Labour's growth drive. Labour is one of their topmost drive in that sector. Next, Intel shares fall 20% on plans to cut 15,000 jobs. Ooh. So when we hear job cuts here, especially for companies such as Intel, Intel is one of the top chip makers for computers and phones, and they are one of the highest employers of labor. So for them to cut 15%, it's quite a fall, a slide. US chip maker says it will also reduce capital spending as its turnaround strategy hits another setback. That's strange. Next headline: Life lessons for AI from the primordial swamp. Life lessons for AI from the primordial swamp. You could check this out on page 12 of the publication. We always like to bring our notice to AI when it's on these headlines, because that's the future and everyone needs to be involved. It's either you ship in or you ship out. So catch that headline, page 12 of the publication. Next one: India, the Business Post. Remittances fall 3.24% year on year to $1.91 billion in July. Remittances in India fall, and this is quite a slide as compared to last year and what the numbers was. Next headline: Telecom ICT sectors suffered 18,000 lakhs Creole loss. And telecoms ICT sectors, these are they're following the banks closely, and they are actually talking about losses, which is not something that is good news for them and for other countries in the area that are in business with them. Next headline: BTMA urges government for loan relief amidst financial crisis. BTMA urges government for loan relief amidst financial crisis. That's still in India, and they're talking loans. If only we could do without these loans, where we have angel investors come through, we have personal partners come through and invest in these businesses, we will see better. We've come to the end of the show this morning. SOUQ Business Landscape. Remember to interact with us on the headlines that speak to you, that addresses your businesses, your economy from wherever you are in the part of the world. My name is Hans Mba. See you same time next week, Monday, as we delve right into it with some exciting new analysts. Thanks for staying with us on SOUQ News Television.
sector. SOUQ Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of SOUQ Power, sold down a SOUQ stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each.
Femi Otedola is unique in many regards. Number one, he has continued to be a torchbearer to the young generation, that entrepreneurship is sustainable once you are disciplined. On the other hand, he has also proven that those who, to a very large extent, were born with some silver spoon can equally carve a niche for themselves in entrepreneurship. So in terms of discipline, in terms of focus, Otedola remained one of the very fascinating Nigerians that we need to find a way to study. Then those who are equally in business and facing challenging times can equally take some understanding from how Femi Otedola has carried on in the business horizon. Finally, youths, whether you are from a humble background, whether you are born with some silver spoon, once you stay focused and you're determined to make good use of your talent, your skill set, and the knowledge, what Otedola has done is to provide a pathway for us in terms of personal development, in terms of personal discipline, in terms of the spirit of entrepreneurship. That once you're focused, once you can make some right business decision, then the business place can sustain people once you remain focused and determined.
Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes Billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we'll be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Remittances, typically understood as the money or goods migrants send back to their families in their home countries, are a crucial link between migration and development. These funds often surpass official development aid, serving as a vital financial lifeline for many households. In Nigeria, remittances have played a significant role in the economy, especially over the years. According to data from the World Bank, Nigeria received an estimated $25.4 billion in remittances in 2019, which slightly decreased to $23.8 billion in 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic. However, the remittances rebounded to $24.3 billion in 2021 and continued to show resilience with an estimated $25 billion in 2022. In 2023, despite global economic uncertainties, Nigeria saw a slight increase, with remittances amounting to approximately $25.7 billion. Majority of these remittances come from Nigerians living in the United States, United Kingdom, and other high-income countries. These funds are primarily used for household consumption, healthcare, education, small business investments, providing a crucial buffer against poverty and economic shocks. However, the real impact is potentially higher when accounting for informal remittances channels, which are now captured in official statistics. Remittances have consistently exceeded foreign direct investment and official development assistance in Nigeria, highlighting their importance. These funds help stabilize the economy by increasing household incomes and enabling investments in human capital. Also, they contribute to the foreign exchange reserves, which are essential for maintaining the stability of the naira. To maximize the benefits of remittances, Nigeria should enhance formal transfer channels and reduce transaction costs. Encouraging the use of digital remittance services and mobile banking could improve efficiency and accessibility, ensuring more funds reach their intended recipient swiftly and safely. Moreover, policies aimed at leveraging remittances for broader economic development, such as incentivizing investments in local businesses, could further amplify their positive impact. Juve Ufiene, SOUQ News.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Hello and glad you have joined us in Early Exchange, where we focus on the issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is where the big story lives, and I am Femi Ayodele. Thank God it's Friday, so we often say it's a time for us to relax, also a time for us to have crucial conversation, because this is a crucial time as far as our nation is concerned. We're going to begin our conversation looking at the decision made by the French government and also NBA, that's the Basketball Association, as regards the improvement on the sustainable development goals when it comes to sport, as the French government has promised to invest a sum of 500 million euros towards the development of sports globally. And also, what will be the role of NBA in sustaining the development goals as regards to sport? That will be the thrust of our conversation today. Don't forget, you can be part of this conversation. And the platform to do that is to join us on all our social media platforms, on our Facebook page, on our X page, on our YouTube page. Just search for SOUQ News TV. There you find us. Now, it's a proper day. It's Friday. What a way to wrap up the week. You must be rest assured too that Blessing is here to also give you the best of programming for today. How are you today?
I'm fine, Femi. Good morning.
Good morning.
And it's a Friday.
How did you get here?
Oh, yes, that conversation is one would have later on. But just so you know, it seems the situation around Lagos has improved since yesterday when the...
Yesterday's the streets were practically
when
empty,
the
but
protest
gradually
began.
things
But
are...
because it was peaceful around Lagos, a lot of persons now have the confidence to come out. So there are more vehicles on the road, and it is quite easier than it was yesterday. But of course, we'll bring you more details about the protest, which is ongoing nationwide, #End Bad Governance, owing to some difficulties being experienced in Nigerian, by Nigerians and the economic downturn currently experienced. So that will come much later on the show today. Also, in our discourse will be the improvement in the debt service ratio to revenue that has happened according to the Minister for Finance in the country. We're looking into that and other matters. Let's get now to the news studio for updates and current happenings across the globe. Stay with L Exchange.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
A very good morning. Many thanks for joining us on the news update at this hour. I am Tim Sope Omwale. The Nigerian Bar Association NBA, under the leadership of President Yakubu Michael San, has taken a commendable step to safeguard the fundamental human rights of 130 citizens during the ongoing End Bad Governance protest. The NBA, recognizing the constitutional right to assemble and protest, has established pro bono legal support services to assist anyone whose rights may be violated. Ghost workers. The government has extended the deadline for workers' verification on the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System (IPPIS) portal to August 15, 2024. This extension aims to ensure that all civil servants have sufficient time to complete the verification process, which requires a taxpayer identification number (TIN), IPPIS number, and salary account number. The verification exercise is part of the government's efforts to streamline payroll management, eliminate ghost workers, and prevent fraudulent activities. The extension of the verification deadline demonstrates the government's commitment to ensuring a smooth and inclusive process. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has launched a groundbreaking medical palliative scheme aimed at enhancing healthcare delivery in the capital city. The FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, said the scheme will offer free medical treatment, drugs, surgeries, and foodstuff to patients at the Gwarinpa General Hospital, Abuja. This innovation is to address the challenges faced by patients in accessing quality healthcare services, particularly during difficult economic times. That's the update this morning. I am Temitope Omole. Early Exchange continues in a minute. Do stay tuned.
It's great to know you joined us on Early Exchange this beautiful Friday morning. Yes, thank God it's Friday, but not just being about Friday, there are issues we need to talk about. And one of them is the metering gap in Nigeria. Lots of electricity consumers are not metered in Nigeria, and that comes with the consequence of estimated billing, which sometimes creates trouble for the distribution companies and the electricity consumers, because it's a reason for conflict as to, oh, if I consume this much on the side of the consumer, and then the electricity distribution companies would say it's an estimation of the electricity consumed in that particular area. But what is the solution to this? It is providing meters, which the Presidential Metering Initiative intends to achieve. Now, for that purpose, the federal government has made some deductions towards the funding of this. So in the month of June, revenue that was recorded by the federal government from that 100 billion naira was deducted as second tranche of the Presidential Metering Initiative funding. Let's look at what this Presidential Metering Initiative will help for the consumers and also the distribution companies. Joining us on the conversation virtually this morning, we'll have Oji Chigozie Udumezwe, who is a business analyst and the managing consultant CEO of Flame Academy Consulting Limited. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Blessing.
Good, Blessing. Thank you for joining. Now, looking at the issue of metering in Nigeria, like I said in the opening, it's been a cause for conflict between consumers and distribution companies when it's time to pay up. But the metering gap itself, there have been several initiatives to try to close it. Once there was the map, and then now there is the Presidential Metering Initiative. The second tranche for that has been, the funding for that has been provided by deduction of 100 billion naira from May revenue by the federal government. What's your assessment of this initiative? What are the benefits of it for the distribution companies and then the consumers?
All right. I think the initiative has good intentions behind it. The campaign of the president promised that they will take very strong actions to ensure that the electricity sector of Nigeria is revolutionized and almost all Nigerians are properly metered and charged for the quantity of energy or power that they consume to ensure efficiency and to drive revenue in that sector. So the initiative, that's the Presidential Metering Initiative, I think is in line with that promise, that campaign promise. However, many stakeholders have positioned that the process is not very well aligned with the Constitution, that the engagement of stakeholders was not properly done to ensure that everybody is on the same page, that important agreements or memoranda of understanding were not done amongst the SOUQ, the Federal Allocation Committee stakeholders. So it's alleged that government is doing that on their own, so much so when the players in the sector are private entities. So the argument is, why would you deduct our money? The different state commissioners of finance who are members of the SOUQ are asking, why would they have to suffer to be able to satisfy the private sector, who ought to find ways to resolve their issues in terms of revenue mobilization, in the energy sector. But all that having been said, the important thing is, there's need for accountability and, transparency in the process. Even though the process itself or the policy itself is intended to solve Nigeria's most important or most crucial, problem, which is the energy problem, in the economy. So I believe that federal government should step back a bit and ensure that all stakeholders are well engaged as they carry out this, because this deduction is not the only one that's going to happen. I think there have been a deduction before then, and there may be several more deductions throughout the year, as I understand that the initiative is targeted at mobilizing about 700 billion naira from the Federal Allocation Committee, funds. That is the fund from where states, local government, and federal government, get revenue from the, from the nation's revenue sources. So the policy in itself is a very good one, but I'm concerned that government has to do it with the total carrying along or consent or commitment or understanding of all the stakeholders.
All right, glad to have you join us once again. Now talking about the concerns as regards deduction from the Federation account to fund this initiative. Are you aware in April, some of 120 billion was also deducted? And if you add that to the latest deduction, which is about 100 billion, so far it's looking like 220 billion has been earmarked for this initiative. But if you look at the results, if you look at the statistics of number of Nigerians who are yet to be metered, according to statistics provided by the regulatory authority, of about 13 million people who are registered or registered power users in Nigeria connected to the national grid, you still have a shortfall of about 7 million. What do you think is the missing link here? Despite the funds being devoted to this initiative, you still have this deficit. What actually is the missing link here?
Well, the initiative is just starting. The required effort or activities to ensure that these meters are purchased and distributed, even if it's for free, that has not started yet. If you do a budget to carry out an activity, you have to raise the money. So what I think the federal government is doing now is to raise the budget to position for this policy, which they had said they wanted to see through within this fiscal year 2024. So I assume that what they are doing is to ramp up the deductions so that before the end of the year, the government should have gathered enough funds to pull through this policy. So the impact of the policy is not expected to be seen yet. In fact, the reverse seems to be the case right now, where quarter on quarter is been reported that the number of people who are actually unmetered, is increasing instead of coming down. Even though I know that it's been argued that it is more efficient, it's more beneficial for consumers to go metered, to buy the meter. People are trying, even in my hometown, my family has had to make effort, in the village to get, the meter. In Lagos already, we have used the meter, prepaid meter for several years already. And even though, unfortunately, many people in Lagos, in a city like Lagos or even Abuja, are still going on estimated billing. which is totally unacceptable. So the point is, the idea of the policy is to ramp up or to increase the number of people who are metered in their electricity consumption. The metering is expected to ensure that people pay for what they consume. They don't pay much more than what they consume or much less than what they consume. So that there will be an efficient allocation of that energy resource. And of course, appropriate or commensurate payment for it so that the distribution companies, who are, by the way, private entities, can begin to see their revenue and be able to meet their investment requirements in that business, such that we can see electricity distribution expand in Nigeria. Even though not much has been talked about generation of this electricity, because in trying to improve electricity supply in Nigeria, you must talk about generation, transmission, and of course distribution. But if we get the pricing right, because in the distribution chain, which is very critical, because that's where the revenue from that sector comes in. If we get it right, then it is it becomes very crucial or a good incentive for generation to be also ramped up. Because if there's a demand, a profitable demand for what you generate, then obviously suppliers, or generators will want to generate much more and get good value for it. So the whole policy is to enhance efficiency in distribution and ensure that people pay for what they consume. But in Nigeria, the story is, quite, neither here nor there. While you would think that people would pursue metering, to ensure that they pay for what they actually consume, you find that some games are going on. Some people who have their way, either in the distribution companies or in some, technology initiative or the other, actually deliberately still go unmetered. In fact, I even hear that even those who have had the prepaid meter are dropping it and going back to the, estimated billing system for whatever gain they get from it. Some people find their way to bypass the estimation or underestimate their bills or collude with the discos to ensure they always pay much less than they consume. So that seems to be the thing, ramping up the number of people that are still in the estimation stage. While some families are also crying that in estimation, they pay much more than they consume because they don't have power supply throughout the whole month, and they yet get some horrible estimated bill. So it's neither here nor there. There is so much opacity, lack of transparency, in fact, outright fraud and corruption going on in this sector. So I believe that this policy is geared, if it's successful, towards eliminating all of this confusion, so that people will actually, pay for what they consume. And if what they pay is very hurting or expensive, they can, or we as a country can now begin to look at what other affordable or cheap alternative energy, particularly, renewable energy sources or less destructive energy sources that we can provide for them. That is, green energy sources like solar and so on, but we haven't tapped into that at all in this country. How can we, for those who are not in the national grid, how can we use some initiatives like we have in some countries like Rwanda? Some companies are busy trying to see how poor families can be connected to, a grid of solar power supply. That can also be extended to Nigeria, and it can be very lucrative in supporting the main power supply system that we have today in Nigeria.
All right. According to the managing director of the Abuja Distribution Electricity Company, he says that this initiative would unlock about 1 trillion naira tied up in the Nigerian electricity supply industry. Now, but from what you have narrated, the account of how some persons have paid for meters but are yet to get them and still an estimated billion, while those who have meters try to go back to estimated billion. It seems there's much that more than what meets the eye about the metering gap in Nigeria. If this initiative is geared towards raising revenue from the electricity distribution industry, yet we'll find that access to the meters a challenge even for those who were paid. Now, how do you think it would be? Because this initiative is to provide meters to the end-use consumers at zero cost.
And that's one major issue Nigeria has always had to deal with. Issues around corruption, issues around non or improper governance, where a nation says this is the way we want to go, or this is the objective of a particular process or a particular course of action, and you find state actors, people whose duties include managing the process, you find them thwarting, you find them defrauding, you find them mismanaging the process. How can people pay for meter an amount you've told them to pay, that's the cost of the meter, and they pay, they are not able to get them? What's going on between their payment and delivery of those facilities? So you can imagine, Blessing, that even now government is trying to pool money from different states and in fact, different levels of government to buy these meters to make them free. Trust me, here and now we can agree that people will eventually not get these meters free. People will have to pay some kind of corrupt money to be able to actually get this meter. So who is fooling who? So that's where we require, ethical and righteous government to drive policies. If people at the local government level or state level or institutional level feel that the government itself at the center is corrupt, and I'm not trying to adduce that here, but I'm saying if people feel that things are not done righteously, then whatever process they have to manage on their own, they also try to corrupt the system in that same way. So we need an ethical government. We need a government that will be sincere in ensuring that righteousness starts from their level all the way down, such that if you get one person alone who is defrauding a process, you sack him and he becomes a scapegoat, and you ensure the people that you give mandate, whether they are commissioners or directors or state governors or ministers of government, at different levels, that people that give this, take it seriously, just like in the
All right. It's quite unfortunate that the internet couldn't permit him to wrap up his thoughts on that. But the reality is, these prepaid meters are supposed to be free, as regards the initiative being made by the federal government. But the reality is people pay for it. I remember the last time I was privileged to do that, I had to pay about 100,000 naira or more. And you expected to even pay those guys who are going to even
install the meters.
And I even learned presently now, those meters are not available. So what you do is, with the few ones that are available, if you can pay more, then you get it. It has got into that situation. And that's why it's important for the federal government to revisit it. So the question people are asking is, if monies are being devoted to these with the motive for getting it free to the end users, and then it's not being achieved, that it raises some questions. But let's get back to our guest, Alan. Is back with us. Glad to know you're still there with us. Glad to have you back, Oji, if you can hear me.
I had some network concerns. So the point I'm making is that the most important thing we need in this country is discipline at every level of governance. And we need that to be driven by, the top leaders. We always talk about leadership and followership being the major issues. But I believe that if we can get a stroke of quality, authentic, and righteous leadership from the federal level, everybody will fall in line. Because leadership must be exemplary. If your body language or the things that you do, the way you deploy people, the way you allow them do their work, they don't appear upright to the people, then everybody follows suit in whatever level of activity they manage. So we need the APC government to show good example in whatever they do and ensure that they drive down discipline and responsibility, in every level and get people punished for bad behavior. When people do bad things and get away with it, you create anarchy and chaos in the society. So in this energy issue, to minimize wastages, corruption, and unwholesome practices, we must ensure that the discos are given strict guidelines that they must follow for them to benefit from this policy, because it's more like trying to subsidize the energy sector. If you release this money to the discos to get the meters, you must follow through and collect feedback. One thing we don't do in Nigeria is policy survey that will enable government to understand how policies impact people and how they are implemented. So we can focus a lot more on evidence-based policy making. So if we can find a way to track performance of this policy and activity, then it's a very good policy, because at the end of the day, the 1 trillion they want to unlock will appear in the sense that when people now get the meter, even though they get it free, the resultant effect to the economy is that people can no longer consume the very much needed electricity without paying for it. Those who can afford it will pay and get it and use it profitably to run their businesses, whether it's a hotel or a school or a hospital or their personal affairs. They pay and they get it. And by the way, when they get it and they pay for it, you find that they actually reduce their cost of petrol consumption, diesel consumption. So the multiplier effect on the economy will be very huge. So beyond unlocking 1 trillion naira of revenue that people don't, that the discos don't get today, there are several other multiplier effects. The productive capacity of the economy will more than quadruple, will expand, because the plumber, the electrical man, the shopkeeper, supermarkets who need to refrigerate their stock and so on, will all begin to do business at their optimal level. And you can find the economy's GDP growing in leaps and bounds. So the benefits are huge, but can we be ethical and disciplined enough to pull through the policy in a very righteous manner?
All right, now let's get back to the criticism against the federal government, which is for deducting from the Federation account to fund this initiative. One would expect that maybe a private arrangement could have been made for a sector that has been privatized. What should be the role of government here? And don't you think that the criticism is justified with the fact that that sector is privatized?
Well, I mentioned that earlier in my first comment, Femi. I mentioned that there are controversies facing government decision, and those controversies are right in their own, intentions. We run a democratic government, a constitutional democracy, by the way. So you expect that even though you are the commander-in-chief or the president, you are not running an autocratic system or a despotic system where you can wake up or to the constitution, even though you are driving towards a good objective. That's why in politics, talk about lobbying, collective engagement. So what are they expected from this government, even though they are in a hurry to do something good? But whatever that's worth doing is worth doing well. I expected that the government, before they started the deductions, they must engage all the stakeholders. The Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, that's the fact stakeholders, must be engaged. Even if it might take a long time to change the constitution to allow them to do that deduction, they can do an MOU with them. Because laws are meant for people and not people for the laws. But for the federal government to wake up on their own and begin to deduct, the commonwealth of the nation to achieve their own well-intended, in quote, objective, it calls for questions. And in a very, proper democracy, the government has exposed itself to proper legal actions or litigations against their process. And that could actually scuttle the whole process in itself. That's why governance is important in everything that we do. You want to do something good? Go ahead, but do it in a good way too. You can't follow a bad process to do something good. Otherwise, you might be suspected of some ulterior motives. Thank you.
All right. While we cannot determine whether there are ulterior motive or not, let's look at the aim of providing these meters for consumers and the challenges with availability of the meters. So money is being set aside to fund provision of meters, but as we're saying, the availability of the meters are not sufficient to reach the cost consumers that need these meters. What are some of the challenges with having meters available for even those paying and those that will be given free, because it's not going to be free exactly. The federal government will be paying for them. Does it have anything with the production of the meters themselves? Does it have anything to do with logistics? What are the issues?
Like I mentioned before, the production of meters may not be a problem. I believe that from wherever country we get the meters, we can reach an agreement with the manufacturing companies to produce enough for Nigeria. That's after government has put the funds together. The challenge before now might have been poor coordination or management by discos in trying to get these meters, applied for, imported, cleared, and brought into the country. The process has not been smooth over the years. Okay, assuming that we take that as a major constraint. But beyond that, like I said earlier, you find some collusions going on, some deliberate activities of the discos not to supply these meters, even though people have paid for them. Either because they believe they make much more money by charging people whatever they wake up and decide to charge you. And beyond that too, the operators, the runners of these discos might actually be making money on their own individually in their private pockets by collecting bribes, colluding with their consumers to twist their metering systems or estimating bills for them in a favorable way and then sharing the proceeds from that favor that they do the customers. So it's a whole lot of issues. I don't want to come here and accuse anybody, personally, but I see this happen even at the micro level. The discos are not also, doing themselves, good favor. They are meant to be private institutions which must be run in a very effective manner. But they still carry about the activity as if they are more like public institutions where nobody cares about profitability and so on. So I charge the discos, the real private owners of these companies, if they are truly private, to ensure that their businesses are done in a profitable manner. People are given targets, monitored based on those targets, and then relieved of their duties when they don't perform. Otherwise, you will see the same corruption going on, where even though providing meters will enable them to make more revenue, but people sabotage that effort because they make private money from the whole racketing going on. That's a big challenge. And that's why I said it requires ethical and, righteous management and leadership for this to happen. People must be caught for doing what is wrong and punished for it. So that if we want to get these meters, we can pay for them, get them manufactured, and we follow through until they get into the hands of the consumers. Otherwise, despite raising billions of naira to pay for these meters, like I said earlier, it will not get to people, or it will still get to them following some bureaucratic and corrupt procedures, which will, by the way, damage the process again and make the whole thing, not effective at the end.
About private business, the distribution companies running private business, but yet the government is kind of subsidizing meters that aid their business. Now, if the government is providing meters for the distribution companies, what do you think the government can do as a way of supporting the transmission companies and even the generation companies, particularly the transmission companies? Because one of the challenges with the power sector that we found in as the years go by is that the infrastructure that they have, some of them are obsolete, and so it also results to energy loss along the line of transmission. What would you advise in that regard?
Ideally, in a classical economic thoughts, governments are not supposed to interfere in private enterprises, set prices, provide subsidies, and so on. But following the neoclassical economic thinking, championed by the great economist, the Lord John Maynard Keynes, that due to some rigidities in the market, due to some influences in the market, that government needs to, once in a while, play their hand to direct the economy in the way of growth, inclusive growth and development. And therefore, it becomes right sometimes for government to prioritize some sectors and decide where they think that government can use taxpayers' money to rescue a particularly important or critical sector at one time or the other. And this is why government will use taxpayers' money to buy over bad loans from the banks in Nigeria, based on the fact that the financial sector is strongly connected to the economy, and their failure might lead to the failure of the whole economy, even though it gives rise to moral hazard and tends to encourage bad behavior by the players in that sector. But government looks at different sectors and attach some level of criticality or importance, to those sectors. So as it is done in the financial sector, government seems to think now that even in the energy sector, that there's need to support them with taxpayers' money to be able to revamp that sector, knowing that the sector is very, very critical to the growth of this economy if you want to ramp up very good growth. So on that basis, you can say that government is prioritizing this sector and therefore committing taxpayers' money to subsidize the activities, though they are privately run. But in doing that too, to minimize the effect of moral hazard, those monies should not be given carelessly. Those meters should not be bought and given out carelessly without ensuring that the purpose is met. So why government is doing this is that the energy sector, to them, will help them drive great economic growth that will provide jobs, which will tend to reduce insecurity and so on, which are the sole duties or responsibilities of government. So anything the government is doing for the private sector, they are doing it with the ultimate intention to improve economic growth, minimize unemployment, generate more productivity and activity in the economy, and possibly even export power and make foreign exchange, to achieve those major macroeconomic objectives of nations. So they are doing it here because that sector has become critical for Nigeria to unlock its potentials and move to a level of significant economic growth. So in that sense, you can justify this government activity. But then, like I said earlier, they must engage properly at all levels. Engage the whole nation to see what they're trying to do. Engage the whole states and local government to see the need to take part of their money, part of their monthly allocations to invest in this sector, knowing that when the sector is working very well, businesses and activities in every level of government, local government, state government, will be impacted. So federal government is using their power to do something that will benefit the whole economy. But then they must do it righteously, constitutionally, and judiciously. Thank you.
All right, now let's address issues around local production of these meters. According to the target set by the Presidential Metering Initiative, is to ensure that they produce about 7 million meters to cover up for the deficit in the next 3 to 4 years, which means to achieve that, they have to produce nothing less than 2 million liters annually. But do you think Nigeria has the capacity to produce these meters locally or meet up with this target? And what can be done to attract the right investment towards local production of these meters?
For me, it does not matter whether the meters are produced locally or internationally. What's important is to look at the efficiency or the effectiveness also of whatever options that you make. If it will cost you 1,000 naira, for example, to produce a local meter in Nigeria, but it will cost you 700 naira to produce, import, and land a foreign meter, which is equally of the same quality. Why would you want to waste resources? That's why we talk about comparative advantage. If Nigeria does not have comparative advantage in manufacturing the meters, or they cannot draw the manufacturers into Nigeria to invest locally, like foreign direct investors, why waste resources? Why don't you import them? So for me, to produce locally or to import is not a key issue. The important thing is how can we get these meters in the cheapest possible manner into the country, and also in the best quality that we can get them. That's what matters. So however it can be done to ensure they arrive at very good prices, very good quality, and effectively distributed to all consumers, for me, that's what matters. If the whole 7 million meters can be produced, let's say, in Russia or in China or in Turkey, for example, then the government can use their power and muscle to engage the producers, get into some agreement with them in terms of timelines, quality, deadlines, and so on, and get them produced. And I believe that that's why they are doing this metering initiative, to deduct money and get ready with the funds before they can make commitments in terms of the metering productions and so on. So I wish them luck. But I think that we have to apply proper economic thinking in doing this, not just national pride that the meters must produce locally. It doesn't matter. As long as quality meters are produced and supplied to end users in Nigeria in the most efficient and most affordable manner.
All right, away from the power sector, let's get into debt servicing right now. The Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, has announced that Nigeria's debt revenue to debt ratio has improved, dropping from 97% to 68% in the year 2024. Now, there are different factors that have contributed to this improvement. What's your reaction to this development?
Okay, thank you, Blessing. I saw that news too, but I want to make a small correction, just my own contribution to the media segment of Nigeria. I'm also one of those who promote financial and economic training for media practitioners. And if SOUQ News can sponsor one and involve me, I don't mind getting involved, even if it's pro bono. It's actually debt service to revenue ratio, not the other way around, revenue to debt service. It's debt service to revenue ratio. That is, out of the whole revenue Nigeria collects, what percentage do we spend in servicing our debt? That is, putting debt service amount, let's say 80 million, over the total revenue that we collect, let's say 100 million. So you now say that the debt service to revenue ratio is 80%, meaning that out of every 100 naira revenue that we collect in Nigeria, we spend 80 naira to service our debt. So we find that in Nigeria, our debt service to revenue ratio has been going up in the recent past, in the past few years. In fact, up to almost 96% some months ago. That is where you can interpret that if Nigeria collects 100 naira in a whole year. I don't know if you can hear me. My network seems to be very weak. Am I coming across clearly enough, please? Okay. So you can interpret that if Nigeria collects, let's say, 100 naira in a year, we spend 96 naira in servicing our debt, and now have only 4 naira for our recurrent and capital expenditure as a country. So meaning that as long as that 4 naira cannot solve your problem, you have to keep borrowing to run your budget. And that's also why we have been running heavily deficit budget in the past few years. So when we hear the news that debt service to revenue ratio is coming down, it means that we're having a bigger space now. After we service our debt from our revenue, we have a bigger space to be able to run our budget, even though it may not be enough. Today we're running budgets running towards 30 trillion, when our revenue has not yet comfortably crossed 10 trillion. That's why we're still very much in debt. But at least it's good news that our debt service to revenue ratio is coming down, giving more room for both recurrent and, very importantly, capital expenditure of government. Even though the factors that are causing this decline in this ratio are also the same factors hurting the economy. Naira depreciation and the subsidy removal, which was rather very ad hoc and sudden. Okay.
Now, talking about debt service revenue ratio, I would like you to give us a picture of what the international standard is when it comes to that, and also looking at that of Nigeria being at 68%. Would you consider that to be healthy given the circumstances that we are in and the state of the economy?
Debt service to revenue ratio, does not have any particular standard or figure for any country. But it's important to say that the higher the ratio is, the much worse, the more terrible for a country. Every country will want to achieve a zero debt service to revenue, even though it's impossible. Even America is owing a whole lot. But the point is that what is the revenue generating power of your economy compared to the size of your economy? If you are amassing debt, like America's debt has been climbing hugely in the past years too. So it's not sinful for nations to borrow or to amass debt in trying to run their budget. But what is sinful is to keep increasing your borrowing when your economy is not producing enough revenue for you to pay your debt and run your recurrent and the capital expenditure, for the country. Nigeria's main problem is that we claim to have a very big economy. Before now, the biggest economy in Africa at above $400 billion. Even though the recent developments of our Naira devaluation and so on, or dollar strengthening against Naira, has brought us down to about number 4 in Africa. Let me leave that for now. So you find that we have a big economy that is not producing commensurate amount of revenue, either because of inefficiencies or redundancies or even corruption in the whole process. So if your economy is not growing in terms of the amount of revenue that it produces, meanwhile you are borrowing and borrowing such that your debt service requirement or budget every year is going up, then the country is running into becoming very broke, illiquid, and ultimately insolvent. They are two different things. So the higher your debt service to revenue ratio is, the more illiquid you are becoming. You can't even solve your present problems. While as your debt mount over time too, compared to the size of your GDP and other factors, you can also become insolvent as a nation, such that you can become like Greece, that has struggled over the years to meet their debt obligations. Nigeria had also got there in the past, but thank God for Konji-Well under Baba Obasanjo's government, where we were able to negotiate debt forgiveness. But the way we have been ramping up these debts over time again, compared to the slow nature of our economic growth and revenue drive, we are also approaching that point of illiquidity and insolvency. So it's important to note that you lower a country's debt service to GDP, debt service to revenue ratio, the better. Also the same thing, when you talk about the debt volume to GDP ratio. But they test different things. One is more about liquidity test. The other one is more about solvency test. So debt service, the amount you use to service your debt, compared to the amount of revenue you generate in a year, debt service to revenue ratio must be as low as possible, hopefully below 40% for a country to be able to drive its annual budget, fiscal spend of the economy, for a country to be able to maximize its revenue in trying to generate growth, to generate infrastructure that will boost the productive capacity of that economy. So it's good news for Nigeria that this debt service to revenue ratio has dropped from 96%, which is a very horrible position, now to 68%, which, by the way, needs to go much further down. But what has happened here, I see, is that the ways and means financing done by the previous central bank, which was, by the way, a very unforgivable offense, has now been refinanced. They have been collateralized or securitized by government. That is, government has had to now issue bonds to restructure those ways and means obligations, such that the amount of money we pay every month in those interest-bearing instruments have now been structured over a longer term, thereby bringing down our debt service obligations. However, the size of Nigeria's debt in itself has not come down. We have only rescheduled them over a longer time. But in my place, they say that Eju is a kind of instrument you use to put water for the dog. And when the water is put inside there, it will remain there until the dog comes to drink it. So the debts are still there for Nigeria to pay. Whether it takes 30 years or 20 or 40 years, it is still our obligation. And the more we borrow, the worse it becomes. May God help us.
Now, in looking at ways to further improve the debt service ratio to revenue of Nigeria, what ways can be explored? Right now, the revenue has increased, perhaps owing to the removal of fuel subsidy, oil revenue coming into the country, and maybe better collection of taxes now. But what needs to improve for Nigeria's revenue to increase? And what needs to be done to reduce the cost of borrowing?
Okay, now government having restructured these debts and giving more time for us to pay them, which has therefore brought down our debt service obligations. That's a good step, by the way. What more can we do on the revenue? When you have to deal with both the denominator and the whatever you call the other one again, the numerator and the denominator. All right. So as you deal with the debt service obligation, bringing it down, you can also work on how to raise your revenue. These two actions will end up pushing further down the debt service to revenue obligation of the country. How do we drive our revenue? Yes, fuel subsidy has been removed, giving government more revenue, but on the flip side, it's hurting people. It has caused stupendous inflation and so much hunger, which people are now planning to protest against. But if the subsidy removal was done in a proper manner, the impact will still have been negative, but not too harsh as it is today. But let's leave that. So that's a step to drive revenue, removing subsidy and freeing up more money for government to spend, if they must be spent in the right way to drive economic growth. And of course, trying to unify the FX rate has also reduced the amount of hemorrhage, the amount of money government wastes in trying to defend the Naira. Let Naira find its value based on the forces of demand and supply driven by import-export dynamics. These two have been done. Then, blessed, like you mentioned, we also have to deal massively with the issue of tax collection, not necessarily increasing taxes everywhere, taxing banks on FX revenue, taxing companies on all kinds of things, overtaxing the economy. When you have, more than 80% of the country not being properly taxed. And the argument also about why should I pay tax when government is busy living, a largest lifestyle in Abuja, a chicken and egg situation. Should we pay tax to enable government provide the services? Or should government show the services that they provide with the little tax that we collect so far to encourage us to pay more tax? So there's a problem with Nigeria's tax collection. The economy is huge. There are huge economic activities going on, several players in the economy, but people are not driven. They are not motivated. They are not encouraged to pay their taxes. And by the way, even when they want to pay these taxes, the system that collects the tax collect this tax from them, and they don't get rendered to government. So there are leakages everywhere. There are inefficiencies everywhere. So that has to be dealt with. Government today does not have to increase all the stamp duties, all the tariffs, all the things that they're doing right now to just catch up with their spending. They must sit back and look at where do we have loopholes in our revenue collections, from customs to immigration to ports authority and all kinds of other major revenue bodies in the country. Are they properly managed? The monies that are received on behalf of Nigeria, do they get to Nigeria actually? Or do they end up in private pockets? If we don't deal with that and just keep increasing tax ratio or tax rates, we will kill this economy. We will drive away investors, and many actually have been driven away so far. Several companies that are leaving the country due to so many disincentives in the economy. Like Donald Trump will say in America, when he reduced the tax for big businesses, more of them came in, and the government of America during his term actually got more revenue, in the country. So we have to look at how to drive revenue, not just by taxing people more, but by ensuring that what is taxed already is expanded and properly collected and accounted for. And you can see yourself having more revenue with the same level of taxing as it is right now. So that's my view. And beyond that too, let me add, that Nigeria should begin to diversify its revenue base and, even foreign exchange earnings. We are sitting on a lot of massive potential, revenue sectors, and yet we are focusing a lot on only oil and gas. While oil and gas sector does not give us more than 10-12% of our GDP, it's giving us more than 80% of our, FX revenue, foreign exchange earnings. That's inefficiency. How do we unlock the potentials in agriculture, in tourism, solid minerals, and so on? That's a way to, triple or multiply your revenue generation in many folds by diversifying away from oil and ensuring that every other sector, education sector, medical services and so on, tourism, construction, all these sectors are opened up for robust economic activities and therefore revenue generation activities. Thank you.
All right, now let's look at the role of inflation in all this. According to the Minister of Finance, the federal government is targeting between 25 and 20% inflation rate before the end of the year. Now, my question is, how possible is this? And then what will be the role of managing inflation as regards debt service to revenue ratio? What will be the impact of inflation on this as we wrap up?
Now, by the time we are able to improve our revenue generation and reduce our debt service to revenue ratio, you find that government will be under less pressure to run the economy. And the ways and means and all other factors that tend to drive prices up and so on will be better managed. All right? And if we also see government driving foreign exchange revenue coming in bigger quantity, what will happen to our Naira is that Naira will be strengthened. And once Naira is strengthened, in my view, inflation will drop. Because Nigerian inflation, I always say, is more cost pushed than demand pulled. So what it means is that if we're able to bring in more revenue, USD, for example, and Naira begins to trend down towards 1,000 Naira or even 800 Naira to $1, most of this inflation will go away. Because our inflation is driven by cost of, input materials, cost of imported raw materials, and of course, cost of imported finished products, where the country imports nearly everything that we consume in this country. So when we see more revenue, both local and foreign exchange revenue coming to the country to improve our debt service to revenue ratio and so on. You also find that the naira will be strengthened and the inflationary pressure in the economy will come down. For now, the target to achieve 24% inflation before the end of the year is merely wishful thinking. And of course, based on the level of inflation right now, you might see month-on-month inflation begin to trend down before the year-on-year will now follow due to base effect. All right, so ultimately to drive Nigeria's inflation down, we need to ramp up our foreign exchange earnings. We need to ramp up our local productivity, our agricultural production, so that we don't need to import so many or so much food products. If the farm activities in the middle belt and the rest of the country can be ramped up by chasing away the herdsmen and the bandits or protecting the farmers to go back to the farm. Can you imagine where a tuber of yam that used to be 2,000 naira a few months ago is now almost 10,000 naira. So people are no more going to the farm. So the farmers are the new millionaires waiting in this country. If you can protect them to go to the farm, particularly in the north. And if kidnapping and so on can also allow activities go on around the country, we can see prices begin to come down. So security needs to be dealt with, banditry issues and so on. And of course, better local production. When you also solve the energy crisis that we spoke about earlier, you find that productivity will rise and level of importation will come down. That's what you call import substitution. We will produce more of what we consume in this country, import less, and the pressure on naira will come down, and therefore the cost push-driven inflation will also begin to taper.
Thank you so much, Oji Chigo. I beg your pardon, Oji Chigozie Udumezo. You know your names are, I like to call all of them because you give wonderful contribution on the show. Thank you so much for being a part of the program today. We talked about what Nigerian government is doing in the power sector by providing meters, and now we looked at how the debt service ratio to GDP to revenue of Nigeria has improved from 97% to 68%. Thank you for your time with us.
Okay, thanks for inviting me. Always my pleasure. I wish you guys all the best at SOUQ News.
All right, let's take a break on early exchange. When we return, we'll be looking at using sports to promote sustainable development goals. Stay tuned.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. No elected official should take the oath of office until tribunals decide all petitions. This is the position of the justices of the Court of Appeal and other judicial officers who participated at a workshop to review the performance of the judiciary in the last pre-election litigation season, identify areas of shortcomings, and work on ways to improve the process. In today's news talk, I will be examining the recommendations of the workshop and reactions from legal luminaries on the issue of deciding elections petitions before swearing in. One of the recommendations of the workshop was that the election disputes should be concluded before any winner of an election takes the oath of office. It also recommended that the Constitution should be amended to provide that all pre- and post-elections matters shall be heard and determined before the winners of the election takes the oath of office. That Section 187 of the 1999 Constitution should be amended to include a new subsection stating clearly that disqualification or non-qualification of a deputy governor shall not affect the governor-elect or governorship candidate of a political party. It is also the recommendation of the workshop that all pre-elections appeal should terminate at the Court of Appeal. Participants resolved that the state of the transmission of results must be revisited and reviewed to avoid the kind of controversy surrounding the transmission of results in the last 2023 elections. The participants asked the Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR to be introduced into electoral laws with the passage of the Arbitration Mediation Act 2023. They contended that the negative publicity in which the judiciary was portrayed in bad light by the social media and other forces associated with it should be countered by a robust communication media department to be established by the respective courts. Rights activist Clement Nwanko of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, reminded the gathering about the important role which democracy plays on the third arm of government and why it must always play such role effectively. Nwankwo noted that the involvement of the judiciary in elections has continued to be very important, adding that it meant that there were a lot of expectations from the judiciary. He observed that the perception of the citizens of the judiciary had become much more prominent and advised that it was an issue that the judiciary must address.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, if you are just joining us, you're at the right place at the right time. This is your favorite program, Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. We started today's conversation by looking at the revenue to debt service ratio, which according to Minister of Finance, it has improved. And now let's look at our big story. One of our big stories for today. We're supposed to look at the role of sport when it comes to sustainable development goals, but we're going to leave that till another day because we're looking at the mood of the nation. And if you are conversant with what is happening in Nigeria now, it has to do with a protest, what we'll call the End Bad Governance protest, which is taking place right now as we speak. The protest started yesterday, August 1st, and Nigerians in their numbers, they came out to express their discomfort about governance and the state of the nation. So we're going to look at the demands from the protesters. We're going to look at the impact of these on businesses. And we're also going to give you an update as regards day 2. We learned that protesters are gathering in their numbers at various nooks and crannies of the nation to also kickstart the protest as slated for today. Don't forget you can be part of this conversation. This is an opportunity for you to give us a first-hand account of what is happening wherever you are, whatever your location. Just go to our social media platform, all our social media platform at SOUQ News TV to give us an account of what is happening in your location. But we're going to start the conversation from our correspondent Kayode, who is on the feed now, who switched to Kayode, who is joining us from Lagos. Kayode, can you just give us an update? Tell us where you are, the location where you are precisely, and give us an update of what is happening wherever you are, what you've learned, your observations, and the development as we speak. This is day 2. Give us a feel of what is happening, Kayode.
Okay, so we are currently at the Lekki toll gate, where it's not part of the toll gate is particularly not part of the designated venues where this protest, the End Bad Governance protest, is supposed to take place. But we found out that people gathered here yesterday, to protest, and we are here this morning to observe, to take a look at what is going on. And getting here this morning, we found out that the place has been seemingly peaceful. Protesters are not gathered here. There's nothing going on here. But one thing we can tell you is that there is heavy presence of security operatives right here. Right here to my left, we can see the Hilux vehicles, of several Hilux vehicles of the police, parked at strategic positions. And to my right also, you have about 2 or 3 Black Marias, you have Hilux vans and several security operatives standing on guard, expecting and anticipating that in case any form of violence or anybody shows up expecting or pretending to be one of the protesters, they can put such situations under control. But I must also let you know that on our way down here, we took a look at, situation of the state from the mainland, so from the island, from Broad Street down to Civic Center, down to this point. And we can tell you authoritatively that things are seemingly peaceful, things are calm. In fact, people have started going about their businesses. Those who could not come out yesterday, to carry out their business, to engage in means of livelihood, have started doing that as of this morning. People have started opening their shops. In fact, I can tell you that some companies have started resuming. So some companies have resumed. Workers are already resuming at work, going to do their daily activities. That's what we have for you at this point.
Right, Kyle, it's interesting to know that businesses are gradually, coming up, and then life is coming back to the street of Lagos. But I also want to know, compared to yesterday, as regards the protesters, are you saying you haven't seen any of the protesters inside, even if they are not at Lekki Toll Gate, maybe at Marina or any other location, they are not inside? I would like you to confirm if you haven't seen any of the protesters and from what you're learning from the field.
Protest is not happening. On the island, protest is not happening. You see, it's a case of different strokes for different folks. On the island, it looks like people have agreed. There is an agreement, there is an understanding that we are not protesting. We want peace. So people are not coming out to protest. But you cannot say the same for those on the mainland. On the mainland, people are protesting. That's where you have majority of the black spot, where people have, where it has been highlighted or earmarked that people are protesting or people want to protest. From areas like Ketu, Ikeja, Agor, and all the other areas on the mainland. People want to come out and protest. They want to, let the they want to vent. They want the government to understand that there's economic hardship. There's a lot of increase in the price of food. There's fuel scarcity. There's increase. You can't even get to buy the fuel. You understand? But on the island, we find out that filling stations are already open, to serve Nigerians who want to patronize them. So on the island,
now that you've said that some businesses are opening and filling stations inclusive are already opening, seeming like normal life is returning. In terms of patronage, have you had a chance to speak to people that are open, the businesses that are open, if they started receiving patronage?
Okay, we've not been able to do that, but from our observation, things are going peacefully. Customers are approaching the vendors to get what they need to get, and the vendors are out there ready to carry out the needed services. That's from our observation for this morning, which is opposed to what happened yesterday. Yesterday, as of this time, businesses were shut down on the island and on the mainland.
Coyote, we would get back to you for more reports later on. Thank you. Here with us is Sam Uruju, who is a public policy expert and looking at the developing situation across the country. Now, Coyote has talked about how normalcy is gradually returning to Lagos Island and some other parts of the island, but he's not very sure of what the situation is at the mainland, being that protests, the designated areas for the protests are around the mainland, and so you might find protesters and protests going on in the mainland. But so far, this is day 2 into the protest tagged End Bad Governance. What's your view on the situation so far? The way the protesters have been able to convene together, the conduct of security personnel so far in Lagos State.
Thank you very much indeed, Blessing. is a fundamental responsibility of citizens, as it were, to protest. They have the constitutional mandate. But what is important is that while you protest, you don't get violent in what you do, and you don't attack public infrastructure, which incidentally belongs to the citizen. So far in Lagos, it has been peaceful to a very large extent, in the sense that we've not had a report of violence. But the reporter on the feed, the point is just made, is from a particular location that was known for a previous protest, and maybe based on experience, nothing happened in that environment. So to be too early in the day to say that the process is essentially peaceful, because this is just a locational report at the moment. But where maybe if you have other reports later in the day, maybe Kayode will get to some other point, and when we get the report, we'll be able to make a general judgment. But the appeal here is that citizens have the right to protest, but don't get violent. You can express your grievances in a manner that does not jeopardize public peace. I think that's what is critical. But then the plight of the people, on the other hand, must be looked into by the government. Truly speaking, there's hunger in the land, and government must look at the deeper insight and the voice of the people that they are leading, and see how they can recalibrate the process in terms of the difficulties, particularly with fuel subsidy removal and the energy subsidy removal that has had a very difficult impact on the citizens. So, but those who are in the field, you can make your point, you can articulate your views, but don't get violent, so that we don't undermine public peace.
All right, taking a clue from what our correspondent, the report he gave us, he has gone around the island from Marina down to Lekki Tollgate. You would have expected day 2 more turnout and, more crowd as regards protest and all that. But with the situation report has given us as regards that location, which we could understand that of Lekki Tollgate because of the history attached to that place. But what do you see playing out on the second day compared to yesterday, where the whole thing was at the peak? Of course, it's too early to conclude. Just like yesterday, started like this, and gradually towards the end of the day, you see the protest building up. But what do you see playing out? People are going about their normal businesses. Gradually, businesses are coming up, And then what do you make of this development, the second day that you will have expected that this will get to the highest level, and this war so is expected to last for 10 days? What does that suggest to you, secondly?
For me, the point has to be made. Essentially, a greater majority of Nigerians are in the informal sector. What that means is that most of their businesses are done on daily basis. Therefore, their daily sustenance is dependent on the ability to come out to do their businesses. So from that perspective, you can see that there's an urge to come out so that they can earn some living. And I think yesterday may have been a very difficult day for some people who couldn't have access to some of the things they do on a daily basis. On the other hand, like you mentioned, it will be too early in the day to make an informed judgment on what is happening in the field until we have some feelers from the reporters, so that we know we cannot just make a conclusive judgment on one aspect of the city. And I'm sure when we're able to get some reports from the mainland, then we'll be able to speak to the issues more specifically. But essentially, people live by the day. And once a day is not optimally used, then the livelihood of some of those people are in jeopardy. Therefore, they will always find a means to come out for their source of livelihood.
All right, talking about yesterday when the protest began, recall that there are designated areas for the protest stated by the ruling the court ruling where the protest was okayed, but there were designated areas for the protest. Now, in Lagos State, in some parts of the island yesterday, when a crew went out, situation was observed where some protesters who attempted to protest around the Lagos Island were tear gassed by security operatives, stating that this area, I mean the Lagos Island area, is not part of the approved designated area for protest. Later on, if my producer has that clip, we would refer to that. But in the conduct of the protest so far, could that be part of the reason why on the Lagos Island and in other parts of the island today, protesters are not seen? What's your take on the adherence to the court ruling in regards to the designated areas for protest?
For me, fundamentally, if you look at that judgment to a very large extent, in my personal opinion, I don't think that was a proper thing to do on the part of the government. The government has a responsibility to protect citizens. So if people were protesting, what the police needed to do in the first instance was to provide a protection mechanism that sustained a peaceful protest without recourse to damaging public property. So when you confine people to specific places, I don't think that was a desirable thing on the part of government. It's a legitimate right for people to protest, as it were. But it's a responsibility of the government to chart a way when people are marching on the streets, the police are in their front, on their side, so that whatever demand that they are making to government, those voices can be heard. But when you stifle voices, then it becomes very difficult, because if you postpone a day where people can ventilate their anger and you are pushing it a day where you may not have control, then become very difficult to manage. So I use this opportunity in terms of call to duty that the police should find a way to protect citizens while this protest is ongoing, and they should not use certain elements like tear gas, bullets, whatever it is, to push down the citizens. I don't think that's a constitutional mandate. But on the other hand, citizens who are protesting must equally conduct themselves in a manner that does not jeopardize public peace. So it should be a win-win situation for everybody. These are protests. These are the legitimate demand of citizens. So government has a responsibility. On the other hand, government should not push the citizens to the end in a way that they can react that will jeopardize public safety. So we need to balance the responsibility in terms of the responsibility of the state to protect citizens and citizens to behave in a responsible manner.
All right, before we go to the impact of the protest on businesses or the economy, let's look at the demands from the protesters. The number one on the list is that the government should revert petrol pump price to 100 naira per litre. How realistic is that?
For me, I think that is not realistic in my personal view. What the demand should be is that government should be more accountable and transparent in the way the subsidy gains are managed to assuage the fear of citizens, whether these monies are not diverted into public hand. Going back to 100 naira is not realistic based on the rate of inflation, based on global pricing for petroleum products. So I think when we place demands, we must be realistic in those demands. That is not, in my view, sustainable. We have come this way, and the challenge the past government has always talked about was subsidy. Now that it has been removed, to what extent can we make major milestones in terms of the benefits to citizens? Therefore, if citizens are not seeing the gain, the government has a responsibility to be accountable in terms of the savings, in terms of how these resources have been deployed for the improvement of public infrastructure, the amount of money that now go to state government. So the focus should not even be on the federal government alone. Subnational government, particularly governors, and chairmen of local government equally have a stake in the way things are done in the country. But even if you look at the percentage earning of the federal government, by the time you take 1% stabilization fund, another 1% for ecological fund, what even go to the federal government comes to about 49 or 48 point something percent, where the remaining goes to the various tiers of government. Thankfully, the autonomy of local government has come to stay, and let's see how productive chairmen of local government will use some of these funds for the development of their local council. So that first demand, in my personal view, is not legitimate, is not reasonable, and I think the demand should be accountability and transparency on the gains made from the removal of fuel subsidy and energy. There's some improvement in energy supply in terms of some areas in Lagos in particular. So there's some gain in that area, even though where people are paying paying so much money to get electricity supply. But then you can see the gain in terms of the hours of electricity that are made available, and that in the long run will improve small and medium enterprises.
We'll come to how this protest is impacting businesses, but the clip where protesters were tear gassed yesterday by security operatives in a bid to disperse them from unapproved areas is ready. Let's watch. Okay, there we have it. I believe that today will be better in terms of conduct of the protesters and even security operatives themselves. But looking outside of Lagos, in other parts of the country, particularly in the northern region, there have been pockets of violence situation that have even resulted to destruction of properties of individuals, other businesses, government inclusive. How did it get to this point? A protest that was meant to be peaceful, how do you think it deteriorated to the situation in those parts of the country?
First and foremost, you must look at the cultural differences in terms of the way the country is structured, particularly in the north, where you have a large army of people that are out of school. And those people are easily engineered into those protests, and they don't have control in terms of their sensibility. And I think that's why what happened in those places may have happened. On the other hand, maybe the police and the security agency has an overbearing influence in terms of the control mechanism that they put in place, and people were reactive in a manner that resulted to some of those destruction that took place in those areas. But the appeal here is that if you destroy public infrastructure, at the end of the day, it's the public that will suffer. So the appeal there is that you can protest legitimately, but don't resort to violence by destroying either individual infrastructure or public infrastructure, because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers' money that will be used to reconstruct those places. So we appeal to subnational government to see how they can do some critical stakeholder meeting by using various layers of influences within the state, whether traditional rulers, opinion leaders, community leaders, to find a way to reach out to those people who may likely go violent, that it is their legitimate right to protest, but then violence does not resolve any issue.
All right, let's revert to the demands from the protesters. If you find the number one to be unrealistic, maybe the second one will be realistic, which is to combat insecurity and hunger in the land. Then there's a rider to that: close all IDP camps and resettle the campers. How realistic is the issue of tackling insecurity and hunger in the land, and then to ensure that those who are in IDP camps are being resettled?
I think number two demand is realistic, is appropriate in my view, particularly from the perspective of the negative impact of insecurity on businesses and public safety and peace. And this has negatively impacted on food security as well. So if you look at the various dimensions, the overlapping dimensions of what is triggering poverty and hunger, then insecurity is a major issue that needs to be settled by the government. Therefore, in terms of the security architecture that has been put in place, to what extent can security agencies find a way to deal with criminality, kidnapping, and possibly in the north where Boko Haram is ravaging. So if you're able to put security in place, then the issue of hunger will be minimized because people don't have the capacity to go to their farm. Therefore, is affecting food security, which is one of the cry from citizens that there's hunger in the land, which is true. Because if you have a multi-dimensional poverty scenario where over 89.8% of citizens are living below the poverty line, then it's a major challenge. And government need to look at these issues critically. And the social intervention that we often call palliative is not sustainable. Where trailers of rice went into some states, I've not seen one. I have not seen anybody who has mentioned to me that they even got 1 kg of rice. So these are some of the things that should be agitating the minds of citizens. And the government has a clear responsibility of even if they want to do social intervention on how to reach the people, rather than this government public information management that does not really get down to the people. So if you are giving 2,000 bags of rice to a particular state, how do you distribute those things? You can use independent logistic companies, have a database of people who are in that range that you want to deal with, and let this item get to the people. And that is one of the major problems in terms of strategic management in the public sector, where more often than not, you do what they call reactive information management system rather than being proactive in trying to see, okay, there's a problem. How do we deal with this? This has always been the way we deal with this problem. Why don't we outsource this into independent logistic company that can distribute these things house to house? And this happened during the COVID era in the US, where food were taken to the doorstep of people. So these are some of the things, and that's why data management is critical. And government should find a way to give people that has the core competencies in managing aspects of governance, so that this kind of protest will be reduced minimally. But government has a responsibility to listen to voices of citizens, to understand the conversation and the reality. And what I expect from leaders, particularly at federal, sub-national, and local government, is that they should approach those protesters and speak to them on the challenges, on the prospects of how there will be improvement, whether in 6 months, 10 months, and all that, so that citizens can have a fair deal of some of the challenges that the government face on the other hand.
Talking about having some form of dialogue or reasoning with the protesters at this point. You know that before the protest actually began, there were efforts made by the government to actually discourage protests, a way of appealing to the protesters via traditional rulers. And there were protests, there were anti-protest protests, let's put it that way. There were protests that were done to discourage the protest even before these protests began. There was some form of sensitization appeals done to discourage the protest before now. Now, what do you make of that situation where the government had to wait for it to get to this situation before that feedback to the people on what government is doing to alleviate the sufferings of the masses, before it gets to the point where citizens take to the streets to have peaceful protest before it got to the situation where some citizens became violent? What should have been the plan, the action of government before it got to this point? What are the lessons to learn from this?
Yeah, before the lessons to be learned from this scenario is that the government information mechanisms or machinery is very faulty. Let's not make pretension about this. Where public information managers, more often than not, find a way to do what you call propaganda management without looking at the issues. So the civic engagement strategy on the part of government has been very faulty, and I think the government, particularly the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, should do more of citizen engagement before crisis, and they should put a pre-warning mechanism in place on how to react to some of this. So a feedback mechanism in terms of citizen demand must be aggregated by government, and this should go into the Federal Executive Council as part of the issues that they discuss. What are the perceptions? What are the feelings of citizens? So you don't go there having political consideration alone, and they can make noise, they can protest. After a while, when they are hungry, they can go back. I think governance has moved beyond that. So the advice and the counsel here is that government needs to rework its public information management system. And this idea, with due respect to those who are in the media space, where government more often than not appoint journalists as media aides, which is just one element of public information management. The public relation aspects and reputation management aspects are undermined. Just looking at shunning out press releases and all that, the government need to look at that space. Citizen engagement, very, very critical. They need to fill the citizens by doing some surveys from time to time and see what, and they can come that this is our survey, this is what the citizens, and address the citizens even before the group for protest. So the lesson is that this idea of inviting people to Abuja to appeal to people are not really good channels of communication. Rather than bringing those traditional rulers to Abuja, they should be advised to have civic engagement or town hall meetings with their subjects or citizens within their domain, with a view to say, this is the position of government, these are the challenges, these are the milestones, this is where we want to be, rather than calling people to Abuja and you have a divide and rule kind of mechanism in managing public dissent. I think we need to look at that more critically. The lesson is that there should be more citizen engagement, and the government should come down from the height, because they were part of citizens before they had the opportunity, and they are elected. And they should remember that every 4 years, it will be the turn of citizens to place a demand. But then, because of the way recruitment is done into government, that is still difficult to manage.
All right, the hashtag for this protest is End Bad Governance. And if you look at the demands from the protesters, what they feel will also help in restructuring governance in Nigeria. Let's look at the three of them that are related to this hashtag, and I would like you to react to them at once. It's the first one talks about children of public office holders must attend public schools in the country. Then the other one talks about government must patronize made in Nigerian goods. Then the transition to unicameral legislature. Now, this, according to the protesters, will help good governance in Nigeria. I would like you to react to these three demands.
I think 1, 2, 3 demand. No, 1, 2. I will speak to that. They just mentioned the third one. Maybe I should start from the third one.
Okay.
Unicameral legislative is nice, but then you need a constitutional framework to change that. So it is the responsibility of citizens to put pressure on their legislators to get a bill to change that. And I think that might be difficult because they are asking people that they should get out of their job. So that would be difficult. But I think it's desirable in terms of when you look at the cost of governance. Number one, yes, we have issues with bad governance, and we have spoken to that with the questions that you asked earlier. What are the key issues? There's what you call open democracy or open governance. Where things are done in an opaque manner, then it gives room for suspicion. So therefore, the government must be transparent first and foremost, and must be accountable to citizens. So it's not just sufficient to publish FAQ allocations. When these are published, to what extent the various ministry, departments, and agencies of government use this budgetary provision in the right manner that will impact the citizens. So the government must see how they can improve on transparency and accountability. The second one, critical, very important, government must patronize made in Nigerian products. That's the only way you can sustain economic growth. In addition to the amount of disposable income. Once productivity is enhanced, there will be more disposable income for the citizen, and government will earn more taxes. So I think that is even more critical for me as an individual, that the government must be seen to be patronizing made in Nigerian products. Even government departments must take made in Nigerian products. If we have car manufacturing companies, like the innocents of this world, not advertising for them, they must patronize those companies so that we can save some foreign exchange. And I think this is very critical. So once we're able to do that, the strength of the Naira vis-a-vis the dollar will be positive. Then there will be more productivity at the individual level, which will translate into national productivity, and economic prosperity for the citizens will be guaranteed. So issues of protest may become milder, may not be in this kind of situation where there's a breach of public peace and destruction of private and public infrastructure.
How do you react to the demand for children of public officers to attend public schools in Nigeria?
Yes, that again is critical. That means they are making a demand that for you to make all those institutions work, once your kids and wards are in those institutions, you have no option than to find a way to sustain those budgetary provision for education. I think to a very large extent, that is in order. But those who have the capacity, as it were, you must balance opinion. There are people who have capacity to send their children that are not necessarily in government, or who are in government, who may have some heritage funding, maybe from rich backgrounds, so they have estate. If they can afford that, and they are not using public fund to send their children to school abroad, I don't think there should be a blanket ban on those who can send their kids abroad.
Right. Still talking about the companies now. Let's get back to them. You're aware that, like we said earlier in the show, that there were some areas in the country where there were violent protests, and some companies or businesses have been made to suffer for it. Now, looking at that and Lagos, because when our team went out yesterday to some parts of Lagos Island, which is the commercial headquarters of Lagos, the popular Balogun market and something like that, it was deserted as though business never existed in those areas. We've been seeing the clips of that now. And the fear of being attacked in those areas may keep some businesses from opening until maybe after a time. Now, there are people who go to the northern parts of the country to buy goods that they sell. There are people who travel to Lagos, to Balogun market specifically, to buy goods that they sell in other areas. How do you think this will affect the supply chain at this time, given the current situation?
From 2 days before the crisis, there was already a disruption in the supply chain. So once people don't feel secure to move from one point to the other, then it's likely to affect the supply chain and an entire disruption in the business processes. So like Lagos Island, as you mentioned, Balogun, which is a traditional nerve center in terms of commerce and trading, was deserted yesterday. So by implication, it has a negative impact for supply chain and for those who even live on a daily basis. In that regard, therefore, it will have a negative impact on the economy till we resume back to normalcy. And when we look at the capitalization on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and the money market lending rates and all that, at the end of this protest, be able to speak to the issues of the amount of money that was lost to this crisis. I don't like to speculate with figures. So those sector that has the responsibility, particularly money market and the capital markets, be able to give us the exact loss that was made during this protest.
All right. Insurance is for unforeseen circumstances such as protests. That's businesses that have suffered loss due to looting, burning of properties, and other business equipment. What's your advice for them?
Insurance is to bring you to comfort. That's the concept of insurance originally. But I'm afraid if there's an insurance that does not take cognizance of this element of protest when they want to demand a claim. So if you do what they call extension in your insurance policy, that take cognizance of the fact that if there's a protest and by implication, I have to suffer some losses based on the protest, and you put that into the policy framework, then you will have a claim. But if you don't have that extension, when you insure your property, sometimes the insurance business do not take cognizance of public protests. But unless you understand that and you put a little extension in terms of if I suffer loss as a result of protest, then I can make some claim. It's only on that basis that you can get claim. But for those industrial park that was attacked in Kano, I'm sure that some level of insurance will be provided and they will take cognizance because of the volume of investment in those. But for small and medium enterprise, I'm afraid, even where people don't even believe in basic insurance, with the concept, let's leave it for God, that might be very difficult to manage.
Still on the issue of business, let's look at the impact of the protest on revenue now, on the part of government, and also for businesses and individuals. Most importantly, for people who live on daily wages. What will be the impact of this protest if it lingers? The target is to extend this protest for like 10 days, and we're in the second day. Now, if these lingers, what will be the impact on government revenue for businesses, individuals, and those who live on daily wages?
The government is losing money, for sure. Individuals, businesses are equally losing money. The idea of the protest, first and foremost, is to end hunger. And where people are not active economically, then their source of livelihood is already jeopardized. To that extent, the protests will encourage more hunger. That's the way I look at it. So those who are on the streets must balance the interests of the informal sector and see how they can push those voices to government and reduce the time they want to spend to see how their voices are heard. Because the more the days, the more danger it portends for a lot of people. And hopefully, I think we don't want criminals to hijack the scenario, because it will be the first set of people who can even get a livelihood, and they will resort to hijacking the process by looting. So the appeal here, once again, is that protest is legitimate, it's constitutional, but then we must strike a balance. And I think, in my view, for this past 2 days, it's early in the day, I think the message is passed to government, because once they have a dashboard where they see their revenue on daily basis, and yesterday and today, it's almost zero. And I'm sure that they'll be worried as well, and see how they can use informal diplomacy to reach out to various citizens to engage and see how they can call off the protests.
Now, talking about the protest continuing or not continue, we have a team currently at Ojota. They'll be giving us live reports. We'll join them soon. But before we do that, a situation happened yesterday at Abuja. There was contention as to what the court ruling actually stated. So the convener of the protest in Abuja, who happens to be a lawyer, the CP was of the opinion that the protesters should converge in the stadium. They should be at the main bowl of the stadium. But the opinion or the response of the convener was that the injunction says they should be at the stadium. They are at the vicinity, or they were yesterday at the vicinity of the stadium. So there was contention as to the specification of the ruling. Did the ruling actually say be in the main bowl or be at the stadium, which does not actually say be at the gate, be at the main bowl, but just be at the stadium? And he said, the convener actually said that he did not actually see the court injunction. So, which brings me to the question of, if an injunction was given to guide protesters and to guide security operatives that are to stand as guard over protest activities, should it not have been in public domain so that those who protest or those who be on the street are guided by the specifications of the ruling to avoid a conflict between protesters and security operatives?
Blessing, I mentioned in our earlier conversation that the idea of having court processes to stop protests fundamentally is wrong. The responsibility of the state, as it were, is for welfare and the protection of citizens. So I don't think, first and foremost, whether those injunctions were actually done, who has the responsibility to put it in the public domain. Since we don't have access to those documents, we should not dwell on whether the convener were right, whether the commissioner of police for the Federal Capital Territory was right. But what I think was wrong was having injunction to restrict people to specific places. Protests are legitimate demand. But what we should have done as a police command was to put people in front of those who are protesting, put people by their side, and you will let them to express themselves so that you protect them first and foremost, and not using unorthodox means to disperse the people, which will now agitate and bring about a negative reaction that will lead. I understand that a police officer was killed somewhere. Not too sure. I think that came from the IGP, so we can speak to that since it's coming from the highest level of the command. I think, again, it has to do with information management. And this military mentality that has come into democracy must find a way to find people to move away from those tendencies. Let people protest, provide the means for them to legitimately make those protests rather than reading threats to citizens. I think that's not the best way. They should see engage, do a lot of civic engagement. I expect the commissioners of police in various states and where to go into those places to engage with citizens rather than this forth and back of whether they are injunction, whether the injunction restrict people to a particular place.
All right, I'll learn to our correspondent in standing by in Ojota. Let's get back to our correspondent who will give us a live update of the development taking place in Ojota as regards to protest. Can you give us a first-hand account of what is happening? Kayode in Ojota, I learned you are in Ojota now, which is one of the major locations for this protest. Give us what you from the protesters and people on ground as regards the latest development on the protest.
All right, Femi, thank you very much. We are standing here at the Gani Fawemi Memorial Park, and all around us, what we can see protesters gathered. Some are inside the park, there are others outside, and then we have every presence of security operatives. From information that we can gather, there is a confusion as to who are those actually protesting and who are those not protesting. Some people are saying that hoodlums have hijacked the protest, and some are saying that some people have been paid, to destabilize the process, and confuse those who are actually protesting, saying that they should not protest or they should keep their calm. But in the midst of this all, we have people standing, just looking and trying to gather or to know what actually is happening. As much as everybody is gathered here, there's serious agitation.
All right, Kyle, it
Want to
seems
actually
as if,
protest.
please correct me if I'm wrong, the protest in Ojota is not well coordinated as it ought to be or one would have expected. Then I would like us to give us a picture of the state of the park itself. I learned the place is weedy and might not be safe for protesters to get into that park to have this kind of protest. Give us a picture of the state of the park and what is playing out around moving into that park, since it's one of the location marked for this kind of protest.
Can you take your question again? I can barely hear you.
The report we got yesterday as regards the state of that park is the place is weedy and it's not safe for people to gather in that park for protest, for the fear of reptiles and whatever could be of danger to their safety. But I'm saying if you give us a picture of the state of the park, has that been addressed? Then it appears the protest is not well organized that one would have expected. What could be responsible for this?
Okay, so I can tell you that everything looks a little bit safe here. There's nothing is actually going out of hand, out of place. Like I said before, we have the Lagos State Neighborhood Security Watch. They are present. We have the police operatives here. Okay, those are the people I can see right now, and they are much on ground. So from what I can see, they can douse any tension, that is coming from anywhere. They can submerge any formation of trouble or chaos. But what is happening currently is that it looks like there's a misunderstanding between those who are protesting. It feels like there's a discord, there's a dissonance between those who actually want the government to hear them and those who are trying to kill their voices. So as it is now, everybody is just trying to actually get their stand, to decide whether they actually want this protest to keep going or whether they want to stop it here today. But as you can see behind me, there are agitations. People are arguing as to what are we doing? Why are we here? What's actually going on? But when you talk about security is good. Everybody's safe. There's no chaos.
Your way to Ojota and even around the Ojota axis, you must have seen several businesses and shops. In the midst of this agitation, do you perceive a sense of fear on the part of the business owners? Businesses open this morning at Ojota axis.
A blessing. So on our way down, we found out that on the mainland, not much businesses open, not many shops opened. It feels like people shut down actually, or things are actually shut down. Filling stations are not working. The few ones that you have working. Can you hear me?
Much well done, Coyote and the team out there. Please be safe, and we'll get more updates from the team as time goes on. Meanwhile, the show will come to a close, but you can stay tuned to SOUQ News, watch the news, and watch other programs so that you can be updated on current happenings. Thank you very much, Sam Maruju, for being with us or on the Friday edition of Early Exchange.
My pleasure. Thank you, Blessing.
All right, Nigerians, we understand that it is the constitutional right of Nigerians to protest, but please let us do this peacefully, and we appeal to security operatives to be civil as best as possible so that the situation does not degenerate and the violent situation that is happening in some part of the country does not spread to other parts. We appeal to individuals as well to be vigilant. If you see something, please be quick to say something. It'll be well with Nigeria. That is our prayer, and that is why here in L Exchange we say good Nigeria. I am Blessing Age. The show returns on Monday, 8 a.m. West African time. Be sure to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Leave a comment and please inform us of what the situation is like at your end, even as we are in day 2 of the nationwide protests. Enjoy your weekend.
All right, Early Exchange is wrapping up for this week, but the conversation continues on our social media platform, and that's also an opportunity for you to give us a first-hand account of what is happening in your area as regards the protest and the development. Just go on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV to share your view and give us updates of what is happening in your environment. Don't forget, Early Exchange will always return bigger and better. Let's ensure that we are safe out there and ensure that good governance returns to our nation. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. Have a nice weekend.
Remittances, typically understood as the money or goods migrants send back to their families in their home countries, are a crucial link between migration and development. These funds often surpass official development aid, serving as a vital financial lifeline for many households. In Nigeria, remittances have played a significant role in the economy, especially over the years. According to data from the World Bank, Nigeria received an estimated $25.4 billion in remittances in 2019, which slightly decreased to $23.8 billion in 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic. However, the remittances rebounded to $24.3 billion in 2021 and continued to show resilience with an estimated $25 billion in 2022. In 2023, despite global economic uncertainties, Nigeria saw a slight increase, with remittances amounting to approximately $25.7 billion. Majority of these remittances come from Nigerians living in the United States, United Kingdom, and other high-income countries. These funds are primarily used for household consumption, healthcare, education, small business investments, providing a crucial buffer against poverty and economic shocks. However, the real impact is potentially higher when accounting for informal remittances channels, which are not captured in official statistics. Remittances have consistently exceeded foreign direct investment and official development assistance in Nigeria, highlighting their importance. These funds help stabilize the economy by increasing household incomes and enabling investments in human capital. Also, they contribute to the foreign exchange reserves, which are essential for maintaining the stability of the naira. To maximize the benefits of remittances, Nigeria should enhance formal transfer channels and reduce transaction costs. Encouraging the use of digital remittance services and mobile banking could improve efficiency and accessibility, ensuring more funds reach their intended recipient swiftly and safely. Moreover, policies aimed at leveraging remittances for broader economic development, such as incentivizing investments in local businesses, could further amplify their positive impact. Juve Ufiene, SOUQ News. A drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State.
In the 60s and 70s, I remember very well, we used to have political parties, Action Group, NCNC. NCNC was Nigerian Council for National Council for Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. So we had political activity extending to the Cameroons. That is as far as I can remember about Cameroon. Cameroon was part of Nigeria. And most Nigerians grew up in the Cameroons in the 60s and 70s. The other side of Cameroon was that they are both English and French speaking. But the French speaking side were very close to Nigeria. And some of us got to know so many Cameroonians in the process. So it was common then to be educated in Cameroon, to get your education in Cameroon, to have relatives in Cameroon, because it was part of Nigeria.
She's the third of 7 children. She attended St. Paul's African Primary School, Lagos, and the famed Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos, before proceeding to study chemistry at the University of Ife, now known as Obafemi Awolowo University.
Talking about Ibukun Awoshika, I think you have a woman of substance. A woman who have left an indelible mark in the financial sector of the economy. You have a woman who's proud of what she's doing, who's passionate about what she's doing. And the fact that she attended the University of Ife, where my brother was the president of the studio union for a time, Wale Olaoye. I think they have that DNA of hard work, enterprise, and industry in the University of Ife. Femi Falano and the others were also in Ife. So this was a generation of committed, young, dynamic, intelligent, knowledgeable, and patriotic men and women. So she has made a mark after consistently building herself and being consistently dedicated to her profession. The other side of her is that she's a woman of substance, who loves women, who have cared and supported women, regardless of status, social standing, religion, or class. She has always been behind Nigerian women. And so, it's a woman that should be celebrated by all of us.
Her father, while her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the Dean of Law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an all-day trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it.
It goes without saying that in Nigeria and in most African countries, the girl child suffers a disadvantage that boys don't necessarily suffer. And it's really helpful that people of Ibukun Awoshika's stature have grown to a level that they can now create spaces, platforms, and opportunities for other girl children. Things that were not necessarily available to her, she's been able to create for many more people. And it's just striking that when people become wealthy, you know, it's important that they don't look after themselves only. They sort of take on a societal, you know, godmother in a way, which is what Ibukun Awoshika has done. So if you look at her trajectories, things she's been able to do for herself and things that she's doing for other people is really impactful, and it's good that she's in that space now.
Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awosika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awosika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jewelry Limited and Cabri Nigerian PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence.
In the history of First Bank of Nigeria, over 100 years, they've never had a female chairman. Ibukun Awosika is the first. And these are things that don't happen by chance. These are things that are not just random. There has to be something that the board has identified about her that made them repose this much faith in her to take on this role. And you cast your mind back, what was her pathway to this point? You know, she had a chair center at a point that most of the chairs that were being used in Nigerian corporate organizations were being imported. But there was a law, you know, that banned the importation of, you know, chair and furniture. And that was our first big hit, so to speak. So you have somebody who could identify a need that was going to be created by government policy, and she positioned herself well to be able to take advantage of it. Is that type of thinking that people who run First Bank, shareholders, board management, can entrust such a huge institution to a person like Ibukun Awosika? And then when you look at how she's been able to navigate the treacherous waters of business, business is hard. For a woman, it's twice as hard. In some cases, thrice as hard. So she's been able to navigate it because she understands perfectly where she's coming from, what her peculiar story is, and how we can now morph into other things. So it's something that I think not only women should learn from. As a matter of fact, all Nigerians of all genders, all Africans can learn a thing or two, or 10 or 20 from the career of Ibukun Awosika.
26 years of existence, Ibukun Awosika is a woman of core value.
Ever seen Ibukun Awosika speak, you think that she's talking specifically to you, because she packs a lot of conviction into her speeches, into her sermons, into her talks, whatever she's doing. And it's not far removed from her own story. I mean, she's one of several children. She had to reinvent herself. You know, she had a specific name that she was given at birth, but as she grew up and admired other people in society. She took on another persona, basically recreating herself. I think that's the first step, that every successful person needs to take. Look at yourself, look at what is lacking, and see how you can recreate yourself.
Ibukun Awosika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Lukbeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of SOUQ Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Ukuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians, in particular, than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local governments were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local governments be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwan versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state house of assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and the selfish instinct to conquer and make the local government mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue. It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like serfs. The chairman must kowtow to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11th, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the path of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, It was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company.
He's a man who became a billionaire at an early age, and that has been sustainable over the years. And I think this should be a leading light or a torchbearer for those who are interested in entrepreneurship.
Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibafon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investments in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
By selling some of his assets and turn them into liquidity that helped him to pay off his outstanding debt, particularly with the banks. I think this is very remarkable in the sense that to a very large extent is driven by core personal values, where he could have made a decision to file for bankruptcy, which is not really popular in Nigeria. But that decision he made to be able to pay his debt off shows a man that is disciplined, a man that is driven by value, and to that extent, these lessons can be taken by other entrepreneurs who want to venture into some uncertainty when they make business decisions.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to SOUQ Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, SOUQ Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of SOUQ Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. SOUQ Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. SOUQ Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving SOUQ access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold SOUQ Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC.
Otedola has always been a fascinating businessman in the Nigerian business ecosystem, particularly based on his ability to navigate from one business ecosystem to another business. He's known particularly in oil and gas, and he's been able to move from that and is making inroads into the power and energy sector.
Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. He donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each.
Femi Otedola is unique in many regards. Number one, he has continued to be a torchbearer to the young generation, that entrepreneurship is sustainable once you are disciplined. On the other hand, He has also proven that those who, to a very large extent, were born with some silver spoon can equally carve a niche for themselves in entrepreneurship. So in terms of discipline, in terms of focus, Tedola remained one of the very fascinating Nigerians that we need to find a way to study. Then those who are equally in business and facing challenging times can equally take some understanding from how Femi Otedola has carried on in the business horizon. Finally, youths, whether you are from a humble background, whether you are born with some silver spoon, once you stay focused and you're determined to make good use of your talent, your skill set, and the knowledge, what Otedola has done is to provide a pathway for us in terms of personal development, in terms of personal discipline, in terms of the spirit of entrepreneurship. That once you're focused, once you can make some right business decision, then the business place can sustain people once you remain focused and determined.
Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeche.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ
News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found this route in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
is Bayo Olaoye. The delay in the commencement of the merger, relocation, and winding up exercise of some ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, in line with the revised Steve Oronsaye report, is unsettling many Nigerians across the country. If you recall, the federal government had on March 7, 2024, inaugurated a committee led by the Secretary to the federal government, Senator Akume, with a 12-week deadline to submit its report on the planned mergers and scrap of some MDAs. Previous efforts by the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan to implement the Steve Oronsaye report ended up at the National Assembly even after the administration had issued a white paper on the report to prune down bureaucracy in Nigeria. The report proposed to merge, scrap, and relocate various government agencies as a pragmatic approach to addressing the bloated and ineffective duplicative nature of Nigeria's bureaucracy and prune down the cost of governance. According to the report submitted, some agencies have been merged. Among them is the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, which is merged with the Voice of Nigeria, while the National Commission for Museums and Monuments will be merged with the National Gallery of Arts. The National Theatre will merge with the National Troupe of Nigeria, while the Nigerian Meteorological Development Center will merge with the National Meteorological Training Institute. The National Agency for Control of HIV/AIDS, NACA, is to be merged with the Center for Disease Control in the Federal Ministry of Health, while the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, is to be merged with the National Commission for Refugees, Migration, and Internally Displaced Persons. The Directorate of Technical Cooperation in Africa will be merged with the Bureau for Public Enterprises. The Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission will merge with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, while the National Agency for Science and Technology and Science Engineering Infrastructure will merge with the National Center for Agricultural Mechanization and the Project Development Institute. Similarly, the Air Force Institute of Technology also will be merged with the Nigerian Defense Academy to function as a faculty of the Nigerian Defense Academy. The Border Communities Development Agency will be subsumed to function as a department under the National Boundary Commission. The National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission is to be subsumed into the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Allocation Commission, while the Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution is to be subsumed under the Institute for International Affairs. The Public Complaints Commission is to be subsumed under the National Human Rights Commission.
Welcome back. You're still watching Market Insights on SOUQ News Television, and we're talking about taxation in the informal sector of the country. And we still have Dr. Folashade Koka standing by. She's a tax regulation and compliance expert in the informal sector. Dr. Koka, can you hear me now? Hello, Dr. Koka, are you there? Can you hear me now? Can you unmute your device, Dr. Koka, so that you can hear me better? All right.
Hello.
We also have Dr. Taiwo, Victor Ojakmenwa joining us. Can you hear me, Dr. Taiwo? All right, so we're going to start with you, Dr. Taiwo. Let me direct this question to you. Walk us through how presumptive tax laws work, especially when it concerns the informal sector. As mentioned earlier, many businesses still struggle because of that, and there is a wide, if you like, a knowledge gap, so to speak. So fundamentally, can you walk us through how it does impact businesses, particularly in the informal sector?
Well, you are talking about
Dr. Taiwo?
How presumptive tax. Yeah, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on.
Yeah, if I can hear you very well, you're asking about how presumptive tax can impact on the economy. And undoubtedly, based on the question,
Yeah,
everybody
first of all,
will
how it
understand the
works, and
concept of
of course,
tax. Tax.
how it can impact businesses.
Oh yeah, of course. We have the citizen impact of
Very clear
presumptive
connection
tax
with you, Dr.
on.
Taiwo. So I'm just going to bring in our guest who's with us in the studio here. We are going to be speaking with Mr. Kendi Adiaga. He's a financial analyst and a veteran broadcaster. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Adiaga.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, so as we start the course, let's also talk about the same issue, which of course is on the front burner today. That's informal taxation taxation in the informal sector of the country, which is a huge backbone of the country's economy. As a matter of fact, a lot of our GDP, a large portion rather of our GDP comes from that particular sector. But for some reason, there's still the argument of whether or not businesses in that sector are thriving, despite the inequitable distribution of taxes in the sector. But first of all, can you walk us through how it does work, and then we'll go on to the impact it does have on businesses?
Well, first and foremost, we must know that taxation is an instrument that governments all over the world use to kind of develop their country's infrastructure and what have you, so that it makes it very better for businesses to thrive. And if we believe in that, it then means that for every businesses, there's one form of tax or the other. What we need to appreciate about taxes is the fact that when we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country. Having said that, we also now need to know who are supposed to pay tax. For all I know, businesses that are thriving will pay tax. And how do we go about that? It may not necessarily be that you'll be highly taxed, but looking at the volume of transaction that you are doing, tax is an annual thing. It's not a daily thing. So because it's an annual thing, it might be very small for the payee. But in the eye of the government, it will be big, because those who are in the tax nets are more. And so what comes into the tax net is used to propel the economy. Now, looking at it from the small and medium scale enterprises, because they are very large in number, you may feel that they are not supposed to be taxable, but they should, depending on what they are doing. For instance, a tomato seller in an enclosed environment, I use that word, enclosed environment, ought to pay certain things, because where he or she is operating from need to be given some infrastructures that will make he or she to be comfortable selling what he or she is selling. And the only way that comfortability can come in is when such persons pay their tax, so that government can use that same tax to make life better for them around that environment. But for somebody who sells on the streets, how do you bring him into the tax net? It's a difficult thing. Even if you ask such person to pay as low as 10 naira, it will be difficult for that person to want to pay or part with it. Because why? He or she is running the streets. And as he or she is doing that, there are some energy that that person is putting on. And so to him or her, when you want to deduct something from him, he feels, in spite of the energy that this thing is causing me, you want to take something out of me. He doesn't see it as something that he or she should do to better his businesses. So there's a need for an enlightenment, both from government and from all individuals who are used to collect these taxes. Tax consultants need to know all this. Yes, they may just say, we are there for the government to make sure that tax come in. No, you must also enlighten the people, teach them, tell them, and educate them on, look, the reason why we are tasking you of this amount is because we want to provide this. It is when those things are not provided that, as a taxpayer, you can rise up and challenge the reason why you are being taxed. Otherwise, we may just be static in a place. So that's why I use enclosed environment, and that is why it's a difficult thing to get everybody in the tax nets. For instance, if you go to any market now, because it's a marketplace, not every participant in that marketplace pay tax. But of course, they may be paying it directly or indirectly. Indirectly, in the sense that there are some people who are going about within the same market space, asking those participants, the market sellers and what have you, asking them for certain amounts. But how are we sure that what they are collecting from them is going to the purse of the government? If it's not going to the purse of the government, government cannot say they capture those ones into the tax net. But if it goes to the government coffers, then they can say, yes, we have this huge amount of money. And of course, when you have such an amount of money, you should be able, as a government, you should be able to provide the amenities that will make them to flourish. Otherwise, we are going nowhere.
So based on what you've just said, it more or less points to the problem of, or problems of, multiple taxation, where you find, people masking as tax collectors working for the government, as it were, and they are, hassling these people almost on a daily basis, as often as they can, to pay these monies. That has been an issue across the board. So, I mean, taxation or taxing has been there since time immemorial. We all know that it's been there since the beginning of time. So it's statutory. It's something that everyone who makes an income should remit to the powers that be. However, there are these other foxes that spoil the vine, like what I've just talked about. So how do we deal with that? What sort of impacts does it have on the wider economy and the overarching, outlook of businesses?
You see, we need to define tax payments. One, federal government has its own tax that is collecting, and is not collecting that from individuals or organizations. It collects that from the states. That is, it is the state contribution to the federal government and some parastatals that are owned by federal government in form of their income generation into the government coffers. Now, when you say multiple taxation, yes, we know in Nigeria we have experienced or witnessed multiple taxation. How do we control multiple taxations? If we should know that a state has a local government, and under that local government, once you are operating under a local government, tax that are generated from that area should go through the local government to the states. And when that happens, then there won't be multiple taxation. But the moment where the local government, as we have it now in Nigeria, yes, is a disturbing issue, where the state will be taxing people, the local government also will be taxing, and then the federal too is taxing. So what we need to do as a country is, right, you recall that they just increased the tax percentage to 7.5. Now people have shouted and cried out to say that 7.5, you are not providing anything, yes, yet you are increasing the tax. Fine. Now what government needed to do is, all right, instead of increasing the tax percentage, what they should have done is, all right, from state level, you cannot tax anyone operating in your state above this. Local government, you cannot tax anyone operating within your environment above this. When that happens, everybody will be aware, and it means that there will be a campaign, so that when I'm harassed or I'm accosted by anybody where I'm operating from to be asking me for a tax that is not genuine, I can stand up against such person. But in a situation where somebody comes to me and say, hey, you have not paid your tax and this is what you are going to pay, and I don't know anything about who collects what, it becomes difficult.
And so, you know, everything in Nigeria has become a force. So you see somebody coming to me and say, if I don't pay this, we'll do this. Naturally, I'll be afraid and I'll say, all right, I'll give to that person, even without any receipts. So when I do that, another person comes back again, different from the one that had come before. It will be difficult for me to challenge such person. But if I could challenge such person, it will be reduced. The tax payment that I'm making will be reduced. It will be one-off thing. And naturally, tax is not daily, it's not monthly, it's an annual thing. So, for instance, if you go to the market, you see market sellers paying certain amount to some people. That money, as far as I'm concerned, that I know, not everything goes to the coffers of the government, either local or state. There are some people who, out of this, take advantage of the naivety of the people to get something out of them. And because I cannot challenge them, it goes like that. Go to a market nearby here now. You see people going about, some guys going about with receipts. The receipt may have the logo of the local government or even the state government. They are receipts that are printed anywhere. But how do you know until you have challenged such thing before you know that this is fake or this is real? But if you have not challenged it, it will go on. And you will discover that one particular person or group of persons are sitting somewhere milking the government, taking such money. And that is why it becomes difficult for you to challenge the government for not providing the amenities that you probably think is genuine or is supposed to be given to you for your businesses to strive. So we need to look at that area. Otherwise, this multiple taxation we are talking about will be a continuous thing. Unless the federal government, the state government, the local government comes up with a campaign to say, if anybody comes to you for tax, ask for this. If he or she can provide you such thing, then go ahead and pay. If not, don't pay.
Okay.
Once that is done, we'll have peace. And then everybody can know why he or she is existing in a particular area and what he or she must do. Today, you hear people say, it's my tax they are using for this, it's my tax they are using for that. Ask such person, does he have anything to show that he or she has paid his or her tax?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kende. Let's come back to Dr. Coker. Dr. Coker is a tax regulation and compliance expert. I reckon you have quite a few thoughts to throw in here with regards to this matter. Dr. Coker, can you hear me now?
I can. I've always heard you. I've been hearing you since. So I hope you can hear me.
Clear now, I can hear you now. All right, so
okay.
Dr. Coker, before I take it further from where Mr. Kende has left off, I will take this to a slight tangent, and we can talk about the, if you like, disparity in genders, both genders, that function in the informal sector of the economy. I mean, this issue essentially emphasizes the overarching concern with gender blindness of the tax system. We're talking about laws, policies, administrative processes, and so on and so forth in, the different subnational units, as you were. Now, the informal sector, provides livelihood for about 80% of Nigeria's labor force, and 82% of those are women. 82% of women occupy this particular sector. But for some reason, it's been like this across the gender, where informal businesses are categorized together regardless of the disparities in income. So can you, walk us through how these processes can be made better, how to deal with this, if you like, inequalities?
Okay, thank you, and I'm hoping that you can hear me. So first thing I need to put out on the table is that tax is an issue of income. Where you do not earn an income, you are not supposed to pay tax. So tax is not really an issue of gender, because whether male or female, once you earn an income, you should then pay tax. According to the International Labour Organization, 95% of the people in the informal sector are women as we speak. But the reality is that it is important and critical that we separate the wheat from the chaff. There are so many women that are thriving in that informal sector, and there are some men that are not thriving. So we must divorce ourselves from hasty generalization. We must be able to separate this. And how do we do that? It's an issue of data. And not even an issue of data, it's an issue of accuracy of data. So it's important and critical that all the stakeholders try to build a database that is accurate, where you are able to know in real time how many women are actually at the base of the pyramid that are not earning that much of an income. So gender, the issue of tax is not an issue of emotions or sentiments. Yes, as tax, you must show empathy, but it's an issue of reality. Do you make an income? What income do you make? For that income, how much tax is due on that income? We have a lot of women that are selling lace in gutter and are importers and exporters of lace from Switzerland and from all walks of the diaspora. And then we have people that are just selling on trays. We have women that sell on trays, and all the business they are doing is not up to 5,000 naira. So it's based on data looking at the women that are actually at the base of the pyramid and looking at what benefits and what value adds that the government can give them in terms of incentives of palliative. But tax is not an issue of palliative. Palliative is different. It's another social contract entirely. But tax is that what income do you earn? Do you earn an income? And the law is so clear on it. The law provides that where you do not earn an income, you can file a nil returns. So every individual in the business sector, whether informal or formal, where you do not earn an income, you can't file a nil returns and justify same. Therefore, the government can then categorize you as maybe you are a dependent, and then look at who you are dependent on. Whether somebody takes care of your house rent, somebody feeds you, and all that. So for women in the informal sector, who make up close to 95% of the people operating in the informal sector, the issue is, do they earn an income? What income bracket are they? And the government of Lagos has even made it very good, and a lot of states are coming on board to create what is called a presumptive tax. And what is presumptive tax? Presumptive tax is basically a tax that is in line with people that are not are unlettered or are not banked, people that do not know the income that they earn. So the government has said, okay, we don't want you to go into getting an auditor or getting an accountant. Let's just let you pay a little token so that you also can be a stakeholder in the conversation of revenue. So different states have come up with different amounts. Some say, oh, the informal sector players should pay 2,500 for the whole year. Someone like Lagos says, oh, the informal sector trader and artisan should pay 8,500 per 8,001 per annum. 8,000 for the tax, and then 100 naira as development levy. And they've even made it simplified that, oh, you can pay this in installments, so you don't even have to pay it at once. So those are some of the benefits and value adds that they've tried to bring into this critical sector, to bring ease of doing business into it, to bring ease of payment. So they've created applications that can be taken into the market, where the market woman does not even have to leave their wares and can pay with ease without losing business, because Iya Sikira in the market might not want to leave her business knowing that Iya Shade will then take that client. So they take ease of doing business into that space. They take people there to enlighten, to engage, to sensitize them, to let them know the link between their payments and their child going to school free, the link between their children and their payments and the roads in front of their shops. So those are some of the things that I would like to say about the women in the informal sector. Thank you.
With regards to compliance, because you're also a compliance expert, a tax regulation and compliance expert, there have been some, reports that there are significant challenges, with compliance in this particular sector? Of course, you've talked about the ones that don't make an income and the ones that make an income, and struck out a clear distinction between one and the other, which is understandable. However, as with most other regulations or with most other policies, there has and would always be the tiniest majority who would be slow to comply. So as regards compliance rather with tax laws in the country, especially in the informal sector, what challenges are there and how can we circumvent them? As talking to you now as a tax stakeholder or tax player.
Okay, thank you. The reality of it is that if we are all left to ourselves, nobody really wants to pay tax. The beauty of it is that for the formal sector, it's structured and it has government regulation. But in the informal sector, it's unstructured. People are basically left to themselves. And the reality of life is that irrespective of the level of regulation, there would always be those class of people that would want to circumvent and would not want to comply. But the truth about it is that the more government enlightens, and I call it the what, when, where, why of taxation, the more government enlightens the people about what to pay, why they are paying, who they should pay to, because I had the other guest speaker talking about localizing tax. But the reality of it is that there are 3 tiers of government that are charged with tax collection, but they are charged with different levels and taxes to collect. And then when we talk of double taxation, the truth about it is in some states, there's really no double taxation. You can now talk about charges that are not due to government that are collected by non-state actors. But in some states like Lagos, I can say that there is no double taxation. That's the truth. But people tend to lump up charges, levies, duties, fines, and all that and make it an issue of tax. So when the market woman is operating in a market and has subjected herself to the rules and regulations of that market, and the ideology of that market is saying that for everybody that is trading in this market, you have to pay 500 per month per day. And the trader has agreed and gone into a contract with that market leader to pay. That is not a tax. That is a levy by the market on that trader to transact in that business. So you cannot then say, oh, it is double taxation. Where a woman in the market has a land and has to pay land use charge, land use charge is only due on that woman because she has a land. If she doesn't have a land, she would not have to pay land use charge. Where she commits a traffic offense, she would have to pay a fine. If she does not commit a traffic offense, she would not pay a fine. If she does not deal in businesses that have to do with withholding tax, she would not pay withholding tax. So it is hasty generalization to lump it all up and call it a tax. And some things are subject to what you do. So for compliance, when a state goes into educating and enlightening their taxpayers in the informal sector on the what, when, where, and how of tax and what to pay, and then bring simplification into the whole conversation by making applications or payments portals available like the USSD code, online payments, going into the market to go and meet them with applications that they can register. And then we found out that a lot of people, they are willing to enable voluntary compliance. So that is what we have found out. So I would say, based on information and based on data, that a lot of people are beginning to comply, especially in Lagos State, because there's a lot of engagement and enlightenment, and they are able to tie what they pay to the value, the free education that is being provided by the state from primary school to secondary school, the road networks that are continuously being done.
Let me piggyback off of what Mr. Kende said earlier about the provision of amenities or the provision of infrastructure, if you like, within the informal sector, and most businesses playing in that particular sector. I'm aware, and as I said earlier, everyone, as a matter of fact, is aware that taxation is if I should use the word, a must for income earners, as you were. However, in the bid to get these monies across the board so that governance can go on and the citizens can, get the dividends of good governance, as it were, there is also the need, dare I say, to support these businesses. So in your view, as an expert, how can tax authorities balance the need for revenue collection with the need to support and grow businesses in the informal sector? If you can do that in a very short space of time, about a minute and half or thereabout, because we are already out of time.
Okay, so the duties of tax authorities is to generate revenue for government. And it's not their business or their conversation to actually go into providing those amenities. It's to provide adequate revenue for government to provide those amenities. And then let's take Lagos State, for example. So the LIRS goes out on a daily and generates optimal revenue for the state government. And then the state government, because of the social contract, now puts back that funds into providing free education for the students, right from primary school all the way to secondary school, paying their NECO exam fees and all that, and ensuring that they begin to create an enabling environment in the school where their children are up to speed with other climes. Another thing is provision of the LSCTF funds, which is interest-free. For traders, you can apply and you get loans to be able to pull funds into your business and be able to do business and transact. Another thing is the road network, as I spoke about, which is a continuum. So governance is a continuum. It's not something that can be finished. So government cannot finish all the road in one day. It's a continuum, maintenance of the roads, creation of other road networks, and looking into widening the road networks to be able to meet the current day population. So I would say that each state should try.
Thank you. As we round up, Mr. Kehinde, let me just ask you this so that we can close out time, because we can close out the show because of time. I mean, much has been said and much is known with regards to taxation in the country, especially in the informal sector, which we're beaming the spotlight on. But very quickly, in a few words, how can all the stakeholders involved, we're talking CSOs and relevant stakeholders, come together to push for relevant tax reforms that would help us step up what we have, that would conform with global best practices?
Well, I think government need to start with the initiative. And what is the initiative? To first and foremost try to provide those infrastructure that will encourage all taxpayers to be willing to pay. Having done that, they need now to go about it in a subtle manner via campaign to both environment and at larger scale, maybe through publicity and what have you, so that everybody will have an information about what tax is all about. And then they will be willing to say, I'm ready to pay. Even if you don't come to him or her to pay, he or she is willing and ready to remit what is due for government, because he or she has seen the process of providing those things that he or she needs to thrive in that business.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kehinde Adega. He's a financial analyst and a veteran broadcaster. Many thanks, sir, for joining us on the program today. And also, Dr. Folashade Coker has been very insightful talking with you. She is a tax regulation and compliance expert in the informal sector. Many thanks, Dr. Coker, again, for joining us on the program today. For a summary, of course, much has been said with regards to tax compliance and why certain things are the way that they are. Of course, citing a dichotomy between multiple taxation and all the other variations, including levy collections and whatnot in the informal sector. There's, of course, ways to have the sector thrive and not cower under the pressure, if you like, of taxation. That's Market Insight today. But before we go, a quick look at the currency market. On the official markets, the Naira is trading to the US dollar at 1,530 Naira. That was on Monday, by the way. On Tuesday, it traded 1,515 Naira. On Wednesday, 1,528 Naira. On Thursday, 1,515 Naira. And on Friday, 1,530 Naira. That's the currency market update today on Market Insight. And that's our show for today. Many thanks indeed for watching. Special thanks again to our guests for joining us this morning. I am David Chid. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know,
the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. The root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. The electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. We're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of.
We've got just just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to the news at midday on SOUQ News Television. I am Lavina Emma. The African Development Bank Group has approved $500 million loan to the federal government of Nigeria to finance the first phase of the Economic Governance and Energy Transition Support Program, EGETSP. This initiative aims to transform the country's electricity infrastructure and improve access to cleaner energy. The loan will help close the financing gap in Nigeria's 2024-2025 federal budget, supporting the implementation of the new Electricity Act and the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan, which targets 250 gigawatts of installed electricity capacity by 2050, with 90% being renewable. Economic Governance and Energy Transition Support Program will decentralize the electricity supply industry and attract investments from sub-national governments and the private sector. The program also aims to provide clean cooking solutions using liquefied petroleum gas, biogas, biofuels, and electric cook stoves by 2030. The African Development Bank Group's $500 million loan support is also part of a broader effort to enhance Nigeria's economic growth, poverty reduction, and climate action. As of July 2024, the bank's active portfolio in Nigeria is valued at $4.4 billion. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, to supply crude oil to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other domestic refineries in Naira to stabilize fuel prices and the Naira-dollar exchange rate. The $20 billion Dangote Refinery in Lekki, Lagos, targeting capacity of 500,000 barrels per day, will require approximately 1.7 trillion naira worth of crude oil monthly, with an average crude cost of $83 per barrel, and the recent directive, the refinery's daily crude requirement translates to about 56.55 billion naira, using the average exchange rate of 1,362 naira to $1 in 2024. Bayo Onanuga, the special advisor to the president on information and publicity, confirmed this directive through his post on the official X handle. Industry experts also highlight the potential benefits of this policy. Chief Ukadike Chinedu from the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association emphasized the need for NNPC to meet the increased crude demand. Eche Idoko of the Crude Oil Refiners Association noted that selling crude in Naira could lower petrol costs and strengthen the Naira. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, was seen at the presidential villa in Abuja, where he is believed to have discussed the ongoing hunger protests with President Bola Tinubu. Wike, who later addressed protesters, emphasized the importance of peaceful protests and dialogue, stating that the government is open to discussing the issues with the protesters. He encouraged traditional rulers to play a pivotal role in conveying government policies and programs to their subjects, promoting unity and understanding. The minister described Abuja as the nation's center of unity and emphasized the need for collective efforts to address the challenges facing the country. He expressed optimism that the current administration will bring about positive change, urging citizens to give President Tinubu time to implement his policies. Now, let's bring you a live update of the protest at Ojota. We're connecting with our correspondent at Ojota right now. Do hold on.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a
Hello, if you can.
Okay,
If
can
you
you
can
give
hear
us
me?
a situation report of what's happening at Ojota right now?
Okay, Governor, what is happening right now at the Ojota Ganifaremi Park is that the Commissioner of Police, in the person of Adegoke Fayade, has arrived. He arrived about some 15-20 minutes ago, and he's been trying to make to appeal to the protesters whom are vehemently refusing to listen to his appeal. Considering the fact that earlier on this morning, while they were outside here trying to make their entry into the Ganifaremi Park, some people from the other end, came in violently and would not allow them to or conduct their peaceful protest. So in that vein, they moved out and they stayed on the road, on the slow lane of the road, protesting. Now, about some 2 or 3 hours after they started this protest, about 30 guys came in with canes and different sorts of ammunition, trying to push people and get them off the road. We don't know where they came from, but obviously they were hoodlums, and they came at once like that, like a flood of water, and people had to start running helter-skelter. Some got injured, some lost their cameras in the process, phones, and a lot of things happened in the process. But right now, the CP is trying to put everything under control. He's speaking with the organizers of this protest and telling them that he is on ground and is ensuring that there will be peace all through the process of this protest, that nothing would go wrong. He's assuring them with himself, by his name, that this is me, I'm on ground, nothing would go wrong here. But the guys are giving him their mandate. They are giving him their mandate, and they are saying this and this and these are the things that we need you to do. First of all, we need you to be on ground. Second of all, we need you to ensure that those hoodlums don't show up again. And there was also a third demand, but as it is now, everybody is on the road here. Some people are playing songs, they're listening and dancing to Fela's music, zombie, and so on. But as it is, the protest is ongoing, and the protesters have said that they will not leave this place, that they will continue this protest for the next days. As you can see behind me, the CP is proceeding to maybe his vehicle or something, but there's a march, there's a procession, and people are moving. So that's what we have currently. That's what we have currently at this venue.
Officials right there, live at Ojota. Do we have any other government officials speaking to the protesters to ensure that this is a peaceful protest, that there will be no violence here? Hear me?
I couldn't get what you said.
At the live at Ojota to ensure that apart from the Commissioner of Police, is there any other government official right there? Okay, well, we seem to be having a bit of a network issue there. So we'll still connect again with Kayode, our correspondent. But thank you for that, and do stay safe out there, Kayode. Moving on to African news stories now. The president of Togo, President Faure Gnassingbe, has reappointed Victor Tomega Dogbe to continue as Prime Minister, paving the way for the formation of a new government in line with the country's new constitution. This development marks a significant step towards implementing constitutional reforms adopted in March, which aim to enhance the country's governance and political landscape. The retention of Tomega Dogbe, Togo's first female prime minister, reflects the president's confidence in her leadership and the ruling party's commitment to continuity and stability. The Union for the Republic Party's victory and in the April legislative election demonstrates the public's trust in the government's vision for Togo's future. As Togo moves forward with the formation of a new government, the country is set for a new chapter in its political development. Mint, the operator of the Philippine e-wallet brand GCash, has achieved a significant milestone by more than doubling its valuation to $5 billion. This growth is driven by investments from Ayala Corp and Japan's Mitsubishi UFJ Financial, demonstrating confidence in Mint's potential and the Philippine fintech market's vast opportunities. Ayala Corp's additional 8% stake in Mint and MUFG's planned investment of $393 million for an 8% stake reflects the company's commitment to supporting Mint's expansion and innovation. The Philippine fintech market is experiencing rapid growth with a surge in digital services adoption during the pandemic, making it an attractive investment opportunity. Mint's joint venture partners, including Alibaba's Ant Group, Ayala, and Globe Telecom, are poised to benefiting from the company's increasing profitability and valuation, with Mint's earnings expected to reach $200 million in 2024. The company is on a strong growth trajectory. Amazon, a retail and cloud giant, generated the revenue of $148 billion, with its booming advertising segment continuing to show strength, albeit slightly below expectations. The third quarter sales guidance came in slightly below the analyst estimates, but the company still reported impressive earnings per share of $1.26, nearly doubling profits from the same period last year. A bright spot in the report was Amazon Web Services, AWS, which raked in $26.3 billion in revenue, exceeding expectations and growing significantly from the same period last year. AWS is poised to generate over $105 billion annually, according to Amazon CFO Brian Olsavsky. The firm is investing heavily in infrastructure to support the rapid deployment of new AI technologies and cloud services, with capital expenditures expected to increase in the second half of the year. This strategic investment positions it for a long-term growth and competitiveness in the evolving tech landscape. On the e-commerce front, Amazon is adapting to changing consumer behavior by increasing competition, by developing a discount digital storefront to compete for fashion and lifestyle spending. The company is also focusing on offering deals and promotions to cautious consumers. Asian stocks experienced a significant adjustment, with the MSCI Asia Pacific Index dropping to 2.8% as investors reassess their portfolios in response to shifting market conditions. This move was influenced by a combination of factors, including Japan's market correction, a global tech sector rebalancing, and the U.S. economic data indicating a slowdown. Investors are proactively managing risk as the investment landscape evolves. Japanese stocks are being re-evaluated due to potential interest rate hikes, which could impact exporters. Meanwhile, the tech sector is undergoing a natural correction after recent optimism surrounding artificial intelligence. The U.S. economic data has sparked a healthy debate about the Federal Reserve's rate path, with investors closely monitoring upcoming payroll data for guidance. Weakness in the Chinese shares has also contributed to the regional decline, but investors are eagerly awaiting further stimulus measures from Beijing to support the economy. With that, we conclude our news at 12. And as the week runs out, remember to stay committed to making a positive difference in your communities. Thank you for joining us. I am Lavina Emma. Have a safe and pleasant weekend.
The disco is independent of the, but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10-15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good.
Okay, good afternoon. It's still the second day of the End the Bad Governance protest, and we're still looking at events as they unfold right here in the city of Lagos. We have Kayode with us, who is online live at the venue of the protest in Ojota, and he has protesters with him. We're trying to get a feedback to see what exactly is the situation of things. I don't know if you can hear me, Kayode. If you can hear me, what's the situation of things right here, right where you are? What's the situation of things?
Okay, it looks like there are two factions here currently.
One faction.
Okay. All right, I'm being corrected.
One faction.
They said there's one faction.
Yeah.
There are protesters and there are hoodlums who are trying to also destroy or hijack the process. So I have with me here two of the organizers of the protesters.
We are an activist.
Okay. So we have two activists here with us.
Yes.
So I'll start with you, madam. Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Abiodun Kolawole, popularly known as Yagane Fawayime. I am media and legal practitioner.
Okay. Can you tell us what has been the situation since morning?
Let me go back yesterday. You know, thank God yesterday we were able to record success-free violence-free protest yesterday. Although the morning the main screens attempted to hijack, but we shone them like a wave that we are not here to attack anybody. I want to thank you, the Inspector General of Police and the Commissioner of Police. Adegoke is a father, and all the members of the personnel, they've been cooperating with us. Throughout yesterday, when we saw them, we raised alarm. Please look at them. They even say, "You that woman." I didn't answer them. I said, "Please, we don't want recurrence of EndSARS 2020. We want to ensure that no life is lost, because a life is worth more than a million. A life is worth more than billions in Nigeria. You know, so therefore, and we thank God all through yesterday until we provided the DJ to keep people busy. We are not the organizer, we were an activist. We are represented. We are here to represent the entire mothers. We are here to represent the fathers of Nigeria. We are here to represent the youth of Nigeria. We are here to represent the children of Nigeria. And in response, express our grievances. You know, because freedom can only come away of expression. And that's why we are here to express our grievances about the hardship. You know, the hike of the fuel price. We want the Mr. President to revert it. I wonder whether Mr. President made a proper consultation with the sector before saying no subsidy, remove. It has written doom on the part of Nigeria. Yes. And this is not the dream of the dream of our Nigeria. This is not the dream. This is not the dream. And this is not the real democracy. And Nigeria is not meant for cabals. It's free for all citizens of Nigeria. Our children have run out of the country. They are no longer trust. They are breached trust. Even they said they should confide us today. Garify me, Liberty Park. Miscreants said they will come and stampede us out. They will come and attack us there. They'll come and box us there. And we're also sensitive. We're also sensitive because common sense is not common. We also need to make sure we guard it jealously the way God help us today. Because our God is a God of peace. Our God is not a Confucianist. Our God, this Nigeria was established on peace. There was nothing like Confucian when Nigeria wanted to be established. Even we started with 3 regions, later 4 regions, and later we say, okay, 3 military, you know, they expanded based on the 6 regional. Please, we want that peace to reign. And thank God today, we recorded, at least as far as I'm concerned, even though Woodlands came 5 times to threaten, but we send them back to their father of confusions. We are not people of confusion. We are here to ensure that peace, protest is organized.
Okay, let me come to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I saw you vibrating, you know, while you were responding to some interviews. So I'd like to know from your own end what led to the small attack that we had, or the short attack that we had a few moments ago.
The shock attack we had is that the painful thing about this government, it's no longer as easy or the way people think as before. Nigeria become more aware of the country we belong. It is certain the government have to understand that we know what is happening in the country. We cannot continue to deceive us on left or right. My only pain that is paining me, that making people to cry in this country, President Tinubu is the only person that had the mandate of the people as Nigeria who voted for him. The painful thing, he had to appoint minister to be speaking to the Nigerian police. These are the same ministers who is deceiving him in the cabinet. It's the right thing, he had to listen to Nigeria. If it is really he had the mandate of the people, he had to speak to people. Don't using the minister to be extolling Nigeria 1 billion naira or 2 billion naira, he be giving to this or school, whatever. He had to stop now. The reason we are all now, how can a government or the same government that is saying they are concerned about the people, the welfare of the people? He's supposed to.
Kayode, I don't know if you can hear me. We would like to hear from the protesters.
The money
to Marshall Point, what exactly do they want the government to do? We would like to have them marshal this point. Can they now mention it? What are these things that they would like the government to do for them?
It's 70,000 naira. How can a bag of rice buy 70,000? Can it buy a bag of rice? These are what everybody in Nigeria. I was telling the police people who are here, you don't go to the same market. The only difference between me and you is the uniform you are wearing. If you put on the uniform, you enter the same market we are entering. Don't be deceived by whosoever that is pursuing you. Listen to the voice of the people. If really you say you are a friend, for police is supposed to protect everybody here. But the police is trying to take sides how they can make peace here anyway. Because they have done.
All right, from what we can see on the screen and what we can hear, it is very obvious that Nigerians are agitated, Nigerians are angry, Nigerians want respite. I mean, the fuel hike, expensive food stuff, people are hungry, people are homeless. They've talked about hiking rent and all of that, and so many people are suffering. We hear and see these people, and we can hear what they're agitating for. It is our hope that you stick with us on SOUQ News Television as we bring you updates as these events unfold. But it is important that you do stay safe out there. Just stay here. We'll bring you further updates as our programs unfold. My name is Tinubu. Don't leave SOUQ News Television. Thank you.
Working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. You know, initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities. Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened. The Naira float. The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. The poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and but the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your distance. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle Orlando Martins was the first African to go to Hollywood. So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know, in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area, and I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job. working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. When I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother, Babatunde, and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Apega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all around from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort.
Okay.
I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager,
yes,
meeting at the car and having to like just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in '96. Starting out my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, you know, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something. I said, oh, look, on the iPad, it just flashed up. George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News. And he said, Jay, you've got to come on. You know, we've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind, you know, and when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and you'd say, oh, we have to do it, and he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
Alive and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted.
Yes.
Talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles, and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans, and the way she, took the time to say, "Oh, hello," and "Oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from?" And I thought that was really nice, and we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now. I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot. I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Epega, Harriman, Epega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, "Could you go and find the publicist?" And I had to say, "I am the publicist." And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because especially even now in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yes.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael, because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again, because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael, and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending, like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos, and I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow event talking about having.
So you've been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience. Okay. But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Ball. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name, in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine, or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had a taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food."
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it, but his voice is very loud. And what I'm really proud of him is that he said, "I want to come and see Nigeria for myself." You know, I hear these things at the foods, you know, people like, "Oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food?" It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yeah.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working?
Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, good to be here with you. As always, at this time, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, SOUQ Sports comes to you live from the city of Lagos, Nigeria, as we bring you up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports. Lone Ranger. Yes, I saw a quote on social media today, and it says, "Why would I be biting the hand that feed me when I feed myself?" I'm the voice on the radio, but right now I'm on your TV. So TC Bar coming to you with all the sports gist from all over the globe. Business, sports, transfer stories, and of course, a little bit of the Olympics. Sadly, the Super Falcons are out of Paris 2024 without securing a point. Andy Murray decides to end his time on the court at Paris 2024, and a boxer decided to leave the ring 46 seconds after receiving a lot of punches. Crazy times in the world of sports, but trust that I'll bring you up to speed with all of that, and I'll be joined by an international sports journalist on the show today. We'll take a moment, and when I return, it's going to be NPFL, and then we'll walk our way through the rest of the stories. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, good to know that you are on the other end of the TV, your screen, tablet, whatever device you're watching from, and following every bit of what we're bringing to you today on the program. When I mean we, have got a very, very eclectic and indefatigable crew. And so let's start off with the MPFL. Rangers and Enyimba were in a preseason friendly at the Cathedral. That's what that stadium is called, the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Lagos. And an Oriental debut of some sort. Remember the rival between Enyimba and Enugu Rangers last season that determined, who went on to win the league was massive by every standard. So Enugu Rangers, Enyimba in the opening match of the 042 or the 042 as the locals call it, Coal City International Cup preseason tournament saw Enugu Rangers come out on top. So Ago Kenechukwu did score a left-footed shot taken inside the box of Okoro Chidozie's intelligent cutback as he ran onto Isaac Saviour's defense splitting pass in the 51 minutes of play, and that turned out to be the match winner for the reigning MPFL champions. Congratulations to them. Sadly, Enyimba, with all of the changes they've had in the locker room, players have moved across the chessboard. We could not see them get back to restore parity in that particular preseason game. Rangers will go on to play Sierra Leone, and that is Sierra Leone inside FC Carlon on Sunday, the 4th of August, and that fixture is going to hold inside the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium. We'll be monitoring that to bring you up to speed. Some stories from Remo Stars, who have just finished as winners of the Value Jet pre-season tournament. The technical advisor Daniel Ogumodede has emphasized on the importance of continued hard work for his players. Now the MPFL season is around the corner. We're getting ready for that, and Remo Stars, like I mentioned, were very victorious in the preseason Valley Jet tournament, which held in Ikene, securing a 2-1 win over newly promoted MPFL club Ikorodu City in the final on Wednesday. We saw Remo Stars give a good account of themselves, setting the tone for the commencement of this tournament. And they're going to be participating in another preseason tournament, which I mentioned to you. Enugu Rangers will be taking part, and that's going to be in Enugu as they prepare for the Confederation of African Football Champions League next season. They're on the, would I describe as their youth team, Beyond Limit FC, who recently also gained MPFL promotion, have sold their sports to Heartland International, Heartland Football Club of Owerri. I'll be discussing with my Zoom guest about that in a minute or two, but let me let you know that Mohamed Adamu of Katsina United has finalized signing of Awal Mohammed, and that's some big money moves, in as much as the MPFL are unable to bring us up to speed with the details of the player transfer system, who is going where, how much has exchanged hands, and all of that. And so we seem to have an issue with the PTS system, which is in place in the Nigerian Professional Football League. But Awal Mohammed Adamu moved from a nationwide league side, and he signed for a national MPFL side, if I had to describe it. He moved from Malantake City FC to Katsina United, which is like a very big move for him. And then we've seen some other moves on the Nigerian Professional Football League scene, apart from the fact that Adamu will be earning 300,000 naira. We're not sure how long he's going to be playing, but then on loan, he's going to an English league with English league side, Mahala Baladiat. Well, that was how he completed last season, had a stint in Portugal, but then he's going to be playing for Katsina. Niger Tornadoes, on the other hand, has made Majid Mohammed's deal permanent. The MPFL club has appointed Majid as their substantive technical advisor. So I'll be linking up with David Oku now, who is an international sports journalist, so that we can have his thoughts on Heartland securing a sport back to the NPFL, and that's some big money from Beyond Limits, who gave up their sport. Of course, Beyond Limits and Remo Stars are from the same parent company, and they're managed by the same team. As such, it's not going to be wise, some persons believe, to have two teams from the same management coming into the MPFL. Of course, there's going to be a conflict of interest and all that. If I have David Oko, I could just pull him up right now so that we can, start the conversation at this point. David.
Yes, good afternoon, Temple Bara. Great to be on SOUQ News. It's a pleasure to be talking to you on sports. Yes, Heartland have underperformed for years now. It's well documented that it's a club that has needed a lot, not just money, but the right acumen in terms of administration, in terms of leadership qualities, and people to, usher them into a new phase. It's a club, that used to excite a lot of people back then. As Iwunanyanwu National, they were tops, in what they were doing. Yes, they did not win trophies every now and then, but again, when they were in, that they were going to challenge big. But it hasn't happened, in years now, and it's been very disturbing. Could it be, the hostile atmosphere in and around, the city, or something that has affected them? I can't really tell. But getting back to the top tier of Nigerian football, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling for the fans, good feeling for Nigerians as well, because they have a lot of fans, not just in Imo State alone. They have fans in the West, fans in the North, fans in the northeast, fans in the, but across the geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So it's a good feeling that they are back and we can see them compete as they will be traveling. Hopefully it's not an abridged league. It's a league where, the teams are allowed to travel around the country. So other people can get the opportunity to watch a big side like Heartland. But again, back to their struggles, we need to talk about it. Have they learned from their lessons? Last season, their performance was so dire that people were upset. I think sometimes you go to the stadium and you couldn't even find their own fans supporting them because, even before the matches were concluded in the league, I think about 5 games to go, people had already written that off. People had written them off for relegation. So will they continue to be paying their way back into the top flight? That's what should be averted. And I believe the interference between governance and the club itself, the administration, it needs to halt. It needs to stop. There needs to be proper governance. If it is the government that is there needs to be proper governance. If it is the leadership, they need to appoint, better people at the helm of affairs to ensure that Heartland can continue to grow from strength to strength. Back then, they used to have a feeder team so good that they produce, talented players that could push those in the first team for competition for places. It's not happened again. So they need to go back to the drawing board and see where they have gone wrong. Greed needs to also stop there within the administrators. They need to stop the backbiting. They need to stop fighting amongst themselves for unity, for progression, for a better Heartland. And we need to see that this season. It might not be that rosy again, where they need to always pay to return to the top flight.
David, one man's meat is another's poison. For Beyond City FC, they have gained, immensely from this deal. Of course, they continue to possess some of the best players, in the Nigerian National League, owing to the fact that you saw what they did last season and, of course, gaining that promotion. And, of course, some money in the bank account while still having a sister club in Remo Stars, you remain in the top flight. So it's a win-win for them. For Heartland, it's an opportunity for them to get back to top flight. And, of course, if they did not have as much as, I hear 500 million, I hear 500, a lot of, that's a huge amount, coming through. And then on the other hand, I hear they've also secured the services of Emmanuel Amunike. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if you've got confirmation to that effect. But what do you think they need to do? You've talked about governance. Do you think they have the right players, the quality of players to play at top flight, talking about the MPFL? Because not so much has been heard about player transfers and all that.
Even if they have the right crop of players, they still need a better system, a better administrator, and that's where the football governance come into play. They need these, administrators to draw out maps, road maps, or set good policies that can be used for the whole season. But planning is done for the whole season, and then in between, you can make one or two adjustments or improvise as the case may be, because things, might not or will not always go straight, as you put it. I don't think they have the crop of players to compete in the league, so they need to bring in players. Influx of quality players need to be done, and then even the team that they did business with, Beyond Limits, like you said, is a very good side. They have talented players there. They have good crop of players there. Atlant could also do business with them. They could collaborate with them, to bring in players that could give them stability in key areas that is lacking in the team. So, I think a proper coach like Emmanuel Amerike, if the deal goes through, at the moment, I don't know if it has, because I've not gotten any confirmation on that. But if it does go through, he has this acumen, he has the personality, and he's got the character to attract, top talents to a side and transform them. You can see what he did at Tanzania, a team that didn't qualify for the Nations Cup for 30 years. That was 3 decades. He qualified them, and he has a lot of exposure. So if at the end of the day he makes it as Heartland coach, then that will be very welcome.
So we'll move on, David. I just want you to stand by, and in a bit I'll get back to you based on the Olympics. So we'll move on now to the NPFL, still talking about movement of players. So right now, two Rwandan clubs have signed NPFL stars. Rwanda Premier League champions APRFC have bolstered their squad with the signing of Nigeria's Godwin Odibo and Chidebere Nwobodo, a winger who joins from the Nigerian National League outfit Sporting Lagos, who unfortunately were in the NPFL and were relegated, last season. Rangers champions, and Nwobodo captained Rangers to clinch the NPFL title last season, and you would have expected Rangers to do everything to keep him within their stead, but then going to Rwanda. How far Rwanda's league? I just don't want to take it, make it seem like I'm belittling that. But then we could have had what it takes to retain the services of someone who, probably had won, or well, not probably, actually won the league with Enugu Rangers. And so I would think of it as a loss for Rangers, but then you never can tell how much would have exchanged hands, in that particular deal. So Victor Mboma, already an integral part of the squad for them. We saw that happen, in the last couple of days. But then quickly, Nigeria's Cricket Federation is hopeful that the national under-19 teams, which is the boys and the girls, will pick their respective World Cup ticket. They did begin qualifications on the 31st of July in a competition that will run to the 19th of August. The game is ongoing now. Nigeria won the toss, so they elected to bat in that particular game. Once they're done, look forward to me sharing the results with you right here on SOUQ Sports. So quickly, it's the Olympics, the biggest sporting event in the world. But then the Super Falcons have crashed out. Now, in the aftermath of that failure to, make it out of the group stage, out of the women football, that group, already described as a group of death from the beginning, had Japan, had Spain, had Brazil. It was mind-boggling. But Randy Waldrum has opened, yes, he has gone on to, open up on what he feels might have been the reason for them to have failed. So he described the losses they experienced, or attributed the losses to injuries, right? The 9-time African champion lost all 3 group games. And I mentioned the teams, no pushovers, star-studded teams without any iota of doubt. But then poor preparations and injury of some key players is the reason Randy Waldrum is saying that his girls did not make it out of that group with even a point. They managed a goal against Japan, but that was not enough. David, if you're still standing by, there were a lot of hopes, there were a lot of hypes, there was a lot of attention, on the Super Falcons, just like the Tigresses, right? But the Super Falcons did not wear their boots to the party.
Well, it was expected that they performed shambolically like they did at the end of the day because they didn't have the top gear preparations. I think in over a year, they didn't play a friendly game that even caught the eye. When you are drawn in a group that has Brazil, Spain, and Japan, these are teams, that are top tier at the moment in women's football, especially Spain, who are world champions, Japan are former world champions, and Brazil are always a tough nut to crack. Then you need to equip yourself with friendly games with grade A teams. Maybe it might not be them, but teams in their caliber, to up your tempo or up your game and see where you can improve, May I shock you or take you back? Back in 1991, when Nigeria made their first appearance at the FIFA Women's World Cup, the likes of Spain and Japan were nowhere close to the Super Falcons. But how they have improved, how they have, been technically sound, and how the, governance of their football has taken things to another level since 1991 and has left Nigeria behind, have left the Falcons behind. I'll use your word, it's mind-boggling, and it's a testament to how unserious we are. The anyhowness of the federation of the football here, it's something that is very painful, to watch. It's something that is very painful to look at. how do you expect the girls to fare? How do you expect the coach to put up things together? And then I'm not excusing anybody now. Randy Waldrum has had his time with the Falcons. I think he's been in charge since 20 thereabout or 2019, 2020, yeah, after Thomas Genevieve. But I was always, not comfortable about the contract which he signed with the federation. You cannot be coaching in the United States, one leg in and then one leg out. You're coaching the biggest women's team in Africa, which is the Super Falcons, by virtue, of the achievements so far. It puts them as the biggest brand in Africa. So you cannot do that. There is a divided attention. So he needs to stay with one. But again, some people would ask me if I'm saying Randy should stay with one. Am I going, frequently as it should be from the Nigerian Football Federation, because we've seen times where the coach has come out to lambast the NFF. It's not been a happy time between Randy Waldrum and those at the Football Federation. It's been back and forth, they've exchanged words before the World Cup.
If I may just interject a little bit, do you think that Randy Waldrum will continue to have his job? Recall the last time, I think the World Cup, after his outburst, like you rightly put it, there was a lot of back and forth. It felt like he was not going to have the job after that particular incident. And now, he has not done pretty well with this Olympics. I don't think you can describe this Olympics as, 4/10 if you had to put it on a scale of 1 to 10. And then, yes, he has attributed that to injuries and lack of preparation. Do you think the NFF is going to oust him? The Super Eagles at the moment do not even have a coach.
Let me tell you something. Tactically, Randy, the Olympics competition with the Falcons. So technically is the right word I should use. He's not the coach anymore. Whether the NFF wants to retain him or wants to give him an additional contract is what I do not know. But from what I've seen so far, since I've followed Randy, first started following him when he led the girls to the Aisha Buhari Cup about 5 years ago, and they performed shambolically with South Africa, Banyana completely dominating them on their own turf, Nikan, there in Lagos. And I didn't like the way the Super Falcons played. But Randy came out to give these same excuses, which you have said now, with injuries. He said he didn't have all of his players, all of his players to him for selection, and that he believes patience and with more time, with fit players coming around, he would be able to perform at top gear. Then came the WAFCON, the Women's Africa Cup of Nations held in Morocco. That was the biggest Women's Cup of Nations held. With that, it was an expanded version, so it saw a lot of other participating teams from Africa join the party. In Morocco, with games held in Rabat and Casablanca. The Super Falcons performed abysmally again, finishing fourth and qualifying for the Women's World Cup in Australia by the skin of their teeth. In fact, they lost the third place game to Zambia, lost the first match to South Africa. South Africa went on to become eventual champions after beating Morocco in the final, lost to Morocco in the semi-finals on penalties, and then lost to Zambia in the third place game. So Randy Waldrum hasn't covered himself in glory. And then there is this new thing about open favoritism, about players who are underperforming or players who haven't even kicked the ball for over 2 years, but are in the
I'm not able to have a smooth communication with David. Polish top seed Iga Swiatek had her 25-match winning streak on the Paris clay ended by China's Zheng Qinwen in the Olympic semifinals, 23 years of age. She has won the past 3 French Opens at Roland Garros, but was beaten 6-2, 7-5 by 6 seed Zheng at the same venue. Now, losing there for the first time since 2021 was tough to take for the long-time world number 1. she was the overwhelming favorite. And that was to also add the Olympic gold to her 5 Grand Slam title. She was visibly upset. And when she tried to speak to broadcast journalists about an hour after the match, she decided not to speak with her written counterpart, as she, is actually entitled to do so under the Olympic rules. Zheng, on the other hand, 21 years of age, lost in the Australian Open final earlier this year and now has a shot at earning the biggest title of her career. Yes, the world number 7 will play Croatian 13th seed Dona Vekic in Saturday's gold medal match after she beat Slovakia's Anna Karolina 6-4, 6-love. Swiatek and Shmedlova are contesting for bronze today. Now, for the men's category, in the men's singles, Spanish second seed Carlos Alcaraz continued his bid to become the youngest player to win the Olympic title. The French Open and Wimbledon champion reached the semifinals with a 6-3, 7-6, 9-7 win over American 9 Tommy Paul. Alcaraz will play 13th seed Felix Auger as Lesime in the last 4 after the Canadian beat Norwegian 6th seed Casper Ruud 6-4, 6-7, 6-3. On the other side of the draw, Serbia's Novak Djokovic beat Greek 8th seed Stefanos Tsitsipas 6-3, 7-6, 7-3. But now the biggest news out of tennis from this week is the fact that Andy Murray, British tennis icon Andy Murray, has bowed out of his professional tennis career. What an illustrious career, no doubt. And it ended, unfortunately, with a straight set defeat in the Olympics men's double quarterfinals. And here, Murray, the 2-time Olympic singles champion, and Dan Evans lost 6-2, 6-4 to American third seeds Taylor Fritz and Tommy Paul. Now, Murray has confirmed, even before the Paris Games, that it will be his final event before retiring from the sport. And speaking, afterwards, he said he was ready for retirement. I wonder if we have that track up. Otherwise, we'll move on. But then his opponent in that particular game is going to go on to the next stage of the competition. Now, some controversial story, apart from all of the Murray, because something happened after that speech. Murray said he described himself as tennis. He says, I am playing tennis, when asked questions after that particular tournament. But a particular boxer seems to have taken all over social media, even drowning Andy Murray's retirement, and that is Italy's Angela Carini, who abandoned her boxing bout 46 seconds after being in the ring. Well, she said she had to preserve her life. She faced an Algerian. Carini went to her corner to fix her headgear, and after she resumed, she returned to her corner once more and then stopped her fight with Algerian Khalif. Now, the issue here is the Algerian seems to have an oversecretion of male hormones, a lot of testosterone, to the point that some persons have called her a transgender. I wonder if David is still standing by, because I know that David had made a comment about this particular conversation on his social media handle, and I would love, to have a bit of his input on this particular issue. David.
Yes, it's quite unfortunate what's happening with the Algerian boxer, and I hope that the abuses she's getting doesn't affect her mentally. Yeah, looking at what happened, you've explained it all. This is a lady that has been fighting, and not today, not she's fought at Commonwealth, she's fought at other events again, but there's this high level of testosterone in her system, which you quite define what it is. So it's not her fault. I think we can draw parallels with issues which Caster Semenya was facing, the South African athlete back then, and then, of course, Barbara Banda too. At the time, Banda missed the WAFCON in Morocco for Zambia. The striker, she didn't play, I think because of similar issues or something of that nature. But she's a woman, she's a lady, born as a girl. Even footages of her photos with siblings have been flooding through the internet, since last night. The Italian overreacted. If she wasn't there to to fight, she would have not shown up. I think she did that premeditatedly. She had already had in mind what she wanted to do. Obviously, you study your opponent and know what to expect. So she must have known the history of the Algerian boxer, but it was quite unfair. The alarm, she raised, quite crying wolf. This is a woman. Yes, she must have had this level of testosterone, but it now has to do with the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, and the Athletics Federation of the country. Why did they pass her, to fight? All this can be averted. So people who do not understand the story have taken to social media, to also talk about the views which are, degrading views, which are biased views, which are insulting to the boxer, which is very unacceptable. And we just hope that at the end of the day, it doesn't affect her mentally, because she has been fighting all this while. And Mr. Temple, I'll tell you, at the Commonwealth Games, sometime she was beaten, eliminated in the first round. She's been eliminated in a lot of rounds. Why wasn't this levels of testosterone issue brought up? Why is it now that she has won and knocked out someone in just 46
The
seconds?
IOC did not organize the World Championship, but she was disqualified from the World Championship. Talking about Emmanuel Khalif, the Algerian. She was disqualified as a result of high testosterone, right? And now
What
the
about the
IOC are the ones running the shows at Paris. And they say Khalif qualified because she's a real person. And the question here is not whether she's transgender or not. She is not transgender. And these are two real people who have been fighting, over the years, right? What do you make out of the fact that people might have just too much of men in them, and that makes them a lot more stronger or better qualified, right, than the others who are women? Gladys is taking a laugh at this.
Well, for me, that's not unfair. It's not unfair competition. Some people might just have something inside of them that makes them more stronger. It could be hereditary. It could be something else. I don't know what it is, but sometimes you could find it. Sometimes you could just hold someone by the wrist and find out that they don't have a hole or a passage in their bone here is quite strong and straight, or some things like that. So yes, I understand that organizers of competitions have tried to play it down, that there needs to be a fair level of competition at all stages. But again, if you have passed her to compete at the Olympics in Paris, why is this coming up now? Yes, some people had said she was disqualified, like put it back then, in a competition. But again, this is the Olympics. She is there on merit. It's not as if she's there on any other leveraging factor or something. She's there on merit. She was tested, she was passed, fit to compete. And while getting on to compete, the worst thing that could happen to you is someone pulling out of the race, and then they're going to cry foul in the media. And you could go to the social media spaces and see the number of threats, trolls, abuses, this lady has gotten, which is quite, sad. It's very sad.
Loss is another person's win. Her physique and personality reminds me of the female knights in the series Game of Thrones. But that's on the side. Asians have dominated the media table, and it's really good to see them giving the traditional winners, United States and Jamaica, a run for their money. A colleague of mine, Noble Kelvin, believes that we've not gotten to the stage of the competition where the US are going to start dominating or start amassing. He also believes that there's a fair chance for them, to actually come back into the thick of things. Yes, you see, some of these medals coming in. If we can get the medal table, you realize that China seems to, be on the top of things. We also have Japan, we also have Korea before United States and all that. So United States seems to be coming up with the number of medals they have amassed in a couple of games and sporting activities in the last few competition. And then France, a third with 8 gold, right? 11 silvers and 9 bronze. That's a total of 28. And then Australia are in fourth with 8 gold and a total of 19 medals. Japan have slumped down to fifth with 8 golds as well and a total of 16. While Republic of Korea, who used to be second just 2 or 3 days ago, are now seventh with 6 gold medals and 12 medals in total. So here's the beautiful thing about it. The United States, who are in second position, have a total of 38 golds, but then they are surpassed by China, who have more gold and silver medals, right? So the uniqueness of the table just has it that the number of medals you might have amassed is not as important as the quality of the medals you have. So that's something we need to take a note of. But then, David, you see United States of America, topping the medals table here.
No, I don't see them topping the medals table because their performance, over the years have constantly declined. I think in this Olympics, they are trying their best, but to top the medal table is a big ask. Yes, the Olympics is still maybe about a week or so to go. Well, the United States can only wish, like you said, gold medals count for a lot. Even with about 10 bronze or maybe 10 silvers, I think just 3 golds can beat that and catapult you, to the top of the table. So the US would only look at other sports where they can dominate. I think track and field is coming up or has started, and it's a possibility that Africa, will amass a lot of medals. So let's look back home here. Where is our strength? Is in the track and field. So as it started, we hope a lot of medals will be accrued to us and the athletes will perform, incredibly well. Disappointingly, some of the Team Nigeria athletes like Ofili, they didn't compete in the 100 meters because of, the issues that has plagued, our sports administrations, sports, institutions. But that's on the side. We hope that other African representatives, can do us proud there and at least get to the podium finish. Get aim for gold, aim for silver. But if you cannot, at least pick up a bronze medal. And for Nigeria too, we are hopeful that where we are strong, especially in track and field, which has begun, would be able to amass medals, to surpass the medal haul we achieved at the Tokyo Olympics back in 2020.
So just before I let you go, I would want to bring in the transfer of Kelechi Iheanacho from the King Power Stadium from Leicester City to Sevilla. He joined the Spanish La Liga side on a 2-year deal, and that's coming after 7 years, spending 7 years with Leicester City, scoring 61 goals in 232 matches. He arrived in Spain on Tuesday, had his medical on Wednesday, and he's now a Sevilla player. What do you make out of that move?
Well, it's a good move for Kelechi. I think his style is more suited to the fluid, keep the ball, system in Spain. And Sevilla, who are a high-octane playing team, I think they will benefit from his movement and also his knowledge of the game. He holds the ball well and could put players into play. It's a big club, Sevilla. When you talk about Real Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, the next club you look at in Spain, it has to be Sevilla. They call them the Europa League. Is it Europa League champions? So there's a name I'm looking for. They say it's their bet right, to always win the Europa League. So it's a big club he's going to, so he needs to perform. He needs to perform well. There's another Nigerian there, Chiderai Juke, the winger. So this is a good move for both of them. I wish Kelechi the best of luck. I thought Leicester getting promotion back to the top flight will see him remain, but it hasn't been so. So good one for him. Good one. Let's see how it goes. And then Wilfred Ndidi continues to be at Leicester, and I've not heard any news concerning movement for Wilfred Ndidi. But for Iheanacho, it's a good move. It's a very good move.
I'd like to thank you so much, David, for joining me on the program, and looking forward to having a conversation with you again in the near future.
Yeah, many thanks. Thanks for the opportunity.
So we'll continue the program. Fulham has made a £20 million bid for Manchester United's McTominay, and it's anticipated that United will reject the offer. But the Scotland international's future is still uncertain at this point, as West Ham United also tried to sign him last summer. We'll move on real quick right now because of some confirmed transfers that we have. I mentioned the deal with Kelechi Iheanacho to you, but then Everton have signed a certain centre-back, Jake O'Brien, and he's moving from Lyon on a 4-year deal for £16.4 million. 23 years of age, and of course, country of origin, Republic of Ireland. The defender has made 27 appearances for the League One side last season and becomes Everton's 5th summer signing after the midfielder team Irebunam, forwards Lehman Ndiaye and Jesper Lindstrom, as well as Jack Harrison, returned on loan from Leeds. Well, look out for more confirmed movements across the ocean. Yes, I like to describe it from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Players moving across different continents in the world of football. But then in sports business, Disney has snapped up exclusive rights in Spain Serie A for the next 3 seasons, ousting pay television operator Movistar Plus. So it's going to be their sole responsibility to ensure that the La Liga is beamed all over the world. The Confederation of African Football, which is the supreme football body in Africa, has struck deals for its clubs and is looking for more, club competitions with broadcasts across sub-Saharan Africa. And we hear that Bein Sports and IMG seems to have an understanding. We were looking forward to what will be made out of those deals in the coming months. The PGA Tour has taken steps to retain engagement within a key demographic as it launches a 9-hole event to tap into social media followings, and that's on YouTube, for YouTube and golf content creators. And with that sports story, we'll be wrapping it up right here on SOUQ Sports on SOUQ News Television. I want to say many thanks to you, and of course I will be urging you to follow us on our various social media handles. Let's get to talk. You can make your inquiries, contribute on the program, and let me get your thoughts on what you think on some of the moves by some of the players. And of course, I know that many people are still very sad about the asking of the Super Falcons, but then let's keep hope alive in some of our athletes and players who are representing Nigeria at the ongoing Paris Olympic. Many thanks as well to everyone who has ensured that you can receive this loud and clear, not to mention names, but then thanks to you, you know yourselves. My name is TC Barra. It's been a pleasure being your host, and yes, I look forward to being with you next time on the show. Until then, have yourself a splendid weekend, and bye for now.
And it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last. You want longevity. So it might be that we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is, but what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime, and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever, or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think think that's what PRs can do a bit more of, and use the talent, that platform they have. Those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ News TV, because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot, because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline. Lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC, because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like that, diversity causes, and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
it
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color.
Yes.
And make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind.
So, and God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GT would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me, it's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background.
Throughout my career, known Tony Elumelu as a self-made Nigerian. The name Tony Elumelu is synonymous with youth development and entrepreneurship. This is a man, a Nigerian, that we should all be proud of, who has inspired, motivated, supported, and empowered millions of Africans, millions of African youths. He's an icon in his own class. He's a captain of the industry. He's a patriot, a selfless philanthropist, and someone who can say is carrying the banner of Nigeria.
Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman.
Gone are those days when you used to meet at Sule, Akrele Street. I still have nostalgic memories of such meetings, and I hope one of these days I'll be able to meet Tony again for where we share a drink and talk about those glorious days.
The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. So that was all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at All State Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets, year. First year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena.
I would describe Tony Elumelu as an enigma in the banking industry. His trajectory from commercial banking to entrepreneurship and to youth empowerment is salutary. Over the years, Tony Elumelu has distinguished himself from his banking career from All State Trust Bank to where he became a founder of Standard Trust Bank before getting into UBA. And from UBA, he created a foundation that has been nurturing Africans in terms of entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity.
As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment.
I want to refer to the recognition by the Harvard Business School. The Harvard Business School has recognized the Elumelu Foundation for its unique style of philanthropy, and has recommended it as its case study in its business school. This is no mean achievement, and while congratulating the federal government, while congratulating Tony himself, this should be an inspiration to all Nigerians that regardless of our position, regardless of our status, we should all come together. There should be concerted efforts at improving the youth.
Over the years, he has created a kind of new entrepreneurs between the ages of 20-something to 30-something across Africa with the concept of Africapreneurship, which is his initiative that we need to catch young African entrepreneurs young, make investment in them so that they can improve the levels of the engagement in business development from micro and medium enterprise to full enterprises that will help to grow the economy across Africa. In that respect, Elumelu is a leading light, to some extent, a big torchbearer when it comes to banking and innovation. He has even moved from banking to oil and gas by acquiring some offshore oil rig, which he has developed optimally, and that is adding to the revenue of Nigeria.
Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jog on the spot. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the bank here. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side knows. So in that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach, we don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. In every government or institution, there is a corresponding invisible hand that remotely controls its affairs with immense influence over decision-making process or matters of interest. The Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, is a victim of this invisible hand. The head of the commission and possibly its inner caucus are not oblivious of its presence and interference, but may be unknown to other members of staff. By conferring the power to appoint the chairman of the commission on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, lawmakers have unwittingly created an invisible hand for the EFCC. The invisible hand is the president and by extension the presidency. The EFCC was delivered as a bond servant from inception, lacking authority and autonomy and courage to function effectively outside the grip and body language rhythm of its masters, the president. And since the head of the commission occupied the driver's seat, obeying all traffic regulations as beamed by the president, liberty is replaced with dependency. Under this circumstance, what courage can the commission's chairman muster to prosecute the president's loyalists without upsetting ego and sensibilities? This is the burden of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Until the power to appoint the chairman of the commission is removed from the president, the head of the EFCC will continue to operate under dominance and influence of the president, doing his bid and covertly yielding to his whims and caprices without ethical courage to act otherwise. No matter how committed and sincerely intentional the chairman of the EFCC may be, his drive for efficiency is weakened by presidential interference. This finds expression in the crux of allusions to EFCC selected war against financial crime and money laundering in the country. The public must recognize that the president is first and foremost a politician who came to power on the ticket of his political party. He has his loyalists and those who supported the process of his ascension to power. Besides, politicians affiliates, some of these stalwarts, permeate both the critical public and private sector. Evidently, circumstances that led to the sack of all past chairmen of EFCC could be linked to an invisible hand of the president. To avoid this route, EFCC handles high-profile cases deemed to have ties with the president with caution, classifying them as persons with blue blood in their veins. This is the trouble with the EFCC and why it is unable to effectively wage war against financial crime and money laundering. Most ex-governors, ministers, and other political and business bigwigs that have been prosecuted and convicted till date are those with either weak link or falling out of favor with the president. EFCC now tread with caution without discretionary initiative, constraining itself mainly to petitions received from the public, as against initiating, executing investigations on suspected individuals and organizations, particularly those that are prone to financial crimes and money laundering. The ministries, agencies, departments of government, legislature, judiciary, and the organized private sector are all black spots. The Nigerian environment is fraught with financial crime and money laundering, particularly the political space. Yet, the FCC pretends not to know. Politics is a big industry and quick source of unearned income, where people become multimillionaires or billionaires overnight just by participating in politics or serving in the executive, legislature, or the judiciary. To rid the country of illicit wealth and growing corruption, Nigeria must review the process leading to the appointment and removal of the EFCC chairman in order to insulate the office from the influence and covert control of the president. Besides, the EFCC must wake up from its slumber. This is Bayo Olaoye.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria.
The 4th edition of the Nigerian National SME Business Awards, NNSBA, held amidst fanfare, honoring outstanding business enablers.
Yes, they say small, they say my God, they was for Emma.
Because you don't know what you want to, don't know me again. Because you don't know.
The awards ceremony, put together by Association of Small Business Owners in Nigeria, ASPON, and Lagos State Government through the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative, Trade and Investment, drew participation of the financial sector, entrepreneurs, representatives of Lagos and Ogun State governments, industry leaders and other key actors in the SME ecosystem. Dignitaries who arrived for the event switched from regular business mode as they graced the red carpet with glitz and glamour.
The small-scale businesses are the builders of the GDP, and that is what the SMEs in Nigeria are yearning for. In order to be able to achieve this, we must have these organizations that will put those small businesses together, and that's one of the duties of ASPON, and for which Ogosima is overseeing. We project, we protect, and present the interest of the small-scale businesses in order to build up the economy.
Because we believe that the small and medium-scale enterprise form the engine of any country's economy. And we believe that in supporting that segment of the Nigerian economy, we're also helping to boost the Nigerian economy. So that's why we're supporting us.
You have quite a number. Lagos State government is our sure partner. They assist with all manner of incentive policies like the Employment Trust Fund, from where more than 18,000 of our members have benefited. They've disbursed so much, excess of 12 billion if I'm not mistaken. So you see that they're supporting us. They organize even trade fair for free for members to showcase what they have, and then have wide access to market, fully funded by government. It's so many.
And because we come together, it's easier to be able to talk to government officials, people in leadership positions who can help. And so I see them growing, and I can see them doing even better in future.
Basically, for us at LSCTF, collaboration has always been what we enjoy doing, because if we do not collaborate, we will not be able to achieve our mandates, and we need the collaboration of so many other players in the ecosystem.
Moving to the main event, it was time to celebrate the success of SMEs in Nigeria, celebrate their supporters, and sue for more collaboration to tackle the challenges of the business community.
Once again, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to officially welcome you to the 4th Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2024. This is the 4th edition, which simply means that 4 years ago, this vision was birthed. And here we are today celebrating and, of course, showcasing those people who can be regarded as SME enablers in our country, Nigeria. Look at your neighbor by your right and by your left. Say, my neighbor, I welcome you here today.
Government has sought national potential to stand to benefit significantly by providing SMEs with the right business environment to succeed.
This particular recognition underscores also the interest of its mentors, the Army Government Leaders, Mr. towards his administration effort to foster and encourage their entrepreneurship drives, innovation policies, and economic empowerment comes to reality for our people.
Elated awardees share their joy and declare commitments to doing more to enhance the fortunes of SMEs in Nigeria.
And so we've done a lot for individuals and small businesses, obviously working through our partners, banks and other players in the financial services space. So I guess it's in recognition of all of that has happened across the years that we're recognized.
For us, it's about strategic partnerships to be able to deliver value to the SME space, SME customers. So for us, it's about finding out those things we can do in order to impact the SME ecosystem. And for the SMEs, it's all about making those choices that will, making those informed choices that will help you move your business from one level to the other.
In each of our homes or our families, you probably find a small business owner, so what they're doing is awesome, making this into an organized sector such that, first of all, there's opportunity to have a community of business owners who are able to brainstorm, who are able to support each other, and then it makes it easier for also private sector practitioners to come in to support. That's one of the most beautiful things that this is going to do for us. It's the collaboration, it's the ability to exchange, exchange knowledge, ability to support, and then giving these businesses the environment to thrive, giving them the environment to collaborate, to partner as well.
For us at SOUQ News, these that come at no auspicious time than this, especially when a lot of people start to contemplate, can reporting business news thrive in Nigeria, given that people are giving to social news and politics. Now this recognition is giving us a lot of hope and assurance that collaborating with small business owners in Nigeria, we can actually do well in reaching out and telling the world the good about what Nigerian business is, the resilience, the commitment, and of course, the perseverance, even in the face of difficulties, that we have a hope that a business civilization is going to survive, and not just survive, but thrive in Nigeria.
It's testament to the importance of doing something that's not usual, doing something that's not ordinary, and being particular about the development of your country, which is essentially what SOUQ News has done over the last 10 to 11 months. And it's testament to the power of visions in the person of the visionary Ambassador Victor Olufemi Walsh, right? And then, you know, the team, folks like you, folks like my other colleagues that are putting the work required to drive a vision such as this. So,
honored, elated to receive this prestigious award. For us at Leadway, our primary focus is always on supporting the SMEs in terms of their financials and as well as risk mitigation mechanisms. So for us, it is a pleasure, and they will always promise to provide that support to grow the industry as a whole.
The award essentially means that we're doing something right, and that affirms all the hard work that has gone into the impact space that we're working in. The purpose of LSCTF is to essentially create jobs and wealth for the residents in Lagos State. So to be recognized for doing so means that we can actually make an impact, and it's also very encouraging for us such that we would do more.
To support SMEs across Nigeria.
I think it's a celebration of the hard work that a lot of NMSMEs, and I say NMSMEs because a lot of times we focus on SMEs, but the bulk of the entrepreneurs in Nigeria operates at the nano and micro level. So I think that programs like this celebrate their tenacity, celebrate their resilience, and is a call to do more and a call to stay on, you know, and continue to push against all odds.
So for us, it means a lot. It's actually calls for more. You know, too much is given, much is expected. Global Bank, being an industry leader in MSME banking, can only but continue to provide that leadership, you know, and cutting-edge innovation that can only support and enable MSMEs beyond the normal access to finance, access to market, things around capacity building, payments and collection and all that. So it's a good one, and also very encouraging. And to the organizers APSCON, I mean, what they are doing is very good, it's very germane. It's good to bring stakeholders together to continue to discuss this space.
The kind of collaboration we're now having, particularly with the theme of today's award, is going to open up another opportunity of further collaboration with us. I'm happy to let you know that as we were here today, the Federal Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment sent us a message that they want to partner with us the more beyond what it has been, because they were following us on your channel through your streamlining. And that's, to us, is another wonderful opportunity and what a wonderful development. We cannot really do much without partnership. We need to partnership more with government and our agencies. We need to partner more also with private sector stakeholders like your organization and many other organizations that are players and actors in the MSME space.
Indeed, to whom much is given, much is expected. The NNSBA 2024 centered on strengthening collaboration within the organized private sector. After a successful event such as this, it pretty much looks like this message is well received by all. Blessing AEG, SOUQ News.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for higher specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add it to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. You know, Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people, because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation, that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. They love In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking when my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be like...
Wash Media, call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello there and welcome. Here is the news on the hour on SOUQ News Television. I am David Chiadu. First, the major headlines. Many thanks for joining us, and now the news in detail. The federal government has extended the deadline for workers' verification on the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System, IPIS, to August 15, 2024. This extension aims to ensure that all civil servants have sufficient time to complete the verification process, which requires a taxpayer identification number, TIN, the IPIS number, and salary account number. The verification exercise is part of the government's efforts to streamline payroll management, eliminate ghost workers, and prevent fraudulent activities. The extension of the verification deadline demonstrates the government's commitment to ensuring a smooth and inclusive process. The First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, has unveiled 200 beneficiaries of the African Union Development Agency, AUDA, New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, African School of Economics, RHI sponsorships, a result of the Renewed Hope Initiative's partnerships with national and international organizations. This milestone marks a significant step towards increasing access to quality education for Nigerian youths. The scholarship program, which provides financial support and laptops to students, aims to assist with tuition fees, books, and other educational expenses. The First Lady reaffirmed the Bola Tinubu's administration's commitment to prioritizing education, highlighting various policies and programs aimed at providing unhindered access to education for every Nigerian student. The Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman, praised the First Lady as an education champion, announcing an additional 4,000 bursary grants for tertiary education students. The CEO of AUDA NEPAD in Nigeria, Princess Gloria Akobondu, explained that the beneficiaries will receive qualitative education from within and outside Nigeria. And the African Development Bank Group has approved a $500 million loan to the federal government of Nigeria to finance the first phase of the Economic Governance and Energy Transition Support Program, EGETSP. This initiative aims to transform the country's electricity infrastructure and improve access to cleaner energy. The loan will help close the financing gap in Nigeria's 2024-2025 federal budget, supporting the implementation of the new Electricity Act and the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan, which targets 250 gigawatts of installed electricity capacity by 2050, with 90% being renewable. Economic Governance and Energy Transition Support Program, EGETSP, will decentralize the electricity supply industry and attract investments from subnational governments and the private sector. The program also aims to provide clean cooking solutions using liquefied petroleum gas, biogas, biofuels, and electric cook stoves by 2030. The African Development Bank Group's $500 million support is part of a broader effort to enhance Nigeria's economic growth, poverty reduction, and climate action. As of July 2024, the bank's active portfolio in Nigeria is valued at $4.4 billion. And President Bola Tinubu has directed the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, to supply crude oil to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery and other domestic refineries in Naira to stabilize fuel prices and the Naira-dollar exchange rate. The $20 billion Dangote Refinery in Lekki, Lagos, targeting a capacity of 500,000 barrels per day, will require approximately 1.7 trillion naira worth of crude oil monthly. With an average crude cost of $83 per barrel and the recent directive The refinery's daily crude requirement translates to about 56.55 billion naira, using the average exchange rate of 1,362 naira per dollar in 2024. Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the President on Information and Publicity, confirmed this directive via a post on his official X handle. Industry experts highlight the potential benefits of this policy. Chief Ukadike Chinedum from the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association emphasized the need for the NNPC Limited to meet increased crude demand. Eche Doko of the Crude Oil Refiners Association noted that selling crude oil in naira could lower petrol costs and strengthen the naira. This move is expected to significantly reduce fuel prices once implemented. The Federal Executive Council adopted this measure to ensure the stability of refined fuel pump prices and the naira and the dollar-naira exchange rate. The refinery, expected to reach 550,000 barrels per day by December 2024, aims to enhance Nigeria's crude refining capacity and support domestic fuel supply. And the Federal Capital Territory Administration has launched a groundbreaking medical palliative scheme aimed at enhancing healthcare delivery in the capital city. The FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, said this scheme will offer free medical treatment, drugs, surgeries, and foodstuff to patients in Gwarimpa General Hospital, Abuja. This innovation is to address the challenges faced by patients in accessing quality healthcare services, particularly during difficult economic times. And now to some NGX reports. The Nigerian Stock Exchange experienced a slight decline on Thursday, with the all-share index closing at 97,359.76 points, down 0.42%. Despite this, the market saw a significant increase in trading volume, with 565,116,303 units of shares valued at 8,530,916,819 naira changing hands in 6,821 transactions. The market's performance was driven by gains in the banking industry, which rose by 0.42%, and the industrial index, which gained 0.001%. Additionally, 22 stocks recorded price increases, led by United Capital, Qtix PLC, and Africa Prudential PLC, which surged by 9.95%, 9.94%, and 9.94%, respectively. The NGX also saw significant activity in the volume chart, with Zenith Bank, Owando PLC, and Axis Holdings PLC leading the way. This suggests that investors are still actively engaging with the market despite the current downturn. Now, while the market experienced a slight decline, there are still opportunities for growth and investment. The NGX's performance is a reminder that the markets are constantly evolving and investors must adapt to changing conditions in order to succeed. And Nigeria will reap from the multi-billion-dollar biotechnology markets if it brings investors to translate research outcomes into products. The Director General of the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency, Dr. Abdullahi Mustafa, stated this at an international conference on biotechnology held in Abuja. In this special report, our news correspondent, Bayo Olawi, takes a look at the potentials of turning profound research works into products as Nigeria seeks to reap from the global biotechnology market.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the light different.
There is no doubt that biotechnology has potential for Nigeria, but there is a need to harness it to have a direct impact on the economy and well-being of the people. According to Dr. Abdullahi Mustafa, the way to go was to encourage and allow real-time investors to come in, adding that this will have direct impact on the economy and well-being of the people. He was optimistic that new products will be ushered in very soon, pointing out that when this happened, the economic landscape will witness a change in terms of earnings, healthcare delivery, agriculture, and a cleaner environment. The Director General was of the view that opportunities must be created for people from other African countries to learn from Nigeria with the possibility of investing in the country. He highlighted the role of biotechnology in enhancing food security, healthcare, fostering industrial development, and preserving the environment. Dr. Mustafa noted that the seed of transformative change have been planted and nurtured, allowing innovation to flourish and progress to thrive for a collective duty. Dr. Mustafa argued that it was important to remain resolute in the commitment to harness biotechnology as a driver for positive change. He noted that knowledge shared during conferences, seminars, and workshops with networks will continue to yield benefits for the years to come. Also speaking at the conference, the Director, Agricultural Biotechnology Department of the agency, Rose Gidado, observed that the conference confirmed that biotechnology had the potential to harness people. The Director, Regional Center for Biotechnology and Bioresources Research, University of Port Harcourt, Julian Osuji, stated that the conference will be held annually in order to bring biotechnologists together often and on a regular basis. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
You're still watching SOUQ News on the Hour. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, under the leadership of President Yakubu Mekiao, SAN, has taken a commendable step to safeguard the fundamental human rights of 130 citizens during the ongoing #EndBadGovernance protest. NBA, recognizing the constitutional right to assemble and protest, has established pro bono legal support services to assist anyone whose rights may be violated. And still on the protests, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, was spotted at the presidential villa in Abuja, where he is believed to have discussed the ongoing hunger protests with President Bola Tinubu. The minister later addressed newly coronated chiefs in Abuja, commending protesters for remaining peaceful and urging them to continue engaging in dialogue with the government. Wike emphasized the importance of peaceful protests and dialogue, stating that the government is open to discussing the issues with the protesters. He encouraged traditional rulers to play a pivotal role in conveying government policies and programs to their subjects, promoting unity and understanding. The minister described Abuja as the nation's center of unity and emphasized the need for collective efforts to address the challenges facing the country. He expressed optimism that the current administration will bring about positive change, urging citizens to give President Tinubu time to implement his policies. Overall, the minister's efforts aim to promote dialogue, understanding, and peaceful resolution of the ongoing protests, highlighting the importance of collective effort in addressing the nation's challenges. And still with the protest, in a bid to press home their demands and make their voices heard, the hashtag End Bad Governance protest that kicked off on the 1st of August 2024 entered into the second day. The protesters, who are demanding a reduction in the price of fuel and improved quality of life, gathered today at the Gani Fawemi Park in Ojota. Our correspondent Kayode Shopekon has the rest of the report.
It's the second day of the hashtag End Bad Governance protest. Protesters have converged at the Gani Fawemi Park in Ojota, Lagos. The protesters refused to enter into the Gani Fawemi Park as ordered by the Federal High Court after they sensed the presence of hoodlums inside the park. Then and there, the protesters agreed to carry out their peaceful protest on the service lane right in front of the park. In a chat with SOUQ News correspondent Kayode Shopekon, the protesters explained that they were not requesting for much other than for the government to do the needful.
We are agitating one, that government should reverse the price of petroleum product to its normal price of 190 naira. Two, government should also reverse back to its normal position of 68 naira, the so-called brand A of electricity tariff, because we cannot continue to produce either for domestic or for industrial purpose. When the price of electricity has gone up out of the reach of the poor, how will we sustain industrialization? The government is positioning that they are pretending they want Nigeria to be. So in this respect, we call they should reverse the price.
Yeah, I think Nigeria needs to persevere at this moment. Of course, things are not getting better. Businesses are not even moving. You know the state of the exchange rate now, the inflation rates. So of course, if we can unite and let us call the attention of the government to meet our primary needs. These needs are easy. They are not ambiguous or even complex.
Came here. Also, I thought this mineral will finish on time so that we quickly go and carry. Today now I have not sold 12 pieces of mineral. And if I did not sell like that in the morning, we have to wait in the evening, like 7 o'clock. Those bringing their food out, we go and carry pure water, mineral, and hawk from 7 to 12 midnight, so that we can feed ourselves. This country is getting harder and harder.
While the peaceful hashtag End Bad Governance protesters were being addressed, trouble fomenters and hoodlums were seen lurking around, waiting for the right opportunity to hijack the protest.
We have every right to disagree with the policies of the government.
They are doing the wrong thing.
And we have rights to come out and protest those policies.
Yes.
Protests have always been peaceful.
Yes, sir.
It is all until the police, the army, or the thugs intervene to suppress it before it becomes violent. And just as we have told our brothers in uniform. Just as we have said it, that we are here also for your own future. But Nigerian police are one of the most underpaid in the world. Yes.
Shedding light on the court verdict that restricted protesters to just 2 venues, a legal practitioner had this to say.
For me personally, I disagree. But the law, as it stands now, is the order of Justice Ogundare of the Lagos State High Court restricting the protest to just 2 places in Lagos State, which is the Freedom Park, Ganifa Emi Freedom Park, where we presently are, Ganifa Emi Park and the Freedom Park. So that has been said and that's settled. And it's unfortunate that once there's a judgment of the courts, it is in the interest of rule of law and the interest of the Constitution that we all obey the orders of the court. But for me personally, I actually find it very, very absurd. Because are we trying to say by the order of that court, somebody cannot stand in front of his house in Lagos State to protest? For me, I think that is wrong. Also, now that all members of Lagos, all citizens or indigenous of Lagos State, more than 22 million people, if they all decide that, okay, we all want to join the protest, will they be able to fit into Ganifa Emi Park?
There is no doubt that these protesters are set to make sure that the government hears their voice and do right by them. Kayode Shopekon, SOUQ News Television.
You're still watching SOUQ News Television. Away from the protests, the Lagos State government has launched the Empower Lagos initiative, a comprehensive program aimed at equipping young Nigerians with technical and vocational skills to enhance their employability and entrepreneurial prospects. The program, flagged off by Commissioner Akinyemi Ajibotafe, is designed to address the challenges of youth unemployment and skill gaps in the state. The initiative targets 3 categories of people: post-NYSC graduates, artisans, and small business owners, providing them with training, equipment grants, and startup capital to stimulate innovation and job creation. The program also includes special empowerment training and seed funding for youth in blighted communities, as well as a job fair to connect job seekers with employers. The program is expected to benefit over 100,000 Lagosians, enabling them to actualize their dreams of becoming self-employed and contributing to the state's economic growth. And the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has distanced himself and the state government from a social media post calling for the evacuation of people from the southeast. The governor's media aide, Boyega Akoshile, emphasized that Lagos remains home to every Nigerian citizen, regardless of their ethnic nationality. The governor has urged security agencies to investigate the individuals behind the post and bring them to justice. This move aims to promote unity and coexistence among all Nigerians, regardless of their ethnic background. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has also condemned the post, stating that it endangers the peace and security of the country. He called on the federal government to investigate the matter and hold the individual responsible accountable. The incident has sparked a nationwide conversation on the importance of promoting unity and coexistence among all Nigerians. It has also highlighted the need for responsible social media usage and the importance of holding individuals accountable for their actions. And more stories on the protest in several states across Nigeria, including Ondo, Ebonyi, Ekiti, Benue, Anambra, and Abia. Residents chose not to participate in the nationwide hunger protest, instead going about their daily routines peacefully. Banks, markets, and businesses remained open, and security agencies were present to maintain order. In some states, like Ekiti, commercial activities went on as usual, with residents dismissing the need for protests, and expressing trust in the government's efforts to address economic hardship. The peaceful day was attributed to various factors, including appeals from state governors and security agencies, as well as a general desire to avoid disrupting social and economic activities. In some states, like Anambra, residents stayed indoors due to fears of potential violence. The non-participation in the protest was seen as a positive development, allowing for normal life to continue uninterrupted. Now it's time to shift our focus from Africa to significant events unfolding around the Middle East. Join us shortly. The South African rand showed strength in early trade on Friday, driven by encouraging signs of improvement in the domestic economy. The currency gained about 0.3% against the dollar, trading at 18,227 as investors responded positively to recent data releases. Positive economic indicators such as a 5.4% year-on-year increase in electricity generation in June and a sharp rebound in the manufacturing sector's Purchasing Managers Index in July contributed to the rand's upward momentum. These developments suggest that the South African economy is on a path of recovery and growth. The rand's gains were also supported by dollar weakness on global markets, with the US currency down about 0.1% against a basket of currencies. Analysts expect the rand to continue benefiting from structural improvements in the South African economy, making it an attractive investment opportunity. Still on the African continent, Ethiopia is making significant progress in its debt restructuring efforts, with an expected relief of $4.9 billion from debt repayment once the process is complete. This is a major step forward for the country, which has been working to put its debt overhaul back on track. The government's decision to implement a market-determined foreign exchange rate is also a positive move aimed at closing the gap between the official and black market rates. This reform is expected to boost the private sector's contribution to the economy and promote long-term growth. The successful completion of the debt restructuring process and the implementation of economic reforms will have a positive impact on Ethiopia's economic development. The government's efforts to liberalize foreign exchange trading and promote private sector growth are expected to attract foreign investment and stimulate economic activity, leading to increased prosperity for the Ethiopian people. And still on the African continent, Togo's President Faure Nasibe reappointed Victoire Sidemeho Tomega Dogbe to continue as Prime Minister, paving the way for the formation of a new government in line with the country's new constitution. This development marks a significant step towards implementing the constitutional reforms adopted in March, which aim to enhance the country's governance and political landscape. The retention of Tomega Dogbe, Togo's first female prime minister, reflects the president's confidence in her leadership and the ruling party's commitment to continuity and stability. The Union for the Republic Party's victory in the April legislative election demonstrates the public's trust in the government's vision for Togo's future. As Togo moves forward with the formation of a new government, the country is poised for a new chapter in its political development. The president and the ruling party are expected to work towards addressing the nation's challenges and opportunities, building on the foundations laid by the new constitution. This development presents a chance for Togo to strengthen its democratic institutions, promote national unity, and drive progress for its citizens. We will go on a short break, and when we return, we do so with events unfolding on the foreign scene. Join us. Many thanks for staying tuned. Let's go over to Asia, where China's transportation sector is undergoing a significant transformation with the increasing adoption of LNG-powered trucks. This shift is driven by the cost-saving and environmental benefits of LNG, which is displacing diesel as the preferred fuel for trucking. As a result, China's diesel demand is expected to decline while LNG demand is poised for growth. The growth of LNG-powered trucks, is also driving innovation in the energy sector, with companies investing in LNG infrastructure and technology. This trend is expected to continue, with forecasts suggesting that LNG-powered trucks could make up nearly a tenth of the heavy-duty truck fleet by 2025. Meanwhile, China's gasoline demand is expected to rise, driven by the increasing adoption of electric vehicles, EVs. EV sales continue to grow, accounting for nearly 40% of car sales in the second quarter. This shift towards EVs is expected to continue, with forecasts suggesting that gasoline demand will rise within 12 to 18 months. Aviation fuel, on the other hand, is the main growth sector for China's refined fuel use, driven by pent-up travel demand. Analysts forecast on-year growth of 8% to 15% in the second half, driven by the recovery of domestic and international flights. And elsewhere to the Philippines, Mint, the operator of the Philippine e-wallet brand GCash, has achieved a significant milestone by more than doubling its valuation to $5 billion. This growth is driven by investment from Ayala Corp and Japan's Mitsubishi UFJ Financial, demonstrating confidence in Mint's potential and the Philippine fintech market's vast opportunities. Ayala Corp's additional 8% stake in Mint and MUFG's planned investment of $393 million for an 8% stake reflects the company's commitment to supporting Mint's expansion and innovation. The Philippine fintech market is experiencing rapid growth, with a surge in digital services adoption during the pandemic, making it an attractive investment opportunity. Mint's joint venture partners, including Alibaba's Ant Group, Ayala, and Globe Telecom, are poised to benefit from the company's increasing profitability and valuation. With Mint's earnings expected to reach $200 million in 2024, the company is on a strong growth trajectory. The potential initial public offering IPO of GCash in 2025 further highlights Mint's success and prospects for continued expansion. And now to Japan. The Japanese yen and Swiss franc reached multi-month highs against the dollar as a sharp decline in U.S. manufacturing raised concerns about an economic downturn, causing stocks and bond yields to drop. Meanwhile, sterling hit a one-month low after the Bank of England began its interest rate cutting cycle, and the euro dipped near a one-month trough following dovish European Central Bank comment. The yen strengthened to 149,085 per dollar, and the franc hit 0.8725 per dollar, while the risk-sensitive Australian dollar fell 0.014% to 64 cents. US 10-year Treasury yields dropped 14 basis points to $3.965, and traders increased the likelihood of a significant Federal Reserve rate cut in September. Sterling slid 0.09% to $1.27, and the euro declined 0.007% to $1.07 amidst expectations for further ECB rate cuts. And elsewhere, gold prices are poised for their biggest weekly jump in 4 months, driven by safe haven demand and expectations of U.S. Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Spot gold is up 0.7% at $2,463 per ounce, nearing its record peak, and is on track for its biggest weekly gain since April. The surge in gold prices is supported by rising expectations of rate cuts, driven by recent weak U.S. economic data and geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Bullion is considered a hedge against economic and geopolitical risks, and lower rates reduce the opportunity cost of holding the asset. Investors are optimistic, with some predicting a year-end target of $2,500 could be reached sooner if U.S. data weaknesses continues. Central banks are also expected to continue their strong gold purchases, with UBS forecasting around 1,000 tons this year, doubling the usual amount. Other precious metals, including silver, platinum, and palladium, are also headed for weekly gains, supported by the same factors driving gold's price surge. And Japan's economy is expected to have rebounded in the April to June period, with a median forecast of 2.1% annualized growth, driven by pickup in factory output and consumption. This rebound follows a contraction in the previous quarter and is supported by robust corporate spending and strong wage growth. Private consumption is expected to have risen by 0.5%, marking the first increase in 5 quarters as households begin to benefit from bumper pay hikes. Capital expenditure is also expected to have increased by 0.9%, underscoring the Bank of Japan's view that corporate spending will underpin growth. The economy is showing signs of resilience, with net external demand having a smaller negative impact on GDP than in the previous quarter. The Bank of Japan's decision to raise interest rates and signal further hikes is seen as a positive move, as it expects consumption to rebound as wage hikes make their way into the economy. Now, while some risks remain, such as the yen's recent rally and signs of slowdown in the US economy, Japan's economy is on a path of recovery and growth. Asian stocks experienced a significant adjustment, with the MSCI Asia Pacific Index dropping 2.8% as investors reassessed their portfolios in response to shifting market conditions. This move was influenced by a combination of factors, including Japan's market correction, a global tech sector rebalancing, and US economic data indicating a slowdown. Investors are proactively managing risks as the investment landscape evolves. Japanese stocks are being reevaluated due to potential interest rate hikes, which could impact exporters. Meanwhile, the tech sector is undergoing a natural correction after recent optimism surrounding artificial intelligence. The U.S. economic data has sparked a healthy debate about the Federal Reserve's rate path, with investors closely monitoring upcoming payrolls data for guidance. Investment strategist Billy Leong notes that the narrative is changing quickly and investors are adapting to new information. The region's markets are experiencing a period of adjustment, with the MSCI Asia benchmark on track for its third straight week of declines. However, this fluctuation presents opportunities for investors to reassess and rebalance their portfolios. Weakness in Chinese shares has also contributed to the regional decline, but investors are eagerly awaiting further stimulus measures from Beijing to support the economy. And Amazon, a retail and cloud giant, generated revenue of $148 billion, with its booming advertising segment continuing to show strength, albeit slightly below expectation. The third quarter sales guidance came in slightly below analyst estimates, but the company still reported impressive earnings per share of $1.26, nearly doubling profits from the same period last year. A bright spot in the report was Amazon Web Services, AWS, which ranked $26.3 billion in revenue, exceeding expectations and growing significantly from the same period last year. AWS is poised to generate over $105 billion annually, according to Amazon CFO Brian Olsavsky. Amazon is investing heavily in infrastructure to support the rapid deployment of new artificial intelligence technologies and cloud services, with capital expenditures expected to increase in the second half of the year. This strategic investment positions Amazon for long-term growth and competitiveness in the evolving tech landscape. On the e-commerce front, Amazon is adapting to changing consumer behavior and increasing competition by developing a discount digital storefront to compete for fashion and lifestyle spending. The company is also focusing on offering deals and promotions to cautious consumers. And Apple announced better than expected third quarter iPhone sales and forecast continued growth, driven by upcoming artificial intelligence features in its new devices. Shares rose nearly 1% in extended trading, reflecting positive market reception. The company expects revenue growth for the fiscal fourth quarter to match the 4.9% increase reported for the previous period. Although iPhone sales fell slightly by 0.9%, this was less than the anticipated 2.2% drop. Chief Financial Officer Luca Maestri highlighted strong performance for the iPhone 15 series, surpassing the previous iPhone 14 cycle. Despite the success, Apple's performance in China, its third largest market, was a concern, with sales declining 6.5%, although this was an improvement from the previous quarter's 8.1% drop. The brand has responded by offering discounts to compete with local competitors like Huawei. Analysts anticipate a strong upgrade cycle for iPhone 16 series and expect the new artificial intelligence features to drive device upgrades. With that, we conclude our news bulletin on the hour. As we continue to witness changes and challenges in the world, let us stay hopeful and committed to making a positive difference in our communities. Many thanks for joining us. I am David Chiedu. To have a pleasant day.
There has been widespread agitation on the need for companies to not only prioritize profit but also embrace a holistic approach that includes caring for their communities. This growing movement emphasizes the importance of corporate social responsibility (CSR), urging businesses to give back to the societies in which they operate. By investing in local initiatives, supporting social causes, and fostering a culture of empathy, companies can create a positive impact that extends beyond their bottom line. In this special report, Baya Olaoye examines the concept of CSR as it affects nation building and communal living. Corporate social responsibility enhance the well-being of the community but also build trust and loyalty among consumers, ultimately contributing to long-term success and sustainable growth. The ability of a company to give back to the environment that houses it is termed corporate social responsibility (CSR). It is a process of addressing the environmental and social effects of an entity's economic actions benefiting a specific interest group within society or society at large. From this definition, it can be further inferred as a tool aimed at combating social ills and improving the quality of life for citizens in the long term. The Finance Act 2023, as amended, provides that donations made by companies in cash or kind to any fund set up by the federal government or state government in response to any pandemic, natural disasters or other exigency shall be allowed as deductions. Interestingly, CSR is a multi-dimensional concept that goes far beyond profit maximization, emphasizing a firm's total commitment to contributing positively to society. It is an essential component of corporate governance, reflecting a commitment to best practices, ethical conduct, and above all, accountability. CSR is a principle that guides a firm's holistic efforts in contributing positively to the tripartite relationship of land, air, and water. CSR is a driver for improving the quality of life for citizens and reducing societal problems if well implemented by the concerned entity. Social Responsible Investment (SRI), otherwise known as ethical investment, is an approach to investing that considers social and environmental issues alongside profit maximization objectives. SRI takes in consideration investors' financial objectives in collaboration with social concerns such as social economic issues, social justice and equity, and compliance with relevant standards. If well implemented, CSR will attract numerous benefits. It addresses socio-economic and environmental challenges, significantly impacting the welfare of the country and its citizens. It assists in job creation and employment generation, supports local businesses, and promotes economic opportunities for citizens and host communities. Additionally, CSR bridges governance gaps and provides social welfare safety nets. Most essentially, it delivers essential social welfare services such as roads, healthcare, education, housing, electricity, and portable drinking water to the masses. In a nutshell, CSR encourages a firm to uphold its ethical values, norms, and ideologies, which acting responsibly as a corporate entity. By integrating CSR into their core strategies, companies can make a tangible difference in addressing social and environmental issues. By committing to socially responsible practices, we in Nigeria and all over the world can create a more equitable and sustainable future where businesses thrive alongside the communities they serve. Baya Olaoye for SOUQ News.
The 4th edition of the Nigerian National SME Business Awards, NNSBA, held amidst fanfare, honoring outstanding business enablers.
Yes, they say small business, they see my daddy, they watch forever.
Because you don't know what you want to, don't that be again. Because you don't know.
The awards ceremony put together by Association of Small Business Owners in Nigeria, ASPON, and Lagos State Government through the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative, Trade and Investment drew participation of the financial sector, entrepreneurs, representatives of Lagos and Ogun State governments, industry leaders and other key actors in the SME ecosystem. Dignitaries who arrived for the event switched from regular business mode as they graced the red carpet with glitz and glamour.
The small-scale businesses are the builders of the GDP, and that is what the SMEs in Nigeria are yearning for. In order to be able to achieve this, we must have these organizations that will put those small businesses together, and that's one of the duties of ASPON, and for which Ogosima is overseeing. We project, we protect, and present the interest of the small-scale businesses in order to build up the economy.
Because we believe that the small and medium-scale enterprise form the engine of any country's economy. And we believe that in supporting that segment of the Nigerian economy, we're also helping to boost the Nigerian economy. So that's why we're supporting ASPON.
We have quite a number. Lagos State Government is our sure partner. They assist with all manner of incentive policies like the Employment Trust Fund, from where more than 18,000 of our members have benefited. They've disbursed so much, excess of 12 billion if I'm not mistaken. So you see that they're supporting us. They organize even trade fair for free for members to showcase what they have, and then have wide access to market, fully funded by government. It's so many.
And because we come together, it's easier to be able to talk to government officials, people in leadership positions who can help. And so I see them growing, and I can see them doing even better in future.
Basically, for us at LSCTF, collaboration has always been what we enjoy doing, because if we do not collaborate, we will not be able to achieve our mandates, and we need the collaboration of so many other players in the ecosystem.
Moving to the main event, it was time to celebrate the success of SMEs in Nigeria, celebrate their supporters, and sue for more collaboration to tackle the challenges of the business community.
Once again, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to officially welcome you to the 4th Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2024. This is the 4th edition, which simply means that 4 years ago, this vision was bettered. And here we are today celebrating and of course showcasing those people who can be regarded as SME enablers in our country, Nigeria. Look at your neighbor by your right and by your left. Say, my neighbor, I welcome you here today.
Government has sought national recognition to stand the benefits significantly by providing SMEs with the right business environment to succeed.
This particular recognition underscores also the immense commitment of the Army Government staff while the provision for towards his administration's effort to foster an environment where entrepreneurship thrives, innovation flourishes, and economic empowerment comes to reality for all.
Elated awardees shared their joy and declare commitments to doing more to enhance the fortunes of SMEs in Nigeria.
And so we've done a lot for individuals and small businesses, obviously working through our partners, banks and other players in the financial services space. So I guess it's in recognition of all of that that has happened across the years that we're recognized.
For us, it's about strategic partnerships to be able to deliver value to the SME space, SME customers. So for us, it's about finding out those things we can do in order to impact the SME ecosystem. And for the SMEs, it's all about making those choices that will, making those informed choices that will help you move your business from one level to the other.
In each of our homes or our families, you probably find a small business owner, you know, so what they're doing is awesome, making this into an organized sector such that, first of all, there's opportunity to have a community of business owners who are able to brainstorm, who are able to support each other, and then it makes it easier for also private sector practitioners to come in to support. That's one of the most beautiful things that this is going to do for us. It's the collaboration, it's the ability to exchange, you know, exchange knowledge, ability to support, you know, to and then giving these businesses the environment to thrive, giving them the environment to collaborate, you know, to partner as well.
For us at SOUQ News, these that come at
Hello, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's always a pleasure being here and knowing fully well that it's a Friday and you are on the other side, part of this particular program, SOUQ Pulse. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We've had a very beautiful week. There have been protests across Nigeria, people standing up and trying to be counted and say, hey, listen to us. And it's been in most places peaceful, in some other few places not too peaceful. But for everyone out there, we'll tell you, go ahead, make your protest, make your voice count, get heard, but please be peaceful. The police and other security agents are also human. So on their side too, be civil. We all want a better country for those in Nigeria and for those that wish us well. And a better country we will have. On SOUQ Pulse today, we are going to have a continuation of our discussion from the last episode. For those that were part of it, and if you were not, we were looking at GMO foods. Yes, you heard me. Genetically modified foods. And the track parts, expressway, they are finding into Africa. And we had a guest, Oye Temitope, do justice to that particular topic. But through our discussion the other day, we also veered into an area we said that needs to be discussed. And I'll bring that up. My name still remains the same. Now, for those that are wondering, Africa needs to go back to the farm. That needs a serious face. Africa needs to till her soil. That needs more than a serious face. Africa needs not just the numbers, but our ability to yield more and produce what she will eat. Our dependence for food outside Africa is not doing us any good. Apart from losing control, apart from also adding to our loss in effects, apart from food insecurity, Africa is battling with hunger in some areas. Currencies are failing in some other areas. But if Africa can start feeding herself, we can start seeing the light and find a leeway. And that is where we'll be going to today. What are some other issues that are causing food inflation? We'll take our topic and just oppose it with that. And also get our guests to talk about it. Don't go anywhere. When we return, I will give you the full gist of what the topic is. And also introduce you to our guest. I think you've met them before. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Thank you very much for staying there. Thank you for staying tuned. My name still remains the same. Now, on SOUQ Pulse today, we are looking at displaced farmers, farmers that have left their farmlands, farmers that have been driven away, be it conflict, be it insecurity, be it herders, be it whatever form you want to use it, those in IDP camps. And we're looking at displaced farmers versus food inflation. And we are asking ourselves this question: what is the way forward? For people that want to understand what we are talking about, if you happen to be in Nigeria or you've been hearing news coming out of Nigeria of late, let's give you a typical example. There's a staple food in Nigeria called yam. Y-A-M. I called it just the way they call it on Nigerian street. Yam. That's something that in some places is a given. You can get it for free. But right now, as we speak, a good tuber of yam goes for 8,000 naira. It used to be 500 naira. Then in some markets, it goes for as much as 12,000 naira. So that is where we are coming from. And that is what we'll be looking at. Now, yam, majorly the highest producers of yam is from the middle belt of Nigeria. If you're looking at Niger, Benue mostly. And the insecurity there has been something else. Now, other cash crops, other consumable crops, every other crop is also coming either from the north, from the middle belt, or from some other states. And everyone is talking about this displacement. And we are looking and asking ourselves, if this particular issue has been happening over time, and now the result is in display, on display for everyone to see, and is affecting everybody, what is the way forward? To talk about this is a friend of the house, someone you've seen here several times. He's been here and lent his voice on issues that go beyond our national borders. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have joining us virtually Emmanuel Abson. He is the CEO of Trema Agro Services Limited and a farmer. I like to always establish that for those that think farming is not sexy, I am here to shock you today. If you think you've seen people that are handsome and you think there are those that wear ties, sorry, you missed it. Let me even say it. Shame on you. You got it all wrong. I also have a second guest. You saw him. He was with us last episode, not too far, just yesterday. I'm talking of no other but Oweye Temitok. He is also co-founder of an agribusiness. So I'm covered. I don't even like saying an agribusiness. He is a full-fledged farmer. So I'm very, very covered. So, Your Excellencies, I welcome you to SOUQ Pulse on a Friday, on a beautiful Friday to be precise. And now we are looking at displaced farmers versus food inflation. What is the way forward? Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, gentlemen.
Welcome. Good evening. Thank you once again for having me. It's nice doing this with you again. And it's nice making a decision to take Nigeria to the next level.
Much. Emmanuel, welcome to SOUQ Pulse too.
Thank you so much. It's nice to be here. Thank you so much once. Thank you always for having me.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Like I said before, if you are out there and you think farming is not sexy, we will get to that part before we close the show, to be precise. If you think farming is not sexy, take a look at those two handsome young men. Now, this is where we are going to start. What and who is displacing the crop farmer? That is where we are going to start from on this conversation. And I really want the two gentlemen to give us their take on this. Mr. Oweye, please, can you tell us what exactly or who is displacing the crop farmer?
Okay, thanks once again. It's like I said, it's nice doing this for people out there to actually know the genesis of our problem and why we have this problem and what we have to do to get out of this shackles.
Go ahead. Mute your device, please.
Yes. Sorry. Can I go on? Can you hear me?
Yes, we are with you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I will say that the major point here is, for me, is the government. And I'll tell you why I say it's the government. The government is responsible. Every father is responsible for the upkeep of his children. Every father is responsible for his household. So the federal government of Nigeria is responsible for the farmers being chased out of their farm because they failed over the years to do the needful. They failed over the years to recognize us as the sole entity that actually, we're fighting tooth and nail to put this country together. So the fact that they've not respected us enough, the fact that they've not used our cry, the fact that they don't think we are important, we are important has led us to where we are today. So the government, for me, has failed in our duty to protect the farmers of this country. Of course, some other persons will say
if the government has failed, I hope you also know that apart from those that are elected, I really wanted you to use those direct phrases, those are elected, but we are also all part of the government, every one of us. And if you say we have failed to recognize price of yam is 12,000, we are recognizing. We 100% recognize right now. The last time I asked someone at home to help us make beans and she told me the price of beans, I told her we'll talk about that later. We have recognized. Mr. Emmanuel, do you share his view that it is the government that has displaced you from the farms?
I will not say the government, but I don't know if you can hear me. The network.
Maybe I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. All right. So what we have is a mix of misconception. Nigeria is battling with so many things at the same time. It's like the soul of Nigeria is under contention. So first of all, from the headers who are having clashes with farmers. So we can see that these around the middle, just from states you mentioned earlier, not Benue State, for example. We have the clash in Benue State between headers and farmers. Also in Kogi State. Then also we have the terrorists, the bandits. Now, for me, I think the labeling is one thing we need to correct. We need to give them appropriate labeling so that we don't fight shadows and throw punches in the air where we are meant to handle the things appropriately. I think that is where the other person is talking about the government are the one displacing the people. We are fighting things that were refused to label. So we talked about the bandits, we talked about terrorists, we talked about the Boko Haram, the Boko Haram saga. Then we also talk about the headers. And most of these, it might have political undertone. However, I think we should not talk authoritatively on things that we have limited knowledge as Nigerians. So all of those things are confronting us, and like I said, we just need to give them the appropriate label so that we don't also see.
Okay, Emmanuel, your phone and your network is freezing right now. Who exactly has come for your network? We joined the headers or the bandits? We are not sure, but we know very well that they can't touch you. Now, let's move further. If we say the headers, you give some label, the bandits, you're looking at terrorism. You're also looking at non-state actors being responsible for displacing the farmers. Now, let's ask directly. To what extent has this displacement affected food inflation? Is it directly proportional, or there are other factors that are causing food to go up? Or just because the farmers are not farming or are absent from doing that particular work? Mr. Temitope, let's start with you, please.
Of it, the government takes 80%. Now, let me quickly reanalyze something that's missing. When I say the government, it means, like I started by saying, the father is responsible for the upkeep of his household. So if a child is not going to school and that child ought to be in school, and the school fees have not been paid, the father owes a duty to pay that child's school fees for that child to be in school. So if the school fees is not paid because the father could not pay, the father will be responsible. So if the Nigerian state, the government, or those in authority cannot afford to protect the farmers, like I said, ever since the issue of Libya came up, we all know what has happened to West Africa. And the Ghanaian government, let me just point out, did something fantastic by equipping their police and all of that. And we have videos to that effect, that they were able to put the S-men, the bandits, and all that in their place for their farmers to be able to have access to farm. So I just want to correct that context when I say the government. For me, I put all the bandits, the terrorists, whoever that is supporting the mayor, I put them together. The fact that the government was unable to do the needful. That's why the farmer were able to go to farm. Now, to answer what you have asked, obviously, it's because the farmers have been unable to access their farm. That takes about 80 to 90% of the whole thing. Of course, the remaining 10 to 15% is just the fact that they could not get the necessary support needed. How do I mean? In terms of fertilizers, in terms of the crops, in terms of helping them in field logistics there and there. So that has contributed like 10 to 15%. But the major part of it is just because a lot of these people could not access their farm. For example, just like what the Kogi State government is doing now. Going back to encourage these farmers to come back to farm where there's a crisis, where they're not able to access the farm. So what the governor did like about 2 months ago was to get to those places, build up security, ask the villagers to come back to farm and help them with all the necessary equipment needed, clear the land for them, give them seedlings to start planting rice. And if you go to that village now, like 70-80% of them are back to that village for them to farm rice. And I'm 100% sure by the time the harvest season comes, you have huge turnout of proceeds from there. So the first thing first that we need to do is for the farmers to be able to access their farm. For crying out loud, regardless of how good you are based on your job, if you are not given access to the studio you have right now, imagine doing this in your car. The kind of comfort you are getting in the office, you will not get it in the car. So it's as simple as ABC. It's just for these guys to have access to their farm first, then every other thing will come up. But without them having access to their farm, we'll be back to square one. But like I told you yesterday, and like the reality before us, Benue State is the nation. Benue State is the home of food in Nigeria. But guess what? How much of the tuber yam cost presently in Benue State? It's expensive. Even the farmers themselves can't even afford, they don't have money to buy what they are producing. It's expensive. Why? Because you only have few number of people farming. So if we can return at least 70-90% of people back to their farm, we have more people farming. And of course, the government will do the needful by supporting them with fertilizers and other incentives that they need. And of course, if Bank of Agriculture could just do the needful, I'm using this opportunity to call on their conscience to do the needful. What the farmer needs is not something huge. What we need just stipends here and there. You can't tell a farmer that wants to cultivate corn of 1 acre, asking him or her to go and bring collateral that his grandfather can never afford. So where will the farmer get the collateral?
Hold on. Just hold on to your sword right now. Let's get somewhere before we ask people that are asking for things that are not affordable. Mr. Emmanuel, I hope you're still there with us. Now, let's get to ask this question. This is 2024. The last time I checked, it's still 2024. Why do we still have cattle in this civilized world moving around in 2024? Mr. Emmanuel, can you help us with that, please?
All right. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Emmanuel. Can you go ahead? Go ahead. We can.
My apologies. Network has been crazy for the past 2 days. I don't know. We don't know why. So when we take a critical look at the farming ecosystem in Nigeria, most policies are being politicized. So during the 8 years of Buhari, the policy they were trying to drive was the Ruga system, where Fulani herders can have a portion of land, and instead of them roaming about, that becomes a place for them. And the policies were not communicated properly. And this is the same thing we have in Rwanda, where there is, especially in the eastern part of Rwanda, a particular place is set for livestock farming. And I hope the Ministry of Livestock that is being created will also look at this thing critically and develop a very good framework for it, and also communicate it effectively. So why we are having what we are having is, anytime government try to bring policies, it's being miscommunicated, or the people are being misinformed because of the layers of communications we have in Nigeria. Every region gets to explain it to their region in the best way they want it to be communicated, and this hinders growth. It hinders a whole lot of execution of most of these policies, because everybody gets to understand it from the perception given to them. So I will say that the reason why we are still having what we're having, especially for livestock farming, it's because of we try to politicize every policy is being developed by the government. And for us to address this, Nigerians need the government. I will put it from government, especially. Let me even take a look at the current administration, where we have Bayo Ononuga and Ajuri still battling within themselves who to communicate the mind of the president to the people, or who is the one saddled with the responsibility to be the chief press secretary of the house, who is the one to get the public to be aware of what is happening at the presidency. So these are some of the things we need to look at. And again, our National Assembly needs to communicate effectively to the people. Let us not we have too much gap in communication in this country. So even good intentions have been spelled wrongly. I think that's one of the things that we need to say. So we need to address that.
Okay, let me add this. Let me follow this up with the issue you brought about on the Ruga. Now, you mentioned the first word, which happens to be tribal, which happens to be an identifier. You said the Fulani herdsmen, and you attached it with the Ruga. Now, the question will have been, if I am on the other side, why should I be giving my land up for a Fulani herdsman in my land? Why was I not communicated and told, okay, give land for cattle rearing? So who rears the cattle will not be an issue. If my people can rear the cattle, then good and fine. If we want the Fulani man to rear the cattle, good and fine. But if we say give the land for Fulani herdsmen to rear the cattle in my village, then we are having an issue. Why was that communication? What was out there? Which I guess is not the right thing.
Yes. Okay. Can you see me, please?
Can go ahead.
All right. So when it comes to labeling, I think one of the big problems we have in Nigeria is labeling. I will keep saying it over and over. When it comes to cattle rearing, we label it to be the Fulani business. When it comes to spare parts, sales of spare parts, we label it to be the Igbo kind of business. When it comes to administrative work, especially in Nigeria, it's for Yoruba people. Yoruba people are intelligent, dedication, they like civil service work. in quote. Yeah. So when we now talk about livestock, because there's a population of people that are interested in this nomadic business, so it is labeled to them. But now I think when the phrase is being addressed properly, Nigerians can now understand that okay, it's not just a business for a set of people, but for us Nigerians. I think the labeling, first of all, comes from the notation that these are the people that are doing this business. So we're giving our land to these people because they're the one roaming about with their cattle. They are the one more in doing this business. So I think this is where we have most of this misconception. And like I said, when you go to other countries that have perfected this ranching business, so it's not a label to a particular set of people, even though they are more interested in it. It becomes, agriculture lately, it's becoming interesting that people that don't talk about agriculture or people that were not seeing agriculture from the view of something that is of interest are now jumping into agriculture. We're not seeing different innovations to see that agriculture becomes attractive. Even the first lady is already taking the lead in okay, let's start home gardening, and these were things we're not advocating for before as much as we're advocating now. Minus the fact that we have crisis in Nigeria, which is insecurity, which is cost of transportation. Also, it's a global thing, so as it's affecting the global market, it's also affecting our market because we are still also looking at exportation. Most of the large-scale farmers in Nigeria are are not actually feeding the local market. They're also addressing international market where they export most of these products. So, and it's about profit, and Nigeria at the moment wants more exportation apart from oil. So we need to look at the whole ecosystem and understand the framework why we have market shocks. So the market shocks Nigeria is facing can be seen in a broader light that aside insecurity, we also have a whole level of exportation of food. So food meant for local market is also being exported for foreign exchange, and all of that. So we need to change the mindset that cattle rearing is for the Fulani people, farming of grains is for the Hausas in the northern part of Nigeria, and then a few of our farming activities happening in the southeast. You will be surprised to see that in the southeast, a lot of farming activities are going on there. You'll also be surprised that cocoa farm, it's happening heavily in the south. We talk about Akwa Ibom, we talk about our Cross River. A lot of farming activities are going on. We just need to understand our ecosystem, then address the current market shock we are experiencing. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Temitope, I'm coming to you. Now, you talked about what's happening in Kogi State and the government trying to get the people back to the farm. Now, it's one thing for government to say that on paper or do that on TV. It's another thing for them to get on the field, which is where the real issue is, and do that. And that you've spoken about. Now we have several IDP camps. And sadly, a high number of people in those IDP camps are farmers. We as a people, that's what the Constitution calls us. How can we start taking responsibility when government come in and say, okay, we've secured from plot A to plot B, we'll stamp our feet down, they stay in front, and we're able to tell our people, let's move. What form of communication should the people, be it at the local level, be it at the state level, start passing to the local farmer to make him live where he is staying right now and he sees himself a bit secured to start moving back home?
Okay, let me give you a bit of story to that, and probably this will help us. I think the first thing first we need to do, and we need to understand in the context of what farming is in Nigeria, is we need to understand that farming is a private business. Be it animal husbandry, be it poultry, be it crop farming, it's a private owned business. It's a private owned business, whether you are Fulani or what have you. It's a private owned business. That needs to be set straight, and that is important so that we'll not use too much of grammar to convince ourselves. It's a private business. Now, for example, look at what is taking place in Uganda. And why is Uganda taking the lead when it comes to goat farming and all of that in East Africa? It's because everybody is doing his or her own part as to this is my work. You have lecturers leaving their job, you have guys from America going back home to Uganda to set up farming. Why? There's security. Now, there are things you will not do in northern Uganda. Why? Because you have a couple of Muslims over there. You won't dare go there and do free farming and all of that. No. So everybody understood what they have to do, and everybody's playing by the book. And the government is doing the needful to protect these people, to help to have them have their farm protected. And that's why you have the success that Uganda, Kenya, and the rest of that, especially Uganda, over the couple of years, the kind of success is registered. Now, how do you communicate with someone that you chased out of his or her farm for the past 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Of course, it's hope. It's to say, come, this place right now, and that's why I was sad when I had what happened in Corona yesterday. It's a sad thing because this is what we were thinking. Okay, gradually the life is getting back gradually, and now you have social governments coming back again. You have these guys taking over territory gradually. That will not encourage people to go back to that farm because, of course, the uncertainty, they're not sure of what it is they will get. So the government, I think it's just on the local level. You see, farming has taken me about 32 states of this country, and I've done things, and I understand that the local connection matters a lot, and that's what we are missing. From probably the ballet, that's the western side, or to the chief or whatever, it has to be done locally. Our problem is local, and it has to be solved in a local way. So it has to do with the government or the governor or the local government chairman connecting to each district head as to see, let's take the district head to their village or to their section, and they could see, okay, they're there for 2, 3 days, nothing happened. I don't even understand. They're there for a week, nothing happened. The district head goes back to relate to the farmers as to see, you are free. And these are the measures they put in place to ensure that these guys do not come back into your farm. It's just simple. What I need is assurance. What I need is assurance. Like I said, I was talking about not just the governor yesterday. I would love to go back now because I know there are things they have put in place, and I'll be communicating with my guys. And everybody's saying, sir, this is the best time to do what we'll be doing. Why? Because we are sure that, okay, from this end to this end, for example, from Mokwa to Kanji, now you are sure that there's not like banditry. So I can go back and do what I've always been doing. But of course, probably from Govansi, Babana upward, I might not be able to do so. Or some section of Kotangura, I might not be able to do so. But I'm sure, okay, this I'm secured, so I can do it. So it's just proper communication. And you can't do that with big grammar. You can't do that by connecting to the locals, connecting to the district head as to say, we've done AYZ for you, we'll chase these guys out, and we'll put this barricade in place to ensure that they will not come in, to attack you. And most importantly, you were talking about Luga and all of that. See, I just bought a couple of hectares of land in Ogun State, about, I think, early this year. One of the things that attracted me was because I saw a signpost saying cattle roaming about is not allowed. That alone gives me security. That alone gives me a sense of, okay, whatever I plant is secure. Whatever I'm doing here, I'm secure because with what they've said and my conversation with the district head and all of that, I discovered that, okay, they stopped to allow Fulani or whoever already with their cattle. That settles it. So that's what the government needs to pass across to the local. And see, Nigerian farmers, we are not really asking for much. That's the fact. I've connected with them, we're not asking for much. All they just wanted is for them to be protected on their farmland and to be sure that, okay, when I plant 10 acres, I want to get my proceed from 10 acres. Not that I plant 10 acres, I want cattle will just come from nowhere and get this thing off. And guess what? We are cooking up a bigger problem if the need food is not done. A few months ago, somewhere I think in Kwara State, I don't know if you heard about it. Somewhere in Kwara State, section of elders moving to a particular farm. By the following morning, they were all dying one by one. In fact, you could see chains of cows on the floor. So what that means is farmers are not taking the laws into their hands. They know they don't have the guns to shoot. They don't have the cutlass and all of that. Now they're taking the lawsuit and by doing what probably putting poison in their crops and all of that. And these guys will come they'll die. So at the end of the day, you're having misbalance. And that's what I've said. For me, the government needs to do the needful by communicating with the farmers, get to the locals, speak the language they hear. And what they want to hear is, you've done the needful, you've cleaned up the mess in my village, I can go back and farm, nobody will come and attack me. That's what they want to hear. It's just a simple language of way of communication. That's what they want to hear. They're not really interested in one policy, one politician somewhere. No. What they want is, yes, I can farm in my land and no cattle or cow will come in. Why don't you have the same problem in Uganda, for example? Why can't you take a lead and left what they're doing correctly? Why are we not having this mess? Why are we not having this problem? Our friends have hundreds of acres of farmland. And what did they do? They solved their problem. They didn't wait for the government to create frugal or whatever for them. What have they done? Everybody has been planting the grass that the animals will eat. I don't know if you understand from
Yes, I totally understand. I totally understand. We just try to look for the best possible way to avoid conflict between the herder and the crop farmer. Now, Emmanuel, I hope you're still there. Let's ask this particular question. We had a ministry come up sometime last month, yes, called the Ministry of Livestock Development. And one of the major reasons given for that ministry formation was to be able to curtail and stop the conflict between herders and crop farmers. Do you think a solution is going to come out of there, or is just another political arrangement? Okay, we'll still hold on to that. Temitope, are you with us? Now, let's also go back and ask this particular question. Do you think harsh environmental conditions is affecting the movement of animals? We are having desertification issues in the far north, and we are not reclaiming as fast as it's claiming. We are having less rainfall in the Sahel, and we are not planting trees as much as we are felling them. Do you think because the guy needs his cow to feed and he doesn't have an excuse or a venue, or he has not been taught a different way aside the culture that he knows, do you think harsh environmental issues are making those cows to move and causing more conflict?
Right. So to an extent, the reality is, to an extent, I'll say no. And I'm going to explain. Now, you have these farmers, you have these herders coming from Niger, Mali, Mauritania, and all of that. Are they Nigerian citizens? Should Nigeria keep up for their needs? Should they come because there are issues in Niger, Mali, Mauritania, Senegal?
We have people coming from outside, far from our borders, you mean? Because these are serious things we really need to look at. Emmanuel, are you back with us? Yes, we can hear you, Emmanuel. We're looking at the ministry that came up just last month, not too long ago. Ministry of Livestock and Livestock Development. Do you think that is going to come up with a solution for the herders farmers issue? Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
All right. So when we take a look, when we look at the Ministry of Livestock, I'll just say that it is not, for me, it's not addressed. It's not meant to address the current challenges we have. The challenges we have are spelled out clearly. Just like the other speaker was saying, we have many people. We have many herders tripping in from Adamawa State, who passing through that route to come into Nigeria from Niger. And now, because they are not Nigerians, it's easier for them to spark up whatever they want to do, and they know that they're going to go scot-free. So that should be properly addressed. Now we have the Métis Allah group that, or like I said, communication, conversations, dialogue with these people can recreate the narrative, because we need to start recreating the narrative. Now, earlier the other guest spoke about farming as a private business. Yes, we know that farming is a private business, and just like every other country, government are meant to create enabling environment. Because how I see it as people platform, and then performance. Now, people are the drivers of the economy. The platform is creating the platform. Then we talk about performance. The performance of that integrating the people, the resources, and the platform we have created for for outcome. Outcome can be positive result. It can be that outcome can result to any other thing. So we are going to look at it very well. The Ministry of Livestock is a body into the federal government in terms of cost, when we take a very critical look at the current cost of governance. However, the Ministry of Agriculture can drive this dialogue, can drive this initiative, can drive the desire, what the presidency wants to do, what the government is looking at in achieving from the Ministry of Livestock. The Ministry of Agriculture can do it. And I want to say that the current Minister of Agriculture and the State Minister of Agriculture, Senator Abdullahi, and also Senator Abba Kyari, they are doing, I want to put it, they're putting in a lot of systems together to support agriculture, but we need to start looking at the internal. We need to start looking at barriers, the vested interest of which every of these policies are going to affect. Then how these power breakers can be settled for us to have our desired results. So I think we need to look at the ecosystem in a broader light, looking at it through systematic thinking. We need to start becoming systematic thinking, not just interested about outcomes that lead to results, but also outcomes, whatever it plays out. Okay, what should we be expecting? Expectations, not just entitlement. What are our expectations from every of this? So when we put in this, what are we expecting from this? Then when you take a look at our budgets, the Ministry of Agricultural budget, you see the gaps are there. The government know what to do to get it right. The economists, I think we need to even start having the government should sit down and start doing situation analysis. That, okay, why do we have this? Okay, what should we tackle to address this? So when we can tackle this, it's going to address this. Okay, when we tackle insecurity, okay, we're going to achieve this like that. Then we might be able to get some specific results. This livestock Ministry of Livestock, I will say it's a cost. It's a cost burden on the government, and it's not what we need at the moment. We need to reduce cost. This is additional cost. There are departments in the Ministry of Agriculture. We have in the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the Department of Livestock, we have Department of Mechanization, we have Department of Agribusiness Market, Agribusiness Sales and Marketing. So these departments should be empowered. It's just like we have Nigerian police, and Nigerian police are not being empowered. Let me just take a quick example. So someone commits a crime, and let's say a politician commits a crime, for example, or his family member commits a crime. Instead of him to get arrested, he tells the policeman, "Do you know where I am?" Then he picks up his phone, call the brother or his sister that is a politician who is in power. Then the policeman on the street gets a call from your guy at the top. Just in quote, what we call them. Then he's being rendered powerless in carrying out his duty. So most of the agencies and departments we have created, we have made them powerless because of how we administer them, how we allocate budgets to them. So they are just in their office having titles without functions, without drive, without the power to drive their office into functioning, to function effectively. So I would say that whatever agencies we've created before now should be empowered to function as it ought to function without any form of interference. I think that will drive the result we're looking for.
Okay, Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Now, let's go back to you, Mr. Temitope. Our time is almost up. Now, we are going back to really the basics, directly the basics. And I like the example you gave before. You brought about what's happening in Kogi State, you brought about what's happening in Niger State. Now, Niger State governor is one that has taken an initiative that every other governor is standing and some going there to go and look if it's happening or if not happening and taking cue. Now, if the Niger State government can stand and say for every single corper that wants to engage in farming, we will pay your stay, we will pay for you to get into the farms, and we will also make sure you get your produce at the end of the day. This is something we should be emulating. Do you think at any point in time that the governor and the government have gone ahead to make sure that before this expense is made, security is 100% on ground to make sure that the farmers themselves have no issue? Or do you think that it's just a procrastination? Okay. While we get back to you, Mr. Emmanuel, can you take that up, please?
Okay, yes, you can hear me, right?
Go ahead.
Yes, can you confirm? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. You have no fears. You are covered around here. Yes, now we're looking at what's happening in the Niger State. Niger State has taken agriculture by the horn. They are and they are making a whole lot of promises both for corpers and both for indigenes and say get back to the farm. They've tried getting a whole lot of machineries and pushing them directly through state channels and making sure people have access to it. That has been publicized. Now we are looking at that same issue of security of the farmer and his ability to produce. What should we emulate from them and what should people on ground there in Niger State start doing to take advantage of this?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh.
Okay, we are having back and forth when it comes to network issues, and we just know nothing can stop us. Now, the issue is this. For everyone that is going to the market, and when you touch a food, fruit, staples, tubers, grains, whatever form it is, and you ask yourself, I bought this just few months back, and as we speak, the price has gone times 2, times 5, for some times 10. A lot of times people look at it and say devaluation of the naira. Yes. People say dollar. Well, there's a big question mark to it. Now we're asking ourselves, have we really asked ourselves to what extent did farmers produce this year, last year? Can we look and ask for statistics of what has been coming out of our farms in the last 4-5 years? Those statistics is scary because it's going down. Someone made a statement here on the show yesterday, on the program yesterday, and was very specific. He said, if we don't stand up now and get counted, as in getting our hands dirty on the farm, it's going to get worse. Why? Because the farm is less busy than it used to be. Yes, we import crops. Yes, we import grains. Yes, we import several other things. But mind you, Cameroon is our neighbor. They also have issues. Niger is our neighbor. Sudan is not too far. Benin is not too far. But mind you, they buy more grains from us than we buy from them. So they also depend on us. So to what extent have we as a people decided to, hey, let's produce the smallest we can to fight hunger? That's my responsibility. That's your responsibility. And it's the responsibility of government at every strata to make sure that I am safe when I step into the farm. It's the responsibility of the government to go far before every single person and make our borders safe. We have no excuse. Bandits should not take places that the farmer needs to crop and plant. And in some areas, they tax them. That is unacceptable. So everyone has to put their hands on deck. While we fight and make sure the economy grows, we need to eat. Like Owoye Temitope will always say we are a product of what we eat. If we can't produce what we are eating, there is no bigger conflict than food conflict. You can take that to the bank. There is no bigger or worse security than food insecurity. So we all need to get busy. We all need to look at ourselves and dust and get back to the farm. And we'll hold our leaders responsible and say, go ahead and give us that security. To everyone out there protesting, we say, be safe. And remember, whatever you burn today, you will pay for it tomorrow, whether you know directly or indirectly. And be your brother's keeper. But among and above all, seek peace, both with yourself and with God. I want to say, have yourself a beautiful weekend. Don't fight. Love your neighbor as yourself. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again on Monday. To my guest, Emmanuel, I want to say thank you very much. And Owoye Talk, I want to say thank you very much. Sorry for the bad network, but hey, we'll get to talk again not too far from now. Have yourself a beautiful weekend. Bye.